Another day dawning in Barcelona Group B, continuing. Seems like a bit of a shift between the top 5 and the bottom 3 at the moment, but plenty to play for. Automatic qualification. The Catalonia Tigers in top spot at the moment. Also the double chance on Saturday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now. Good morning to you. Buenos dias. Welcome to Barcelona. Great to have your company once again for another day of FanCode European Cricket Series action. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network. So 4 T10 matches coming at you once again. Hard to believe, only 6 more days left this year. There's 4 days of group matches here in Group B. Then we have Group B Finals Day on Saturday, and we have the final day of the season on Sunday. That will be the top 4 teams from the entire tournament here in Barcelona. So we did crack the 100 yesterday. We're moving on today and we start the day with match 101. This is a game between Catalonia Tigers and the Ripoll Warriors. And I can tell you the news from the coin toss was that the Catalonia Tigers, they've won the toss, they've elected to bat. Wow, looking at their team, they look stacked today. Their top 6 or 7, they could all be opening the batting really. Good toss to win, I think. And Catalonia Tigers, they're in top spot. They're 10 out of 10, and you can't do much better than that with these 2 matches and 2 more to come in their series. If they keep winning, well, they'll guarantee top spot and qualification for Sunday and the double chance on Sunday on final day as well. Ripoll Warriors, though, they're in a funny spot, aren't they? They're kind of mid-table. If they could pull off an upset or 2 here, maybe they could be in the frame for that double chance. So if you're 2 or 3 after the group stage, then on Saturday you do get a double chance, which could be quite important. I mean, with Ripoll Warriors, we're always talking about Prince Demand. So this is a case of the Tigers and the Prince for me. You don't want to focus on one player too much, but he's just so important for the Warriors. If he fires, well, I think that is their path to victory. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, a bit chilly this morning. It's about 9 or 10 degrees though, so it's probably not as cold as it has been at the start of yesterday, for example. But we're expecting maximum temperature of 15 currently. Like I said, it's quite pleasant, no real rain possibility, a bit of cloud cover around, but actually not too bad for the players this morning. So let's get ready for another day of play, and well, it's day 26, I believe, and I can tell you that the news from the toss here in match number 101 is that Catalonia Tigers, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bats over to Rico Full, who'll get the day started. Rico, let's have a great day. It's over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Buenos días y feliz día de Constitución aquí en España. Yeah, it's a holiday here in Spain today. It's a Constitution Day, marks the anniversary of when in 1978 Spain freed itself from dictatorship. So a lot of the Spanish will be on holiday today. And let's hope that they've tuned in today to watch some of the action coming from this magnificent Mount Juliet Cricket Ground, the Olympic ground here in Barcelona. Well, we had a terrific day yesterday. Let's have a quick recap of some of the things that we saw yesterday first before we turn our focus on the match between the Catalonia Tigers and the Ripoll Warriors. The teams that were in action yesterday were the Ali Young Stars and, of course, the Hawks. And we also saw Gracia and Fateh. And, well, Gracia have continued their good run. We saw that the Ali Young Stars and the Hawks, they had some good matches between themselves, and they shared the spoils. And let's focus on the first match, match number 97. So the Ali Young Stars, well, they certainly put the runs on the board. 141, thanks to a good knock from Usman Mushtaq. And also, I think Kamran Subani, a quick fire, 25 not out towards the end. And the Hawks, well, they were just blown away because the bowling from Haroon Saliq was just magnificent. He was the player of the match in that one, 3 for 6, and gave the Ali Young Stars the victory. But the Hawks, well, we know they always like to bounce back. And though they're a team that probably are not going to make it into the group finals day, they wanted a highlight and they got one. The Ali Young Stars put 117 on the board. Mubashir Ali was in sensational form for them, 72 not out for 30. But it was the player of the match performance from Mohamed Sohail, 30 of just 11 deliveries that helped to get the Hawks to victory, winning that one and by 5 wickets. And they got 23 of the last over as well to win it. So that was something that was quite sensational. Then we saw Gracia, they're a team at the moment flying high, and could they make 4 on the spin to 6 on the spin? Well, yeah, they could. They were just too strong for Fate. Fate, give him credit, restricted a very strong Gracia lineup to a score of 107 in match number 99, also which match number 2000 for Mr. Maximo. So it was a bit of a landmark there, but a player of the match performance really from Hiro Mahei. He batted beautifully, 48 of 29. And then he took 3 for 13 as Fate were all out with 11 balls to go for 57. So that was a comprehensive win from Gracia. Fate needed to fight back, and in the last match, they won the toss, and they were going to have a bit of a bat. And Wakas Mirza, he's one man that can certainly turn on the style. He did get going, 18 of 9, but once he went and the captain, Randeep Singh, followed shortly, then, they just couldn't get a big score on the board. And Gracia, as you'd expect them to, knock the runs off. Though, they had to work a little harder than expected doing that one with 11 balls to go. And Hiro Mahei, once again, the player of the match. He was 27 of 17 and also took 2 for 6 in that one. This left the table looking like this. Catalonia Tigers team we're going to see today, they're sitting pretty at the top. 10 out of 10 for them. They want to continue their impressive run. But Ripper Warriors, you can see they're at the midway table there. Now, look, I think the Ripper Warriors will know that if they can get some points here today, then maybe the distance that they create between themselves and Fate will mean that they at least are guaranteed into the Group B finals day, where, well, once again, they're going to rely on some key roles for one or two of the other players' performances. Because as we look at the fancy dashboard here, you can see Prince Demand, 1,072 points to him. He's really doing it. You could say he's almost doing it all by himself for the Ripper Warriors. You need some other players to really stand up and fight. 111 to 93 is what the bat versus ball wall is saying here in favour of the Catalonia Tigers. But yeah, just going back to that, some of the key players, I mean, you really have to find a way to get somebody else to give some support to the likes of the Prince, who's been outstanding himself. And maybe you're going to see that here today in this match. Last time we saw the Warriors, they had 2 defeats to Gracia. The Catalonia Tigers had 2 wins against the Hawks. Focus more on that in a moment, because the umpires, umpire Jamil Khan and Sivzia Mugala, are ready for the start of this one. Just waiting for official timekeeper Frederica Constant to give us the thumbs up. It's a bit of a murky start here today. A little bit warmer than it has been the last few days in the morning. The temperatures are about 7-8 degrees. As Akhtar Khan comes to bowl the first delivery to Awais Ahmed. Ahmed up in the air, gets right underneath this one. And this will be just 4 runs, 1 bounce 4. Yeah, a little bit short. And Awais doesn't have to do too much here. He just backs himself. Look, hardly has to move. Gets right under this. Good shot to play in the power play. And nobody out on the deep on the leg side. Good morning to everybody in on the chat. Nice to have you with us nice and early on this. Yes, it's a holiday. And Kai Bai say good morning to all. Good morning to you, Kai Bai. And to Isan Dewan as well, who's on the chat. Anyways, Ahmed just cuts his out to the man on the offside. Goes to the point region. We'll take another single. Yeah, the Tigers have been strong, haven't they? I mean, they're a team that are full of quality, good players. And today they're without their normal captain, Ghulam Sarwar. So another Ghulam Dastagir, will be wearing the captain's armband. And he sort of started things off for Catalonia Tigers in the absence of Sarwar. Got them started on winning ways, and they just continued from there on in. Fuller delivery, hit down the ground, 1 bounce stop. Nicely dealt with there by Saqib Javid. That's both openers now have got off the mark. They'll be happy to have Wasim Abbas back in the side. Wasim picked up a slight injury a few days ago. This one's been blasted. It's going to be 4 more. It's too short. And that's just easy hitting for a player who's the talent of Awais Ahmed. And international player. He's not going to let those ones go by. No mercy at all. To Khan, he's got to get the ball right up there. At the moment, just been a little bit too short. Back to Khan once more. Better line. And this one gets lucky. That's the ace. And he will get 4 runs for it. Well, that defence is cushioned. That'll help to cushion the blow for the fielder. Yeah, loses his shape. But see, this is better areas. And hay poco de suerte esta mañana. Un día de constitución aquí en España. A little bit of luck from Awais Ahmed. But showing his intent. Well, we've seen Awais a few times. He's been a little bit slow getting going. And a couple of times when we've seen him out there, he's sort of been going at run a ball sort of pace. Looks like he's determined to get off to a better start this time round and being aggressive, and it's aggression this time as well. This one, a bit of a miscue. Doesn't quite get it right as Prince Dimon will come up and do the fielding. Prince has been very good with the bat, of course. He's been the one man that's been helping the Warriors get good performances. And with the ball, he hasn't quite been himself. I mean, last week when we saw him, I think he bowled a little bit waywardly. We can maybe see that there. I mean, he has picked up 9 scalps, but he's gone for a few runs as well. Javed's been good, and the captain, Karamjit Singh, has been very good for them as well. And let's have a quick look at the batting there. You see Yasser Ali, 284 runs. Tahir, yes, he's been a sensation really for me, a revelation in this series. And Abbas, well, he's just a master blaster, and he hasn't batted had as many innings as some of those other batters, so watch out for him. Such a dangerous hitter off the ball. Anyway, here is Prince Dimon, trying to add to the 9 wickets that he's got, and bowling to Awais Ahmed, and Awais gets the first one away. It would just beat the fielder to the boundary. Awais ne timing in the puri nahi sigi, but placement अच्छी sigi. Fielder ने अपने अकड़ा कार ने काफी chase की थी, but चौका लग गया. And well, the Prince just, yeah, I think he's deciding that he's going to keep Khan on the boundary now. So brings Long off into the circle. He got square leg back on the boundary, and now Long on. And this is a Gundy ball. It's come out completely wrong. No ball called. And the demand straight away has a look at the pitch, saying, well, what happened there? And Awais Ahmed, well, this one was right at his temple. But he dealt with it well, didn't he? He just, rather than duck under it, just guides it to the boundary. So 4 runs and no ball. I mean, he definitely something happens there, because as soon as he releases this, he looks back. But well, free hit it will be. So got the license to go the full Monty. And he hits this well, and it will stay hit. That is a tremendous hit. It goes all the way. Balle, Kidnasona gets down on one knee and crashes this away. Well, that one has gone downtown Barcelona. That is out of here. Well, what a shot. And, well, that's how you put the free hit away. Tremendous hit from Awais. Prince, just like I said, those issues with the bowling continue. Ahmed, well, he shows the powerful side of his batting, and now he shows the placement side. Just for a moment there, I thought the fielders are going to run past the ball and then let it past them. This was, here you go, look, they both sort of thought they lost it for a moment. Good over for the Tigers, and Dimon, not a good one for him. This is a chance, and taken. Well, it turns out to be a good one in the end, because, well, Awais Ahmed just doesn't hit this at all. It's there to be hit, it's here to be walloped, and it's almost like he stops his shot. If he goes through with the shot, he's clear the fielder quite easily, but he ends up being a straightforward catch. I don't think he quite expected that, did Mohamed Nazim, but he'll be more than happy to take that. Awais Ahmed, he will not be happy about that at all. You can see as soon as he hit it, head went down, and you could also see his partner at the other end, Wasim Abbas, saying, Yaar, aagi kar ditta. ये मारनी है पूरी मार. Always he gets a slight round of applause. I mean, he's got to 30 very quickly. I mean, he's gone at 3 a ball 30, and he goes for 30 of 10 deliveries. But that was a bit of a surprise because it wasn't a good delivery. I was expecting that ball to go to the boundary and this over to turn magical. 17 have come off it of just 4 deliveries. But gets the wicket of Ways Ahmed. But, you know, you get a Ways out and you get somebody the quality of Yasir Ali come out. Of course, Ways Ahmed and Yasir Ali comes out here now, as well as Prince Dimon, know each other pretty well. All part of the Spanish national team setup. This one beats Yasir outside the off, so better line, better delivery. Or maybe that wicket is just warmed up the Prince. Speaking of national teams, I suppose we should give a good luck to Equipo Rojo today as well. This is a lovely shot, and the over will go magical as Yasir blazes this one through the offside, and that will be 4 runs. So 17 turns to 21, 21 off the over. And, well, the Prince, his issues with the ball continue. And it's, despite losing the wicket, it's a very good start for the Tigers. 36 on the board already. As we have, once again, look at what this means. And Rupa Warriors, they'll be looking to get something out of this. They'll believe that then keeps them in the safe zone to make it into the Group B finals day. They'll put some distance between, or further distance between them and Fateh. At the moment, the way things stand, Fateh, they still have a chance, though. The Rupa Warriors have got a number of games over them. Catalonia Tigers, I think they're just the reigning champions. They're just determined to show everybody that they mean business and keep that unbeaten run intact. It's been punched out on the offside. It will be 1 bounce, 4 runs, just a little bit too wide from the bowler. And it's time for Wasim Abbas to get going. And he's sort of been pretty quiet at the other end while he's seen Aways. And then, of course, Yasir hit the ball to all parts of the ground. And now it's his time. There's the man who took the catch. Nazim goes to the boundary with his first delivery. And this one is up in the air. It's an opportunity. Backpedaling. And, well, that is a tremendous catch from the fielder, who wasn't the one you thought was looking for the catch. It's Saqib Javed. With Javed, well, this is about when you leave the back door open. Well, the back door was left open and Javed came out and takes a great catch. I don't know why everybody's congratulating the other fielder. He was backpedaling. Oh, look at this. This is quite a remarkable catch. First of all, it's Abbas who will go. But look at this for a catch. He's the fielder going behind his mind. Faliaf, Ada. And in the end, well, Javed comes from behind and takes a great catch. That is wonderfully done. Well, it was Adil Javed who was backpedaling, and it was Saqib Javed that said, "Oh, yaar, ran de mera catch hua, tu kidhar ja raha hai?" I just thought the icing on the cake would have been if Saqib Javed took the catch and then Adil Javed, running backwards, tripped over him. That would have been the icing on the cake, but, well, that's just my mind in the mornings. Hello to Ivan as we watch that again. Well, here we go. He can, "Oh, tu kidhar ja raha hai? Main catch mera." Oh, falla. Don't worry about it. Well, good catch. So, Nazim puts his name in the book once more, this time as the man who gets the wicket of Abbas. That's an important one, but what a good catch that was from Saqib Javed. This one is very wide. It shouldn't be playing at this at all. It turns a wide into a dot. And well, the Tigers, they'll be quite happy to see this man back in their side. Hasn't been available for too many of their games. It's Mustansa Iqbal, the monster. We call him the monster because this guy, well, he can certainly smash the ball to all parts of the ground. We've seen him here in Montjuic score 2 centuries for the Catalonia Tigers. So if he can get going, he can be pretty dangerous. Nazim just straying a little down the leg side. 41 for 2. so no issues with the run rate. Doesn't quite get the timing right here. Mustanza looking to find the gap between bowler and the man who's in the mid-off area. An area where normally Glam Sawa would be patrolling, but Sawa not in the side. Oh, this one is a very, very good delivery and so close to getting through. Just watch this again. Oh, gets a bit of inside edge, and then onto the top part of the leg of Mustanza, and then still evading the stumps. That is very lucky. Liking this from Nazim. Comes into the side. First time I think we've seen him. Certainly looking the business. Well, this one is the business from the batter. As Mustanza, the monster, goes big and hits a Maximo. Boom. Shakalagya. Well, that's a good hit and a good way to end the over. 47. Here's the score in the power play. 47 for 2. Got 2 big batters out. Aways was the first to go after a quick fire 30 from him of 10 deliveries. It was a miscue from him. Straight to the hands of Nazim. It was a very soft dismissal after a blazing start. Wasim Abbas, we saw him depart. He went for 5 after he played the nice boundary. He went for 3 balls. Well caught by Saqib Javid. But he's still got 2 dangerous batters out there. Yasir Ali, he's been in good form. And Mustanza hasn't played too much at the moment, but we know he can be dangerous. Waka Khan gets introduced into the attack. A bit of talk about getting the field right. So what's he got here now? Remember, the field can be spread. So it looks like quite a traditional field. More on that in a moment. This one is probably going down the leg side. Will be leg by signal. Let's have a look at this again. I think it is drifting. Yeah, see straight away it's missing leg stick. Probably would have hit leg stick if there was another set of stumps next to those. But I'm liking the length from Waka Khan. Firmly struck. Chance. Oh, a really, really good catch. That is fantastic. Akhtar Khan takes a tremendous catch. These are not easy. They're not easy. I mean, it's early morning. There's a little bit of dew around. It's a bit chilly. And this has been struck hard. It's dipping. And Akhtar Khan, well, he backs himself to take the catch. It's one of those which has seen plenty of time where the fielder decides at the last moment, nah, it's not going to be a catch. And then you're really fighting to keep the ball in play. But no, Akhtar, he backs himself to take it. Coming in, walking in fast, and then diving to take it. A really, really good catch. Fantastic. We've seen some great catches in that area. We saw some brilliant ones yesterday from Simranjit Singh of Gracia. Akhtar Khan says, well, whatever he can do, I can do. That's a great catch. And a good catch to remove a dangerous player. Mustanza Iqbal, he will go. So he goes for 6. Courtesy of that great bit of fielding. Absolutely brilliant. You've got to say the 2 good catches have seen the dismissal of 2 good batters. So Waka Khan gets the breakthrough. Once again, just straying down the leg a little as the new batter comes in. And this guy, don't forget about him as well. To Shiraz Iqbal, another guy that we know is more than capable. Joins Yasir Ali. Yasir Ali hasn't really got going himself yet. He's just seeing it all happen at the other end. Slower delivery. A little bit over pitched. Allows Iqbal to get off the mark. The last time that we saw the Catalonia Tigers in action, it was Yasir Ali, player of the match performance, when he scored 58 of 25 in that victory against Hawks. chasing down 99 required for victory. This is a full toss, and it's been blasted. And if you wanted to get a player back in form, well, bowling a full toss like this will do it. And something like Yasir is not going to shy away from it. That is sweet out of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. Not a good delivery from Khan. I think it was that attempted slower Yorker once more. But gets it wrong. What's the reply going to be? Last ball of this over. It's not a bad one. Yes, here. Cautiously plays us away. Just guides it to the offside. There's Adil Javid does the fielding. It's the end of the fourth over. 56 for 3. So, good little session of play here for the Ripple Warriors, because picked up another wicket, which was key, and just slowing that rate down slightly. But they're still going at a good one, still looking from here on in if they keep going this rate. And yes, here stays there and gets good support from Shiraz Iqbal, still looking at that sort of 140 mark. And there is, of course, other batting to come. It wouldn't surprise me if we see Ghulam Dastgir coming next, the left-hander, the captain. Straight down the ground. Chance. Oh, well, he takes the hard one and he puts down the sitter. Akhtar Khan, well, he can't believe it. He's looking at his hands and said, how did that happen? I don't think the fielders can believe it either. Yasir Ali, you don't drop Yasir, because he is somebody who can really punish you. Yasir gets dropped on 11 by Khan. Keep a note of that. Short, hit hard, and nobody can stop this one. This gets in between the gap of Khan and the Prince Diman. Firmly hit, a little bit too short, and he pounces on this. Shiraz Iqbal brings up his first boundary. And Nazim, of course, he's going to be disappointed. That catch came down. That could have been, well, definitely that would have been a game changer for sure. Short again, and this is another one that will go all the way. Balle, 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 brrr, shaka, lagya. Too short from Nazim, and Shiraz Iqbal is saying, bring it on. I don't mind you bowling there. Nazim has got to get his line right. He was a lot fuller in his first over. This time, it's a better areas outside the off. And intelligently, Iqbal quite happy just to play that down on the offside and take a single. So just when you thought the Ripple Warriors were starting to slow things down a little bit, well, they let themselves down with dropping the catch. And then we saw the flurry of boundaries from Iqbal. Yasir, he knows he's lucky to be there. Cuts this beautifully. The timing of this was epic. And that's why you don't give this man a chance. Give him a chance and he hurts you. That's a cracking shot. And they've got the field pretty well set for him. You've got the two men either side there. The backward point, and you've got a guy who's in the gap. He hits this so well. He's got no chance of getting it. Great shot. And then it goes down the ground, gets sliced, but he's going to get a slice of luck here. And it will also go to the boundary. Not where he was really looking to go here. I think Yasir has probably decided after being dropped, now, okay, you might as well just go for it now. He's had the luck, and maybe the luck is going to stick with him. This one is a bit of a miscue, but he's going to get a boundary. It's an expensive over. And the score races on to 76 now at this halfway point. Remember, number of ways that you can get in touch with us. Facebook and Instagram, on social media, and also, of course, on our website, europeancricket.com. It's always lovely to hear from everybody. And to thank you all very much for all the nice comments, as well as your support for the European Cricket Network. It's lovely to have you there. We're here because you're there. And thank you to everybody that's on the chat early this morning as well. Ivan, good morning to you as well. A lot of healthy chat. And remember, if you like it, give us a thumbs up. Tell your friends, tell your family. This one is straight down the ground. It's a beautiful shot. It's 6 more. And Iqbal is going ballistic. Lovely, sweet hit. Well, eso es muy grande. ¿Qué golpe eso es? Es un golpe dulce, más dulce de tarta de Navidad. Que guay, que genial. And it looks like Shiraz Iqbal is ready to turn on the start. And, well, Waka Khan, he finds the going tough in his second over as well. That last one from Nazim did go magical. Firmly hit. Here's the fielder out there. Nicely dealt with. That's the captain, Karmjit Singh. Oh, not a good delivery. Down the leg side. Wide called. Interesting day. I mean, it's not as cold as it has been. A bit of cloud cover around. A sort of day that as a bowler you're thinking, I might get the ball to swing and move around a little. But, edge. And it's more fortune for the batters and more for Yasir. Well, you just get a feeling that, well, Yasir, suerte uठ के ना चंगा पूजा किता होना था because he's getting all the luck. Hay toda la suerte de momento, Yasir. I mean, he has hit the ball well sometimes, but there's been a few miss hits as well. But he's always managed to find the boundary. That's another one. This partnership rapidly is into the 40s now. Both batters have made almost equal contributions. Firm down the ground. Prince, no mistakes from him. Just get the feeling also, you know, when that catch went down from Yasir, up until then, I think the Ripple Warriors were up with this. Okay, the rate was good from the Cataluni Tigers, but they knew if they get that wicket, everything could change. This is a monster strike. That is brutal. Well, what a hit that is. He just goes down on one knee and he just dispatches this. Oh, this is awesome batting. What a lovely hit that is. And it's another one that sails over the rope, and one bounce as it goes over the fence. It's 6 more new balls, please. What a hit that is from Iqbal. I'll tell you what, the way Iqbal is hitting the ball and timing the ball at the moment, he is looking dangerous. This partnership is looking dangerous. Looking to bring the 100 up here in this, the 6th over. And he's going to have a go, and he'll get it. Balle. Shaba, kinna sona, boom, shaka, lagya, 6 more, and the 100 does come up. Well, 101. Fantastic batting, fantastic striking. It's another over. That was another magical one. And that one goes for 25. So the last 2 overs was in 20 and 25. And Ripple Warriors, just as I was saying, since the catch, Yasir was dropped by Akhtar Khan, who took a great catch earlier. They've gone quiet in the field. They know this is going to be a huge score. But they need to find a way to find their voice again and become positive. Who's going to do that for them? Looks like they're going to go for Saqib Javid. Going to bowl this next over. I don't think there would be too many, or were too many putting their hands up to bowl it, to be fair. Firmly hit. It's going to be another boundary as it smashes into the fence. It's 6 more. They're doing it in boundaries here. It's shaka time here at the Montjuic Olympic ground. Well, Olympic ground it is, and now we're really seeing some Olympic-style batting from these 2 batters, Iqbal and Yasir Ali. Turning on the start, well, whatever you can do, I can do better. Seems to be what the talk is out there. Now it's time for Yasir. Yasir's had a bit of fortune. Turns this into a full toss, but not able to get it away as he would like. And good work from the fielders. I think that was Akhtar Khan, who had to come a long way. And stops the ball going to the boundary. gets the foot on there. I'd like to see this again. I want to see where his foot is when he makes his stop. Let's have a look. I reckon that might be 4. Remember, the line is the boundary here. Look at the left foot here. Is it touching? At that point it is. That's going to be 4 runs. I think they're going to be having a look at this. I haven't seen a signal, or maybe, well, maybe they've missed that one, you know. This one's down the ground. It's beautifully timed. It's 4. Well, this one is 4. There's nobody stopping this. What a cracking shot this is. Lovely hit. Well, the only person in danger was the non-striker. Cracking hit. And that last one was correctly called 4, so that was good. We obviously didn't see the signal. I was too busy looking at the screen, but nice to see that the match officials, Jamil Khan and Sivzia Mughal, out there on the field. And the third umpire, Safwan, are working well together. Good pickup. This one is just going to bounce short of the fielder. It's a captain. Trying to rally his troops to something here. Karamjit Singh makes the stop. Saqib Javed. Now bowling to Iqbal. Good delivery. Sort of Yorker length onto the leg stick. And Iqbal quite happy just to play this down for the single. That's what I liked about Iqbal here. I mean, unlike Yasir's sort of been more aggressive to every delivery, and there's one or two that haven't quite been there for the shot, but he's got away with it. Whereas Iqbal, well, he's been so decisive. Well, look at Yasir here, showing all his stumps, and well, the bowler falls for the trap, and Yasir says, well, thank you very much, because this is another one I'm going to send out of the ground. Yasir now eyeing up yet another half century. Look where he's standing here. And the bowler, when he says, okay, you're going to stand there, I'm going to try and get a Yorker in on the stump. That's exactly what Yasir wants. Doesn't get the Yorker right, and it gets pumped out of the ground. It's another Kookaburra that will need replacing. We're going to run out of balls here pretty quickly. It's only match 1. And this, of course, was the question of the week, courtesy of HCL Software, our Crickathon question: how will you use data for analysing the field setup and drive changes during the match? Interesting one. So get your thinking caps on, of course. You can visit crickathon.com to participate. So, well, yeah, interesting one. I'm liking some of these questions. They're certainly getting those would-be coaches out there thinking. So thanks to HCL Software as well, a very proud partner of the European Cricket Network. Catalonia Tigers, they are roaring at the moment, aren't they? 123 for 3. And it looks like the captain has decided, okay, it's time for me to come on. And how will he fare? Well, he starts with a wide. And straight away, the wicketkeeper, Asim Makbul, says, I'm going to stand up. Just signals to the square leg umpire. It doesn't need to do that, but it's fine. And it's another one that's out of the ground. Well, he's such a powerful hitter. The wicketkeeper stands up to keep him inside the crease, and he says, well, okay, I can still hit him just as far from inside the crease as I can when I'm outside the crease. So, welcome to the party to Karamjit Singh, the captain. Okay, this is an opportunity. And it's been taken, so Karamjit gets the wicket. And the catch taken. Well taken also by Wakir Khan, who gets it, and then he throws the ball up in the air. I think he's more in frustration than anything else. They've got to regroup. Look, the breaker partnership. There's this one. Just, it's cleverly bowled. You saw he went for that area with his first delivery, and it was a wide that was called. But that meant that the wicketkeeper came up, so he thought, okay, let's go to plan. That's the key. They had a plan. And after being hit for a 6, he goes for the wider delivery again. He draws Iqbal into the shot, and Iqbal doesn't manage. That's the one real false shot that he's played. When, unlike Yasir, he doesn't get any luck or any chances. 38 of 12 deliveries Waka Khan takes the catch as the captain comes in and takes the wicket. So 130 for 4. New batter comes in to join Yasser, who is well set and eyeing up another half century. And I tell you what, it's not a bad guy to be coming out when you've got 130 on the board. It's Tahir Ilyas, and he's somebody that they've gone to a few times to open with, and he's performed really well. It just goes to show the strength of the Tigers. Ilyas, he winds up, hits this pretty well, and well picked up by Akhtar Khan, who I have to say, just other than that one drop, has been marvellous in the field. He's patrolled the boundary really well. Of course, nobody goes out deliberately to drop catches. It just happens sometimes. This will be called another wide, but I don't mind this. You know, I don't mind it. I think if other bowlers before him had the same strategy, they may have been in a better position. You don't mind bowling the odd wide or two if you can pick up the wicket. Holds this one back, slower delivery. So a much better over here from Karanjit. They need a better over, don't they? Just have a look at some of the over by over rates. And maybe we'll focus on that after this delivery just to see how brutal Catalonia Tigers can be, as this is another one that is going to go out of the ground. And Akhtar Khan is right on the boundary. He can't do anything about it. And just a little bit short. It has a little trigger kick, doesn't it? And says Guerreras, thank you very much. Yeah, look, let's have a look. Okay, so from over 1, scores of, these are the over scores. 15 in over 1, 21 over 2. Then we had 11, then 9. Waka Khan's first over 9. Then 20, Waka Khan's second over 25, 22. And this one at the moment is going for 17, and big swing. It will stay at 17. So that's how brutal that they've been. So we've only had one over under 10, then after that 11, and all the others have more or less been 15 or more. And that's why this score is sitting on 140, 140. And that 150 that we thought we were going to see is definitely on here. They'll be looking here, I think even 160, maybe 160 plus the way they're hitting at the moment. And we saw some of those over scores. You can see that Manhattan looking very good. Karanjit, not a bad over from him. Does pick up a wicket, and it was the key wicket as well, the way Iqbal was going. But, well, I think Yasser Ali, he's the man that they need to see the back of now. 47, iron up, another half century. Shows all his stumps and gets beaten. That's well bowled from Prince. He doesn't get fooled by the movement from Yasser Ali. He sticks to his plan and says, well, okay, you're going outside off stump. I'm going to go outside off stump again. And listen, the other thing is, remember, when Yasser Ali takes those steps outside the off stump, that line, the wide line, moves. This time he doesn't. He stays in his ground. He'll take a single. Prince Diman bowling his second. So you've got a battle of two guys that play for the national team as well. Prince Diman, of course, only just broken into that team. So expect to see a lot more from him. Now bowling to Ilyas. Ilyas hits this hard and he gets it over the man inside the circle at point. 4 runs. It's a good hit. Powerful hitter of the ball. Just over the fielder. Will get 4. So no let up for the Ripple Warriors. It doesn't seem to matter who the batter is. They seem to have the knack of finding the boundary. The Prince, you can see there is definitely a fair bit of dew on the ground. Once again, Prince just giving the ball a bit of a wipe. Good delivery. This is what I don't think we've seen enough of this from Prince Diman in this series. Every time I see the Prince bowl, he has such good variations, and a lot of them is the slower delivery. And I think in this series so far, he's gone more with pace. And that's meant that he's lost his line a lot of the times. Well, this time he's lost his towel, but common sense avails. The umpire will say it had no interference with the match. It didn't look like it had any effect on the batter. Still played the same shot. Yeah, he just strayed down the leg side a few times for me and been a little bit short, and that's why he's been punished. But so far, he's coming back with a very good second over here. Just the 5 from it, so looking to be one of the better overs of the match. In fact, it will be. That's just a single, so well bowled. A good comeback from the Prince. And this is all about just more variations from him, just taking the pace off. So sometimes we say it all happened in the ninth. Well, for a change, it's the 1 over. It didn't happen in. Only score does move on to 146. So that slows things down a bit, but still looking to put the big score, the 150 plus on the board. Very good second over from the Prince Iman. 6 runs from it. You go for 27, but you probably see that means he's probably been the most productive. Also got the wicket off Aways. Aways got off to a flyer and then literally gave his wicket away. Okay, final over. Akhtar Khan to bowl it. Ilyas has to run hard, but no real attempt from Adil Javid at the stump. So yes, here it seems to be in the in the 40s for an age. 48 of 18. Looking to bring up a half century. Akhtar Khan looking to stop him. And it's in the air and he's not going to be able to. It's a similar shot to one that Tahir Ilyas played in the last over. Cuts it away, yes, here, and brings up a half century. Well batted indeed. 52 of 19 deliveries, Yasir Ali. And he loves being here in Montjuic. I mean, he's a class player, but we know in Montjuic, every time that he's played, he's always scored runs. I think he's always been probably the leading run scorer. I know that he was last time. I think he scored over 500 runs in the last series. He's well on his way in this one as well. Yes, here. And this one is going to be brilliantly caught. That's a fantastic catch from the captain. Karamjit Singh makes this look easy. What a good catch this is. The yes here brings up his 50 and then going for another big hit down the ground, gets caught. And, well, Akhtar Khan, he did drop yes here when he was on 11. He ends up getting him. But, well, a lot of damage has been done since then. He'll go for 52. Very good catch from Karamjit Singh. He knew that he was right on the boundary rope. Couldn't take a step back. So another wicket goes. And it's 151 for 5. 3 balls to go in the innings. Yasir Ali, well, he'll get warm applause once again from his teammates as he brings up, brought up, I should say, a fine half century. And then, well, you can't blame him for going for another big hit. 52 of just 20 deliveries. Akhtar Khan now be hoping to get a few dot balls in himself. To Ghulam Dastgir, the captain of the Catalonia Tigers, comes in. Dastgir, remember him? He played a very important knock when the Catalonia Tigers had a very close game against Gracia. Remember that one? It was went down to the wire. It was 2 to win off the last ball. And we were thinking golden ball, but not Ghulam Dastgir. He was thinking 4 as he hit the ball through extra cover for 4 runs for victory. That was when the Tigers struggled early on, but since then, well, they've been breezing past teams. Firmly struck, work to be done by the Prince. He will make no mistakes as the throw comes in. What about that arm? Tremendous throw from a very talented player. Well, he's going to have to be on song, isn't he, here? If the Ripper Warriors are to get anywhere near this score, you're going to have to see something sensational from him, and he's going to need support from 1 or 2 others. Last ball of the innings. And it's been hit pretty well, but once again, it won't go to the boundary. So a good comeback, you'd have to say, from the Warriors, because the last 2 overs have been good ones. Prince Diman, he kept his 9th over just to 6 runs from it. And you can see that is a pretty good one as well. Just get a single off the last ball. So they do get the 150 up. But at one point we were thinking 160 plus scores. So 153 for 154, pardon me, for 5 as we looked at some of these highlights. And well, the highlights are going to be of well, how many Maximos can you count, because there were plenty of them. 11 sixes in that innings, and it started off with Awais Hamid, but well, he'll look back at that and say, what was that? 5 fours and 1 6 he started with to get his way to 30, and then literally gave his wicket away. And Wasim Abbas, he didn't last that long as he went to a very good catch, but then we saw Yasir and start his attack. But what a good catch that was. That was a fantastic catch to remove Iqbal. But then the same man puts this one down, and that is where things really started to turn pear-shaped for the Ripple Warriors, because Yasir Ali, you don't drop him on 11. You know what he can do. And the man that replaced the monster, Shiraz Iqbal, well, he played a few monster shots of his own. He was absolutely brutal. He went for 38 of 12 deliveries to that catch, but not before he hit 5 sixes and 1 4 in that innings. Yes, here though, he kept on going, then he blasting the ball to all parts of the ground, and he got good support there from Milius. But yes, here he brings up his 50 in style, doesn't he, with another big 6. He hit 3 sixes and 7 fours on his way to that 52 of 20. So once again, the Catalonia Tigers with the bat, just showing just how destructive they can be. And once again, you know, I still don't believe they've got the full best team out there. They're a team that have got a wealth of experienced players in their squad, and when they click, they are dangerous. The defending champions are in no mood to give up their crown, as we see the scorecard there. Once again, Yasir Ali, he was the top scorer with 52, but I think the batting there of Iqbal was sensational. Well, the bowlers, all bowlers had some success apart from Saqib Javid. He's 1 over, went magical for 22, but good comebacks there from Prince Diman and also from Aktadar Khan over number 9 and 10. They really did bring it back in and managed to keep this score to the 150 mark. Otherwise, it was in danger of touching 170 territory. 52 from Yasir and Shiraz Iqbal 38, and Awais Ahmed a quick 5:30 to get things going first thing in the morning, and meant that the Catalonia Tigers have got the 150 plus score. Ripple Warriors will have to be, well, they'll have to be Warriors wanting to come out and have any chance in getting to these. I mean, they'll want to pick up something from today. They will know that even if they can pick up one win of these 2 matches they've got here today, that should put them in the safe zone for making it into the Group B final stage. But this match, well, somebody like the Prince has to shine. Somebody's got to score big runs here. If Prince Diman can get himself to a score of around about the 80s and get good support from the other batters, this match is on. We've seen some sensational chases here at this Mountjoy Olympic ground. This could be another one. But join me, Rico Ford and Mr. Maximo. We'll be back for the second innings as well to see how this one pans out. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. See you then. Hello, good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Cricket Ground here in Barcelona. And we're surrounded by Olympic architecture because this is the Olympic ground as well. The Olympic Stadium is not too far away from us as well. And well, I tell you what, Barcelona got a lot to thank for those 92 Olympics because, well, until then they had no beaches as well. So that's another thing. Here in Barcelona, it was because they were getting the Olympics, they decided, well, we better get some beaches built, and they did. So the beaches you have in Barcelona, well, they actually are fantastic beaches now, award-winning beaches, all came into fact because of the Olympics as we get ready to start here. And massive effort required from the Ripple Warriors. You can see on the screen there, they need one less now, 154 runs. Still, they got 60 balls to do it from. It's Asif comes to bowl the first. Bowling to Prince Diman. Beautiful shot. Perfect timing. Doesn't try and hit this too hard. It's one of his shots, isn't it? And I've said a few times that when Prince is out there, that if you know him well, then you always have to have somebody on the boundary at point, backward point. He plays a lot of his shots in that area. You would think that the Catalonia Tigers would know him pretty well, especially the likes of Awais and Yasir in the side. And this time, not able to find the gap. They just tighten it up a little bit there on the offside. Got 4 on the leg side. They've got mid-wicket and long on back. That's the field set. They've got square leg. Here's by the umpires are keeping him up. This one's in the air, but he finds a gap, and he's going to get 4 runs. And once again, going with placement is the Prince. And just watch this, just pushes his hand, is on the up. And maybe he's a little bit fortunate that this one hasn't gone to hand. So second boundary in the over. They're always going to be in it, you just get the feeling while he's there. I know we make it sound like it's a one-man team. I'm sure it's not. There are others that have shown signs of what they can do. Asim Makbul is one. Waqar Khan is the other. And well, let's see, it's the first time we're also seeing Mohammed Nazim, who's at the non-strikers at the moment. He bowled pretty well. Looks like a player. Let's see what he can do with the bat. The Prince. This one, a bit of hand on this from the fielder, and it ends up being an important one. That's Waqas Mirza. Just gets fingertips to it, takes the pace off it. That allows the captain, Ghulam Dastagir, to get there. So we will get a chance in the over to see what Nazim can do. He's got glowing pads, that's for sure. And he hits this very well. Well, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad start, is it? That's a cracking shot. अपने फील्ड ने मुस्तान के बाद ने काफ़ी कोशिश की थी बॉल स्टॉप करने पर बहुत बढ़िया टाइमिंग चौका लग गया 4 more. It's a nice shot. So that's not a bad start at all, is it? 14 from the first over. And it keeps him more or less up with the rate. 37 matches without a golden ball. That's where we are now. And of course, it was the last golden ball. Ripple Warriors were the ones involved in it against the Hawks, and Ripple Warriors were victorious. And it was the Prince Diman who bowled that golden ball, and no runs came off it at all. The batters missed it, went to the keeper, and the run out resulted in it, and they were victorious. So lofted, and this will go. This is Prince Diman's shot. This is the shot that this guy plays when he's on song. I mean, he just goes down on one knee and he hits over the top of covers. What a delightful shot that is. The Prince of Montjuic, as they say, in those matches against the Hawks. I mean, they won the first match with the golden ball, as I said. The second, well, he scored a century, posting 140 on the board. Prince Diman 115 off those of 41 deliveries, but they ended up being on the losing side. He's happy to respect this one from Miraj. Marcus Mirage. The bowler. It's the first time we've seen Mirage, to be honest. I don't remember his name in any of the other matches. Launched into this, is in the air. Oh, dropped. Huge moment. Huge. A big let off. Kasim Ali on the boundary at mid-wicket. Puts the catch down. The Prince gets a life, gets a chance. Dropped on 15. Well, what an opportunity that was. And how expensive will that be? Not a good delivery. And this is a tremendous take from Awais Ahmed. Well, I suppose highlighting why he does keep for the Spanish national side as well. What a good take that was. Beautifully done. Certainly saves 4. That would have gone all the way. This one is in the air, a bit of a miscue. Chase is on. Well, I hope somebody gets something to it. Well, this is like the Keystone Cops, isn't it? Thankfully, nobody gets injured. I was getting worried here. I thought there could have been a collision. Look, it's right in the middle, and the triangle comes together, and well, as if he pushes the ball back and then pushes the other fielder away. Pushes him out the way. He does to stop himself. Well, a bit of action there for you. You know, here at the European Cricket Network, you see it all. This one is up, up, up and away. Adiós, pelota, manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. I'm liking what I'm seeing here of Waka's Mirage. Oh, watch this. Look, he clips it out of the way. He pushes the fielder. I think that is Kasim. Kasim Ali. Oh, that's just magnificent. That's when you're hungry for the ball. Stronger together. What? Anyway, there's no run there. Loving the action and great camera work there from our production partner, Spring Productions. Vera, Chris Tapps and Ballantyne doing a sensational job. As they always do. We have a look at the standings there. The score is 30 without loss after 2. Catalonia Tigers looking to make it 11 on the spin. For Warriors looking to give themselves a little bit of extra safety by picking up a win and putting a bigger distance between them and, well, Fateh look like the team that could spoil their party. Anyway, it's a positive start, you'd have to say. Short in the air and can't get to it. And he's been in the wars as our little friend out there. I'm guessing that is still Kasim. Let's see, yeah, it is. And just can't get to it. Tries hard. Kasim Ali, another one that gets past him. Of course, the big thing, Kasim at the moment, what they're remembering for is the drop. Dropping the Prince on 15. And it's the Prince that is still attacking. Doesn't get that one clean out the middle. Shiraz Iqbal once more. Edge, and it's going to be 4 runs. What comes round goes round, maybe. We saw Yasser Ali get a few of these, and that went in the favour of the Catalonia Tigers. And now it's the Prince Imam Wali, just like Yasser, gave a chance. Yasser, remember, was dropped on 11 and went on, completed his half century. Prince dropped on 15, getting the rob of the green slightly, but fortune favours the brave, as they say. Iqbal, once again. Oh, this has been absolutely clobbered. Balle, balle, balle. In la zona, shaka, lag gaya. Well, they're all standing. Of course, they're standing. Look at them there, standing, watching the Prince perform. Well, when the Prince is in the middle, you stand and you watch and you enjoy and you marvel. 30 of just 11 deliveries. It wasn't a good delivery. Iqbal, 14 of 3 deliveries. And this one will be a wide as he goes for the slow delivery but gets it completely wrong. Feeling the pressure. Shiraz Iqbal. Batted well himself, didn't he? His knock was beautiful. I mean, the way he timed the ball. 38 of 12 deliveries. He gave one chance and it was taken. So he didn't quite have the luck that maybe one or two of the other batters did. Changing the field here. He and Yasser Ali just having a little chat about making some amendments to this field. They go with that man at backward point because I think this is basically, yes, he was saying, hey, come on, target outside the off stump. Put your man backward point because you know that he's a great cutter of the ball. Let's see how this works for Iqbal. Well, he goes at the body and the Prince is going to get another. So this will go all the way. I think this is top edge. Well, they're signaling 4 here. Let's have a look. I thought this was pretty close to the boundary. Where does this land? Well, I don't think we can see that from there, but once again, bit of luck. He just takes his eye off it, doesn't he? But gives it plenty. Partnership. Fruitful. 51. Oh, shot. Absolute shot. That is dynamic. What a hit. That is quality. Top draw. This is the Prince at his best. This is his shot. This is his trademark. Down on one knee. Thank you. 6 runs. And posing for the camera as well. Well, Diana Ores will love that one. That will be on social media. He's on his way, isn't he? Looking the business. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and the Prince is turning on the style. A lot of you liking it on the chat as well. Kai Byers there. Stephen Cook is liking it as well. What a shot, says Stephen. Yeah, what a shot indeed. 27 off the over. Are we going to see a supersonic over? It's one more to add to it. Strays down the leg side. Iqbal under attack. And just to remind you of the highest chases that we've had. And remember, the 162 was done here. And it was done by Barcelona Shaheen. So there's been a few. Cut, 4 runs. It goes supersonic. 30 off the over. The Prince is on fire. What a shot. Well, he says, I've got the power. I can be brutal, but I got the finesse as well. Delightfully done. He moves to 44. And you know what? He's on 44 of 14 deliveries. Mohamed Nazim has only faced 4 balls. He's on 12. So he's just admiring at the moment. Well, look at that. Well, it's not often you see that on the old Manhattan. 30 of that last over. They are on 60 of 3 overs. Quite incredible. 60 of 3. Basically, that over doubled their score. Game on here. And that rate, well, you'd say it's nothing really in Montjuic. Just under 14. And yeah, as I suspected, I think it's about a pace off here. Ghulam Dastgir, the captain. We'll come on to bowl this one. He's a wily bowler, very clever, very experienced. And just, you see the field shuffling around a bit. He's getting his catches in the right positions. You see Asif and Waqar Shiraz getting themselves in the right places. Big moment. Here we go. Time for spin. Nazim is quite happy just to punch this away and take the single, as he dazzles everybody with those pads. So, well, this is what you bought your tickets for. It's a Prince Demand show. Don't think he's gonna be looking to ease off just because the spin's on. Dust gear to Demand. No run. Dot ball. There haven't been too many of these. And dot balls are gold dust in this format. Alarm Dust gear gets one of them in. Remember, they've also got the Yes Rally that they can go to. Takes the pace off the ball quite cleverly as well. Floated up. Once again, the fielder set perfectly. Cuts it, but to the fielder, no run. Shaba from the Catalonia Tigers. Uses his feet, comes down, and he absolutely mullers this. Adios pelota, eso pelota no va. And thankfully, there's nobody in the practice nets at the moment, because that's what it ends up. It's out of here. Boom. Shaka lagia. What a great shot. When the pressure was on after those dots, he knew he had to do something. He comes and he gets it right. Ghulam Dastgir, maybe. I think if that were me, I would have been thinking about firing the quicker one in there. You know he was going to come for it. Beautiful shot, lovely executed, and that brings up the 50 for the Prince as well. 50 of 17 deliveries. Excellent batting. Jabardasti batting from the Prince. Now he cuts once again to the fielder, but they take the single this time. Good work from the fielder there. He does the rock and roll. Mustanza Iqbal. You know what I'm loving about this? These two teams, they do it again after this one. This one's not even over. I'm already looking forward to the second match. This one gets clipped away round the corner on the 45. The fielder releases and falls over. Applause all around because they know that that was a good over. It went for 9. Landasgear does slow things down. 69 without loss. 4 overs gone. Nazim on strike and going to stay with the spin. I suspected they'd do that, and it will be Yasir Ali. Prince Demand, what a knock. See why he's so key for his side. You can see just why he's been picked up by the national team as well. Quality player. Yasir, no pace, but a little bit short. Gets worked away. Fielder does well, gets there, stops the boundary. Ilyas is on the boundary there. He's replaced Qasim Ali, who had, well, I think he fielded well there, but he put the catch down. He put Prince down on 15. And at the moment, you can see just how crucial that drop has been. Prince plays out on the off, but they have got this field set now. I said early on when Prince was out there that teams that know him will set the field for this shot. It's a great cut. I mean, he's still got the power to beat that fielder, of course, but with there being no pace on it, the chances are that the fielder's always got the chance. Yes, here, just checked his field as he gets ready to bowl now to Zam, who swings. They asked the question here, but I don't know if Awais has the ball. Let's have a look. It's a big swing, and well, he does, but the foot is down. Just manages to hold on to it. Good hands from Awais, good work. And yeah, that's good, but the foot, yeah, you see he rocks back, no issues. Up it's chance, down it goes. Big moment, and it's the captain who puts it down, and he goes down now. Can't believe it. Well, they had the opportunity this time to remove Nazim. And it It's another opportunity that goes amiss, and it's the captain, Gear, that puts it down. So both batters have given opportunities, both on 15. In the air, will be safe. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Clever shot from Prince Diman. He knows there's nobody there, doesn't try to get the power in it. It's all placement and timing. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good battle this is. Yasser Ali versus Prince Diman. Both players play for the Spanish national team. Goes wide, cuts in, big movement in. Takes a single, will stay on strike. End of the over. So another tidy over. There was a boundary from it, but only 8 come off it. So starting to put the squeeze on slowly and getting that rate to climb. 77 without loss. So that rate is now around about the 15.5 mark. A very, very good morning to everybody on the chat. A good morning to all of our global cricket family around the world. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. Eyeball one. Loving you joining us and loving you being involved in this, well, epic match so far. Isn't it a cracker? 77 without loss, halfway point. I can tell you that Catalonia Tigers at this point was 76, but had lost more wickets. Had lost 3 down at this point. Hit hard, straight to the fielder. We get the single. There's that fielder set for the Prince. They've got it just right at the moment, and it's Waqas Miraj doing the fielding up there. Gear to continue, the captain. Once again, Miraj will do the fielding. Gear put Nazim down, so he'll be determined to try and pick up a wicket here and break this partnership. The man that they really, really want is on strike now, the Prince. Comes down. Will he get enough of this? I think he will. It will go all the way. Not quite out the middle, but still he gets enough power into it to get it over the fielder. 6 more to Prince. Uses his feet. Gets enough elevation in the shot. Battle. What a battle this is. Gear. Firmly hit. Work to be done by Miraj. He can't deal with it. It's too hot. It's too spicy. It's 4 more runs. 6 and 4. Diman is hungry. He's hungry for more as he gets close to the 70s here now. Well, I said at the interval that the Prince needs to be eyeing up a score around about the 80s and getting some support from someone else if they're to pull this off. Well, he's heading in that direction, straight down the ground. It's going to be 6 more, is it? Yes, it is, just out of the reach of the fielder that comes across. He can't get there. Taraz Iqbal, fantastic effort from him, but it's 6 more. What a hit this is. He's on the back foot. This is all power. What an innings. What a match. Prince Diman is into the 70s now. 74 of 25 deliveries. Wow. Well, I hope you're loving this. And of course, you know what else is on here. I'm not saying it, but you know it. You know what I'm thinking. Oh, this one, you're going to have to take it on. They do. That's good backing up from Nazim. And he reads the match situation perfectly as well. He knows, get the single. Here's the Prince, who's got the hot hands at the moment. Getting back on strike, they will. And 96 on the board. 6 overs done. Like for like, 101 to 96. So just slightly fall behind a little. But look at that rate. We saw it go up to about 15.5. It comes back to 14. You can see the Tigers rattled for the first time in a long time. The last time they had a game on like this was against Gracia, which I spoke about earlier when it was Ghulam Gear that's got the winning runs of the very last ball. They needed 2, they got 4. The game back to Mohamed Asif. His first over went for 14. Let's see if he can get the breakfast. Going back to the pace here. Just holding back the one from Yasir. Pace, I think, is what the Prince will like. 75, he's not out. Look at his field. 3 men on the leg side. Square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off his back. And 1 man on the offside patrolling the boundary. Firmly hit. Goes like a bullet, but good work from the fielder. Keeps it to 1. 1's a win. And you can see that stop means that well, it's stopped by Fahad Hassan. As you see, Shiraz Iqbal come over and give him a high five and say, well, stop. And he makes a stop and then he's being moved. I'm guessing that might be an injury, or it might be the saying, okay, yes, here. We want you in the firing zone. So yes, here goes on the boundary. Yorker delivery, played away, gets a single. Singles are a win for the Tigers. Asif now to demand he'll want a boundary here. Has a big swing and he gets an edge and he will go. Well, that's one thing about the Prince, and that's why he's a great guy to watch, and he's such a sportsman as well. He knows he nicks this. He doesn't need to be given out. He knows it. So the captain, he brings back Mohammed Asif to try and get the prize wicket, and Asif does. The partnership is worth 98, but they get the Prince. He's swinging wild. You just knew he had to go for the boundary. Has a big swing at it, gets a little feather. Away's Ahmed makes no mistakes. They get the prize wicket. But what a knock it's been. Prince demands 76. And he goes, that was his 28th delivery. And, well, you can hear the applause from everyone, not just his own teammates, but the Catalonia Tigers all appreciating that innings. It was a sensational knock. When you're under pressure, when the chase is 155, well, you've got to go some. And we see a lot of teams and a lot of good players. It just ends up being too much pressure. They collapse. But not the Prince. He's kept the game. And look, you know what? There's still plenty of batting in this. This match is not done yet. I said it. You needed somebody like the Prince to get to around about 80 for each side and others to play their part. Well, it's still got Mohammed Nazim out there. I just hope that him playing the anchor role hasn't meant that he's now gone off the ball and not able to play the big shots. And Mohammed Masood has come out to the middle. Asif gets the breakthrough. Now bowls to Masood. Great delivery, Yorker length. And he has a shy as well, backed up beautifully. Great cricket. Absolute pleasure to watch a match like this. Masood comes in, he knows he's under pressure, gets a perfect first ball from Asif. Yorker length, he digs it out, but they've got to take the single. Right, here we go. Nazim, he'll go after this, he has to. Only 3 of the over so far. Oh, it's a Gandhi ball. And he looks like he totally loses his footing. Nazim, I mean, okay, it's easy to say. He ducks away from it rather than have a swing. I suppose safety first. You just think if he swung at this, got a boundary, he couldn't be out from it. So that one comes out wrong from Asif, so free hit. I suppose he won't mind that really, because the batter's run. I mean, would you have run? I wouldn't have. If I was Nazim, I would have just stayed where I was and taken the free hit myself. Masood wants it. Hits it pretty well, and he's going to get 4 runs. So good hit. So he says, yeah, we do run. We will take it because I'm going to put it away. That's a nice hit, actually. Wasn't a bad delivery. Pretty good length. But he was able to make room for himself and whip it away. Still not a bad over. He's got a wicket, and it's a wicket of the Prince. 100 also comes up now with that boundary. Seven off the over. And, well, this is going to be a chase on for the fielder. Will he get there? And he does. Plants the foot down, makes a stop. And it's Ilyas. Gets there. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, no issues there at all. So end of the over, big one, huge one. Asif goes for 24, I think, of his spell. But he got the prize wicket off the Prince. And, well, like I said, the thing that excites me is these two teams are going to be doing it all over again. I can't wait. I can't wait for this one. This is far from done at the moment. What are we at here? The equation is 48 of 18. Iqbal to come back on. 107 for 1. Iqbal to Nazim. Oh, slices it up. And this was the thing I was making reference to, because Nazim was being there. I mean, when Nazim came out there, he was, I think it was 12 or 4 deliveries. He made a blistering start, played some really nice shots. Then he was just giving the strike to the Prince, because the Prince was just hitting everything to the boundary, wasn't it? So he did the right thing. But the problem now is he's now trying to change what his role was. Now he needs to be the aggressor, because he's seeing this happening. He's seeing the game going away from him. He's going up to about 17 required per over. How quickly that has changed, gone from 14 to 17 in the space of a handful of deliveries after that dismissal of the Prince. And now he needs to go back to being the aggressive batter, and he's not able to get back into the rhythm. He just needs one. Get one out the middle again, and he's back going. Masood swinging and missing. Well, I say missing, he's got a little bit of something on this, and the catch has been taken, so Iqbal gets the breakthrough. Another straightforward catch from Awais. And the second wicket goes. Look, you don't mind this. I think this is what they've got to do. It's swing hard, go for the boundaries, and if you're not able to do it, we'll make way. Maybe somebody else can. Iqbal gets Masood. Well, Masood did find one boundary. He was able to put the free hit away. He'll go for 7 or 5 deliveries. Nazim is still there, 19 of 3. He'll have a chat with a new batter and say, hey, just try and get me on strike. It is Imran Hussain. .47 of 15 required. So Iqbal, 3 balls to go in this, the 8th over. It's another one, 2 and 2. I'm sure this is a bit of a bottom edge, it is. So Hussain, he comes out swinging, but it's going to be another catch taken by Awais Ahmed. And Iqbal takes another, and just like that, not only are the Warriors facing defeat, but now the new batter is facing a hat-trick ball. So Awais Ahmed has been involved in all the dismissals so far. And of course, we've had hat-tricks here. We should have seen another yesterday when the catch was dropped on the hat-trick ball, but Naveed Riaz in Group B, he was the last one to pick up a hat-trick, and it was a pure one as well, wasn't it? With 2 bowled and the perfect LBW delivery as well. Iqbal has an opportunity because the new man is Khan, who comes out, and he's going to try and whack it. He has to. Got to be thinking about team. And, well, he says, let me just see off the hat-trick ball first. Just pushes this away, so dot ball. Right now, over 20. Sees off the first ball. I don't think he's looking to see out this one. Look, I can't. Hits it firmly enough. It'll be a nice, easy stop for Yasir Ali, who just gently underarms it back to the bowler. And that will be the end of the over. And finishes 109. And you can see just a couple of runs off that one, including a couple of wickets as well. So they were right up more or less with it up until the 6th over. But now, well, they're way behind where they have to be. And you can see that's reflected on those 2 graphs. So Those 3 wickets really have slowed them right down, especially the first one, of course, that of the Prince Liman. Asif brought back to do a job, and he does his job. Miraj now to bowl the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th sometimes. It didn't all happen in the 9th when it came to Prince Liman bowling the 9th against the Tigers. He only conceded 6. It was a very good over. Warriors, they need something special here. They need 2 magical overs. There's a bit of bat on this, and it's nothing. Looks like the Tigers are going to roar to 11 from 11. But they've been given a scare. And I'm sure at one point while Prince was blazing the ball to all parts of the ground, they were thinking perhaps the worst. This one's a pretty good hit. He takes this right off the stumps. It'll only be a single. And singles are not good enough. But it's been a tremendous effort on the Ripple Warriors. But once more, as I think a lot of people now, not just myself, are starting to think and say that really it's all about the Prince, the Ripple Warriors. This has been launched in the air. Chance, the fielder comes across, gets under it and takes the catch. Another wicket goes. So finally, we see Nazim depart. Just, I mean, quite a strange innings, wasn't it? As I said, he was on 12 of just, I think, 3 or 4 deliveries. That's the way he started. He played some lovely shots, and then after that, you can see, well, for around about 10 deliveries, he's only managed just to score another sort of 7 runs. Just all went pear-shaped for him, and I think that all is about the role that he had to play for a majority of that innings. He went off the boil and wasn't able to get back into the zone. So 110 for 4. And catching becomes a lot easier as well when there's no pressure on. As he's just gear this time, he doesn't make any errors taking the catch. A nice moment there for Miraj as well. First time that we're seeing him play in the series, picking up his first wicket. Not done yet. Full delivery. Batter has no idea where it is. He's late going. If this hits, he's gone. If the bowler was able to pick it up cleanly, there was also an opportunity. Yeah, doesn't respond to the call until late. McBool does finally get to the other end. He's looking at the ball, not looking at his partner. And then, yeah, they had 2 chances to get him, but he survives. One bounce, and Asif fires it in, and he's going to get his man. Direct hit. Well, if you're going to run hard. And we saw that McBool got lucky himself. And now's the other partner who's going to get himself run out. Waka Khan, this is not the way to do it. And, well, all the kids watching, if you're going to run. Don't put it along. Asif says, okay, you want to take me on? Yeah, have it. Knocks him over. And, well, that's not a good moment for Waka Khan, as he literally gives his wicket away. It's a great bit of fielding by Asif. Remember, earlier in the series, Asif was the player who never seemed to have any luck, and I mentioned it a few times when he was bowling. All the things, the luck and rub the green that the others were getting, he wasn't. Well, he seems to have turned it on today, doesn't he? Got the key wicket of the Prince, and now, well, an outstanding run out as well. Good slow teasing delivery. Just manages to get a bit of bat onto it, and that will be the end of this, the 9th over. He finishes on 112 for 5, so it's a disappointing finish, really, for the Ripple Warriors. They were stayed right up with it all the way. They got to 77 at the halfway point, 96 after 6 overs, and then after that, I think once you saw the wicket that went in that 7th over of Prince, they've just been poodling along. And then we've seen some sloppy cricket as well. When you look at that run out from Waka Khan as well. Makbul. He's joined out there now by Saqib Javid, who's the new batter. Came in after that run out. Yasser Ali flights this wide, and Makbul gets a bit of this. He'll get the single. Yes, here looking for that that stumping, wasn't he? Makbul does get a fair bit of bat onto it. Yeah, what a great match, though, you have to say. Well, it was great right up until that 7th over while the Prince was out there. A lot of excitement. Goes wide again. Gets the ball to really turn quite sharply, does yes here. It's a little bit like we saw from Ishan Patel of Raval Sporting. This is... Yeah, I was going to say it has to be a wide. It has been called a wide. Speaking of Raval Sporting, we will see them in the afternoon matches. Match number 103 and 104. They'll be taking on the Ida Tigers, a team that know that they're not going to play really any part in the group finals day, but they're a team that will be boosted after picking up their first win in their European Cricket Series history. Looking forward to welcoming both those sides back later. But right now, as this one is, this match will fizzle away with the Catalonia Tigers winning and winning. Well, it would look quite comfortable when you look at the scores at the end of this match. Just 2 more balls to go after this one. It would look like the Catalonia Tigers have won this comfortably, but I assure you, it wasn't that easy. It wasn't as easy as it looks, especially up until that halfway point of this innings. Warriors were causing all sorts of concerns. Floated up, and this is hit up in the air, catching opportunity, and well, a very casual one-hand attempt, and then the throw comes in and is going to be run out. Well, how about that? And Asif has definitely got the hot hand. This is, first of all, have a look at this catching from Shiraz Iqbal. Well, this is just terrible. It really is. He tries to catch it one hand, and then Asif then says, well, you know what? If you don't want to take the catch, I'll take the run out. Have a look at this. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, and then Asif says, well, hang on a minute. You don't want to run? I'll have you. And gets to throw it. And Makbul says, what, me as well? Yep, you as well. Makbul was lucky to survive. So Asif, turning on the strike. He said, if you thought I was lucky first time, I just want to prove to you there was no luck about it at all. I told you he's going to come good, and he does come good with the bowling and with the throwing. As Makbul will have to go. He gets run out for 4. Well, this is going to be, well, they're going upstairs. I think the batter already knows he's a goner. And let's have a look at this. Let's see. I think he's leans out of his crease. Let's watch. He's nowhere near yet, and gone. Adios. It's going to be another. So yes, here he picks up a wicket, and that also was the last ball of the innings. So we're going to finish with 2 wickets. Disappointment for the batter. He gets done by Yasir. Yasir, he'll pick up a wicket as well. He should have had won the ball before, but it was Shiraz Iqbal who was very way too casual, trying to take a one-hand catch, but Asif was there to cause a run-out. But this is how it started. Remember, it all started with 155 required, and the Prince, well, he was in good form, played some beautiful shots. He was beating the fielders, and then also there were some really nice shots played, of course, by the other opener, Nazam. He hit the ball pretty well as well, sweetly, as he got off to a flyer, hitting 3 boundaries. But that was the big moment. That was the catch that got put down by Qasim Ali. The Prince at that time was on 15, and then, well, that was amazing. Well, Asif was in the action all over the place. He was doing a bit of temping bowling there as he skittled the other fielders out of the way to get to the ball. But, Prince, though, oh, some of these shots were just exquisite. There was power, there was timing, and there was belief while he was out there as he brought up his half-century. But of course, that wasn't enough. He had to go bigger. And this was another chance that went down, and this time it was Dastgir. That was Dastgir putting down Nazim when he was on 15 as well. But Prince was doing all sorts of hitting away. He was making all sorts of gesturing, but finally the wicket came, and it was as if they got it. And as if, well, he was absolutely key also in the field. So not only did he get the crucial wicket, but he was involved in 2 exceptional run-outs as well. And, Iqbal, he made most of the opportunity to get in the wickets as well. And, easy catch taken this time around by Destia. Of course, was guilty of dropping the Prince earlier. Have a look at this. Well, this is Uno. Oh yeah, laser arm. And Waqar Khan gets dropped. And then we saw another one. Well, first of all, that's not the way to try and catch a ball. And then it's as if picks it up, fires it in. And, well, yes, here, he was still gesturing at the fielder saying, what are you doing trying to catch like that? In the meantime, Asif comes along and knocks the stumps over and gets Maqbool run out. And then right there towards the end, it was the stumping. So Yasir did finally pick up his wicket. Victory by 37 runs. It looked cushy. It was in the end, but only once they finally got rid of the Prince. And what a knock from him. 76 of 28 deliveries. It was a fantastic knock under all sorts of pressure. Yeah, he got alive, but still, it was amazing to watch. And if he was still there, you know, anything could have happened. Nazim, he made 19, but he couldn't quite get going once the Prince got out. He sort of got himself into a bit of a rut and couldn't get back out of it. The bowling figures, Shiraz Iqbal, he picked up 2 for 32, but I think you got to say the bigger the bowlers there, 1 for 24, Mohammad Asif, because he was the man that came on when he was required to get the key wicket of Prince Demand. There was also good bowling as well from Waqas Miraj. I think he looked good. Looking forward to seeing him again. He played a good bowling spell in his first match that he played, 1 for 19. It was a fantastic match, and you can see the match summary was up there. But these 2 teams, they do it all over again, and that match is coming up in under 20 minutes time. So a chance for me to take a breath, a chance for you all to take a breath, because remember, the Catalonia Tigers are 11 from 11, they're looking to make it 12 from 12 and do the double over the Ripple Warriors. The Ripple Warriors, though, they will be boosted by the performance from them in that match, and we're hoping that maybe if a little bit of luck goes their way and they can pick up some of these early wickets from the Catalonia Tigers, that they can maybe bounce back and get a win themselves. Join me, Rico Fowler, Mr. Maximo, in just over 15 minutes time when we return for the second clash between the Catalonia Tigers and the Ripple Warriors. Join us back in under 15 minutes time.
Hello and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground here in Barcelona. It's time for the second match of the day and it's the second leg of the double header between the Catalonia Tigers and the Ripoll Warriors. Let's see what happens at the coin toss in match number 102. So Rob Kemming, well, he's not 102, but he's not far off. Let's see who wins the coin toss between the Tigers and the Warriors.
Your call.
Tail.
Tails is called. That is heads.
And we'll ball first.
Your ball first. Good.
So this time it's the Ripoll Warriors. They win the toss and they elect to bowl. Surprises me slightly because I know that the Catalonia Tigers probably wanted to bat, go out there and try and put a big score on the board. I think maybe it's just about the Warriors wanting to know exactly what they have to do in the chase and maybe they can kind of allocate their resources, set their batting order accordingly. But we know the Tigers, they are dangerous. They're on the prowl. Again, we know that the Warriors, though, can mix it with them. And I think these two have a healthy rivalry. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the second game of the day. Rico Four is standing by and I'll be there very shortly, Rico, but I can tell you that the news from the toss in match number 102, it's the Warriors. They've won the toss. They're going to field. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, everybody. Match number 102. That wasn't nice what you said, Vinny, about our good friend, Sir Rob Kemming. Don't worry, Rob. We'll get him back for that one. Anyway, looking magnificent up here as you look down at this Montjuic Olympic ground. You can see all of the memorabilia there in the background. And as we are towered by the communications tower there as well, the telephone tower. Catalonia Tigers against the Ripoll Warriors. And looking forward to this one already. The Tigers, well, they've been put into bat again. I'm quite surprised here that the Ripoll Warriors have basically given the Catalonia Tigers what they like to do. Bat first. This one, well, 115 to 94. I think there may be a few more. Well, the Catalonia Tigers would like to get a few more on the board anyway. And look at that, just all green dots are just lining them up. Will it be 12 out of 12? Or will the Ripoll Warriors be able to stop them? It's going to be Yasir Ali and Wasim Abbas. Going to be doing it again. Wasim Abbas will be hoping to get a few more this time. He went early in the last one. So he managed to get 5 off the 3 balls that he faced. And Yasir Ali, though, he went all the way to his half century, 52 of 20. So a slight change at the top of the order. Expecting maybe Awais Hamid would come in perhaps at number 3 in this one. Ghulam Dasgia is still in the side, but not the captain in this one. It will be Ghulam Sawa who comes back. So welcome back to him as well. And welcome to, of course, everybody on the chat, a global cricket family. Hope you're looking forward to another classic encounter from these two teams. And namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, aibawan to all of our listeners in the sub-Indian continent. Hope you're doing well. It's a big day here in Spain. It is, of course, a national holiday. It is Constitution Day, a day that Spain, back in 1978, said goodbye to dictatorship. And on this day, they celebrate a new democracy. Also a big day in Finland. It's the Independence Day in Finland. So hello to all of our listeners in Finland. And I hope you're enjoying the festivals there. I know that the Finns will celebrate by hosting a lot of grand fiestas. So enjoy your fiesta. And, well, I hope you're going to enjoy the fiesta of cricket that we have coming for you here. With the ball, it will be Waka Khan to start for the Ripoll Warriors. The Yasir will be looking to continue in the good form that he's been in so far. In comes Khan, the first delivery. The Yasir drives it down the ground. It will get fielded by Prince Diman. He comes across and keeps it to 1. Khan now to Abbas. Hard hitter of the ball. And quick change from the captain, Karamjit. He brings the Prince back into the circle. Pushes long on back. Nobody at the mid-wicket boundary. Up in the air, chance to get him early. And it's taken, so it's a good catch. It was spinning viciously in the air, but no mistakes from the fielder. And the catch has been taken, and the hard hitting Wasim Abbas will go first ball. It's going to be a golden duck. And good catch taken. You know he's a good catcher of the ball. Doesn't miss too many. And Well, Abbas just hasn't been his day. There's not been a healthy return back to the side for him personally. He will go for 0. And Waka Khan, so the change in the opening bowler seems to have worked. Mohamed Nazim did bowl very well, but just going for more consistency. Abbas will depart. And a new batter needs some assistance adjusting his helmet. I think that's Mustansa Iqbal. And he's very happy with himself. Certainly liking those kits as well of the Ripple Warriors. I think I've said this before. Certainly got a Jurassic World look about them. Batter does finally make his way in. So Mustansa Iqbal, good catch there taken by Masood. So Mustansa, see if he can get going in this one. It's another batter, didn't quite click in the last one. Hit one good boundary before he departed. 6 or 5. Dangerous man, we know that. Gets a full delivery, which is punches back to the bowler, gets a hand onto it. No run. Similar field, so long on back. Mid-wicket is in the circle, and there is point. That's the underplay back on the boundary. This one's just been Yorker length sort of delivery onto the pads. Mustansa quite happy just to push this one out. Takes a single. I suppose for the likes of Mustansa, it's the beauty of this back-to-back formats. You get a second chance if you don't perform in the first. Didn't help Abbas. Yes, here, we'll send this one out of here. Big hit, it goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Rocks back inside his crease. It hits right through the ball. Lovely looking shot. 6 runs. So he's off and running once more. The first boundary. And it's a Maximo to Yasir Ali. As well as the Shabba Shabba Shabba. You can hear a lot of parakeets around the ground this morning. This one is just going to drip before it gets to Prince Demand on one bounce. Slight miscue. Prince is there. And if he gets a sniff, well, the chances are he'll take it. Another outstanding fielder. End of the over. Not a bad one at all. The wicket comes off it. So 9 for 1. As you have a look at the run rates by the day, you see one thing we've been focusing all the way along is that Group A certainly was more about the batting, 12.3 compared to 10.1. And you'll see that reflected in the daily Maximo rate as well. You can see a big difference, 8.9 compared to 5.9. Overall, 7.7. That's 6s hit per 10 overs. Yesterday was a bit better start. And certainly the way today's gone so far, especially with that first match, I think it's going to be a bumper day in terms of Maximos. Let's hope that it continues throughout the day. Short, hit pretty well. We'll get it past the fielder and we'll get 4 runs. So Nazim, that's the other opening bowler, finds his first ball. Hit to the boundary, just a little bit too short. And that gets worked away easily by Yasir. Mid-wicket is now back, so they do bring the point into the circle and put mid-wicket back. I think that's a good shout, though. Yes, here he's a very, very good cutter of the ball as well, but you can only have 2 men out, so he gets this one fine and goes sort of behind square. So though there is a fielder at square leg inside the circle, he's at the wrong side. And you see there, he just has to gingerly run after it and fetch it. Back-to-back boundaries from Yasir. Wants to get this one outside the off. And, get him playing on the offside. And this is catchable. And this time it has been taken. Akhtar Khan, we saw him take a very, very good catch in the first match, but then he dropped a sitter, and it was Yasir that he dropped, but not this time. And Yasir, well, he was, I think, on 11 in that match when he was put down. This time around, though, he's on 16, but it gets taken. Big moment in the match, so Yasir will have to go. And Nazim does get his man. So somebody else is going to have to get the big runs this time. Yasir back in the shed. He'll go 16 off 6 deliveries. And well, I reckon all sorts of things were going through Khan's head at that point. And this one's coming his way, but he makes no mistakes. He takes the catch. Mustanza Iqbal, joined by the new partner. It will be Iqbal. Danger's not over yet though. Still got Iqbal, remember, dangerous. And asking the question, the umpire says no as the throw comes in to the non-striker's end. He's still also got Awais Ahmed to come in as well, so still plenty of batting. That's a good shout. Umpire says no. Iqbal survives. Firmly struck, work to be done by the fielder. Does well. Good clean hands. And a good throw in, keeps it to 1. Good bit of fielding from Waqar Khan. So after bowling a fine over, back into the action. Better from the Warriors. The one thing, and it was quick to observe in the last match, was how quiet they were in the field. This one gets through. And Nazim finishes the over well. 2 fours came off it, but he was able to get his man in the end. Yes, here. 19-2. Quick scan of the tables. The Tigers unbeaten right up the top. Warriors trying to get to catch up with the LA Young Stars, but of course would have played 2 matches more than them if they're able to get to 12 points. And you can see there Fateh have played 12 matches as well, and if they could just pick up 2 more points, they feel that they've created enough space to give themselves safety to make it into the Group B finals day on Saturday. Remember, we go all the way through to Sunday this week. Sunday the 11th will be when our season comes to an end. And then we'll be away for about 7 weeks when we return back to Barcelona. Khan to continue. Goes wide and 2 wide. This is a good shot. Not the best of deliveries to bowl when you have a look at the field that's been set. Here's the last in the power play. You've got no protection out there at all, so you go wide, it's going to go to the boundary. It's a good, confident shot from Mustanza Iqbal. 2 Iqbals out there. Mustanza and Shiroz. Good cricket. Well bowled, well played, and well stopped. So Waqar Khan comes back with a good one. Looks like a man on a mission, doesn't he? Focused. Prince having a chat with him and saying, hey, do this. So Iqbal does. So they bring up mid-wicket and push back mid on. This is all about, I think, trying to tempt him to go across the line. Let's see if he succeeds. He wants the big shot, doesn't he? Doesn't hang around. Mustanza Iqbal, AKO the monster, because he can smash him. We've seen him score 2 tons in a series here in Barcelona. When he gets going, when he gets in the groove, it can be devastating. Not a good delivery, but he's not been able to put this away. It was a full toss on the leg side. Sort of delivery that you'd expect him to put away, but misses out on it. Nice to see that the sun is trying to break through. Better delivery, better length. York length, shy at the stumps, and he hits them, but unfortunately, well, two things. A, the batters are in, and secondly, the ricochet takes it away from the fielder backing up, so the batters are able to take two. But look, it's worth having a go. Azimis with the throw. And you see the bails causing all sorts of problems for the umpire and the bowler alike. So 2 runs. Ball. Hit hard, and nobody's there. That's nice and straight. The man at long on is who was deployed earlier. Is too wide, so not going to stop this. So again, he just overpitched it. He's trying to get the Yorker going, but that's the problem. If you're trying to get that Yorker length delivery every ball, a couple are going to go astray. Well, he got away with one, which Stanza Iqbal wasn't able to put away. It was a leg side one, but this one is straight down the ground. And no mistake from Shiraz Iqbal. He gets his first boundary. So the 2 Iqbals looking to get going. Both have picked up a boundary apiece. And the Ripper Warriors just having a bit of a discussion here. I think they probably were thinking whether you go to Prince here, who bowled a very good second over, or to Adikat Iqbal, who did the same in that first match. Both of these guys, the second overs were pretty good. And Akudat, he is going to be the man who's going to be given the ball. Akudat, he bowled quite an expensive first over, but then I think everybody did, because the batters was in such good nick in that first match from Catalonia. But came back well. Well, this one's been absolutely thumped, peppered to the boundary. And that one will go all the way. And this is where he can be so dangerous. It was just in his slot, wasn't it? He had enough room to rock back and pull this away. And not the best of starts from Khan. The loose delivery gets punished. Lot more chat, though. That's what I'm liking about the Ripple Warriors. They haven't gone quiet in this match. Trying to support each other, the fielders supporting the bowlers. Dakle hawk it, be strong. Khan once more. Ooh. Has a big swing, could have gone anywhere. Sort of smacks it back onto his own foot. But seems to be fine. Sunshine finally caressing this beautiful Olympic ground. Once that sun comes out, it starts to feel a lot warmer. The Prince. Good work, good bit of ground fielding. Once again, it's hit pretty straight. Not as powerful as the one from Shiraz Iqbal. And the Prince able to cut it off. Shiraz now on strike to face his first delivery from Akdar Khan. It's too wide. Today is certainly targeting the white line, but trying to sneak the ball just inside. I don't mind that as a plan. Just basically trying to keep the ball out of the swing zone off the batters. Ooh, this is another one that's really close. So both batters have played at this and got lucky. I think that's, you see, when Khan gets it right, that's the problem that he causes. It's that angle, that line, and then batters are trying to swing hard and in danger of chopping on. Just watch again, you see that's the perfect areas for the left armour to be bowling. This time maybe just a little bit too wide, but once again, as I've said before, I don't mind it if there's a plan. You don't execute it all the time, once or twice, but you rather, I think as a captain, you rather bowler bowling to the plan, bowling to the field, and getting it wrong a few times and giving away a couple of runs than getting it wrong and giving away 4s or 6s. He's going to change his approach here. It's going to come round the wicket, but it's still going to be a wide, so that doesn't quite work for him. I don't know why he's selected to do this, just wants to try something different. It's going to stay with it. Going to give it a go. Left arm round once more. Short. The batter doesn't quite get hold of it. Prince gets there. Keeps him to 1. Ball to go. And this, the 4th over. 40 on the board. Slower delivery, and no run. It stays on 40. 41 it will be, 41 for 2 in the first match. Catalonia Tigers, well, they'd lost more wickets, but they had a better score as well. They were 56 for 3. But of course, in that match, Yasir was still there. They'd already lost Aways. Wasim Abbas also went quickly, and Mustanza Iqbal was gone by then. But Mustanza is still there. Not sure as Iqbal as well. Mustanza 14 off the 11 balls that he's faced. They're not going at quite the rate you'd expect him to be going at. It's going to be Prince to come on to bowl here now. Prince Demand. You can just get the feeling that this is where also Ripple Warriors are losing it a little, because this is a good situation maybe to deploy spin if you had, but don't have a real natural spinner to fall back to, so they've got to stay with the pace. So that's why I think Prince Demand comes to, or prefers to bowl here, get his variations going. But yeah, just a genuine spinner to come on at this point. This is hit and we'll go all the way. It's coming our way. Watch out where this lands. Yeah, it's right on top of us. And that's one on the roof. It's always good to have a roof over your head. And for shots like this, and where does this go? Right in the middle. Yep. I'm going to drop right in between the partition between me and Mr. Maximo. So, good hit. 6 runs. So taking on the Prince. Here's a quick look at his field again. Ball. This time we'll take the single and give Mustanza the strike. They're looking to put a good partnership together, these two. Will this carry? No. Doesn't quite go to Waqar Khan. It's on the boundary. It makes, I think, the correct decision here. I think if he goes and commits for this, I don't think he's going to get there. There's every chance the ball then gets past him to the boundary. And this one will go over the boundary. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Well, 6 more. And there it is. Doesn't go over to the other side. But just getting the acceleration in here now. Both these batters, the 50 comes up. And well, both the Iqbals going pretty well. It's a nice looking shot. Along the deck, we'll take the single. Well, we've seen Patels come together in the middle. We've seen Singhs come together in the middle. Now it's the turn for the Iqbals. And they're doing pretty well at the end of another over. So they negotiate the first one from the Prince. And we now at the halfway point here. Going quite nicely, 56 on the board. 56, 2 wickets down. An opportunity for us to have a look at the ECL 23. And a fine time also to welcome for the first time today back into the competition. Mr. Maximo, buenos dias.
Thank you, Rico. Good to be back. Yes, I've been busy little bee this morning. And look, one of the things that we're planning for is the ECL. It's a 31-team tournament, and it starts on the 27th of February. Now, how far is that away? Not as far as you think. It's something like, if I had to go out on a limb, I'd say it's like 12 weeks away or something like that. Crazy. And we're going to love that. It's going to be 6 days a week. Pretty much 5 matches a day, first 2 days, and a 4-match finals day in each group. So plenty of teams to watch, including 2 from Spain with Paco Barcelona, the European champions, in there, and also Gracia, who are in Group B of this tournament and pushing for the trophy here as well. Anyway, how's the morning been? I've been lurking. Geez, Prince batted well in that last game. He almost won that game single-handedly. Just into the gap, and a bit of work for Raka Khan, but he's up to it. I've got to say, though, pretty entertaining. And it's funny, the Tigers, I suppose they have more players, you'd say, are match winners, but that first game showed you it can just take one guy to have a really good game in T10 and it can affect the result.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sensational match, wasn't it? And it was a match that was alive, really. Could have gone either way up until the 7th over when finally it was Mohamed Asif that got the wicket off Prince. But you're right, Prince batted beautifully. Yes, he also batted really well. It was just, it was a bit more like, I think, what you were used to seeing in Group A. Yeah,
it was a bit of the old basketball. Hey, I've got a question, though. I noticed that, I think Shiraz Iqbal got the player of the match. Again, nothing against him. But I just got a feeling, because Ripple Warriors didn't win, that Prince didn't get the player of the match. But I thought that was the innings of the match. I thought that was the contribution of the match.
Yeah, I think...
What do we feel about that in the chat? I mean, does your team have to win to be a player of the match? I don't think so.
No, I have seen it go to players that have ended up not on the winning side. I think when Prince Demand got that century, remember, he ended up not on the winning side.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he got the player of the match. I'm going to go and have a look, Matt.
I mean, I think it happens on occasion, but I think you just got to look at, I mean, I think you used a word in the break that there wouldn't have been a match if it wasn't for Prince in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, in that match, he got player of the match. He got the 115 of 41 deliveries, but they ended up losing. But so it does happen. But yeah, I'm with you. I think if it wasn't for that fight from the Prince, it would have been no match. So yeah, sometimes I think you've got to look at those things. And also, look, you can't take. I mean, Shiraz Iqbal, yeah, fair enough, but there was good performance also from Yasir Ali. So
yeah, that's true.
Okay. This has been launched. It's in the air. Is the fielder going to get under it? He's already passed the boundary rope, so the answer is no. And it's another one that goes over the boundary. So the monster, Mustanza Iqbal, is starting to wake up. And when he does, well, that's just a short boundary. You can hit it even further. Well, I think...
well, there's an expression in Australia that when you're tired and we say you're flat out like a lizard drinking. And because they do look a little bit like lizards, the Ripple Warriors, that's what came to my mind then, is Aktadar, and he gets launched away again. Well, this one is not even close to the boundary. That's gone miles over. Maximo, what a shot. And the monster is on the loose.
Yeah, Mustanza Iqbal, this is what he can do. When he's hitting the ball like this, he is dangerous. What he saw before that ball come, it was Waqar Khan that was taking the opportunity of a bit of a lie down. And now the Khan goes to the other Khan. That's the Khan doing the bowling. Has a little chat with him and say, hey, buddy, come on. You don't want to be bowling at his eye. Look where he's standing here. So that tells you straight away where you should be bowling. You should be bowling outside the off stump, about a yard outside the off stump. Let's see if you can get it in the right area.
On the
when
charge,
it goes to his body, it's not the right ball to bowl. 4 more.
Yeah, and so there was no fine leg of any substance. There was a really fine man in the circle, but you see here, big gap. And so once that ball was on the hip, it was an easy put away.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to get in the right areas. It's a good cricketer, is Aktadar Khan, but at the moment, he's just bowling exactly to where Iqbal would like. And it wouldn't surprise me if Iqbal in this one just stays in his crease, because he probably is expecting it to be a little bit shorter. Let's see what he does. No, he charges again, but that's the line, you see. That's the areas. That's where you got to be. And, well, Iqbal asking the question about a wide. Behave yourself. No way. It's a perfect delivery. But what do you think? I mean, he was bowling left arm over, and for some reason he started to come around. I think it's a mistake. I think he bowls much better when he's over.
Yeah, well, let's come back to that in a second. First, going to see another 6 pumped out of the ground. Well, heads up. that one's over the fence. Maximo. Oh, wow, this is reminding me of his 2 centuries that we saw from him in 2021 ECS. Yeah, I think with Akhtar, it depends whether he's swinging the ball or not. I think, but if you are going to come around the wicket like this, I think he's got to roll his fingers on more and actually try and get the ball angling in and cutting away. As it is, that's a pretty expensive one. And Catalunya Tigers, they're 79 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think also that shot is eliminated if he's coming over the wicket because of the angle that he's bowling at. There's no way the batter is going to stand firm and hit you straight down the ground. He's going to have to be looking to play, or if he does play that shot, there's every chance he's going to go up in the air and you get something like third man or backward point in with a chance taking the catch. I think he's just got to go with what his strength has to be, and being that he's got the natural ability of being a left armer, use that to his advantage. Okay, next over. It's a slow teasing full length delivery, and it's Saqib Javed that comes into the attack.
Yeah, so as far as Ripper Warriors are concerned, I mean, right now, even with this onslaught you're seeing between these two, still on target to be chasing less. And again, they'll have some confidence that Prince remain in good form and keeps this game winnable. Now, this is in the end. This is a catching chance. And it's Waka Khan that goes back and he takes it. Well, I don't think he gets in the middle of the fingers, but he sends it back from whence it came. A little ice cream cone from Waka, but it does break the partnership. Iqbal goes for 22, and it's 79 for 3.
Yeah, sure as Iqbal will go. He probably didn't have as much as a strike as Mustanza did. And a little bit frustrated getting out there. But look, clever bowling this. I said before, one thing that Ripper Warriors are missing, they're missing the variations. They haven't got an outright slow bowler, spin bowler. So just having a bowler that is capable of keeping the pace off will give them some difference, will give them some variation. And that's what's done the trick there, I think. There's no pace on it, or not enough pace on it to take it to the boundary. And once again, see Waka Khan. Well, Waka Khan, we saw him lying down earlier. Well, he was lying down and a nap. Well, he had a little siesta, an early siesta, a cheeky one. Then he gets right up and he takes a catch. Good catch from him.
I just got a feeling here that has damaged a finger on Waka because, number one, I saw it did not go into the middle of the hand. Number two, his reaction, he was kind of relieved. He ditched it up into the sky. But, yeah, I think he might need a bit of treatment here. So there might be a slight delay. Of course, they do have the services of Ali Zulfikar, the 12th man, to subfield. But, yeah, just partly the reaction, partly kind of what I saw with the ball bobbling around.
Yeah, it looks
Thought
like
it might be a bit of an issue.
a bit of freeze spray is coming out. And that will sort him out. Yeah, we're having a close look at it. I can't see.
Close look at that beard as well. It's going well, isn't it? We're almost ready to go. I just want to say good morning to everyone. Hopefully you're well. And, yeah, been a little bit quiet this morning, but that's because we are working hard on planning the 2023 season, but I have been watching. I love the innings of Prince. Neil had a comment in the chat. Hello, Neil. He said, yeah,
hello, Neil.
I think it should be the outstanding individual performance. So I think, yeah, if you win the game for your team, that you get a few extra points. But, I mean, sometimes you have one outstanding performance on one team, but it's outweighed by a better performances by more players on the other team that might not individually be as outstanding. But anyway, great time to jump in the chat and say hello to us because we're happy to be here. And only 6 days left in the season, including today. It's hard to believe, hey?
It's hard to believe, but also, look, we'll be back pretty quickly, though, won't we? That break, 7-week break, will soon go.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm watching these two teams in green that want to be seen. And the Warriors, again, plenty to play for. If they could grab a win off the Catalunya Tigers, they'll be doing something that no other team has been able to do yet. So, again, it gives them more of a chance to kind of climb into that, the second or third position, which is a double chance on Saturday. I think that's a realistic target. Here's Saqib Javed, and this is a really good shot from Awais Ahmed. He steps across and sweeps the fast bowler, goes for 4. That's an outrageous shot first ball from Awais.
Yeah, Awais Ahmed, he made a blistering start, didn't he, in the first match? When he scored 30 runs from, well, no time at all. Smashed the ball all over the place. But then he literally gave himself out. 30 of 10 he scored. And, well, he'll be hoping this time around not to give his wicket away so softly like he did last time. But what a start. Yeah, I mean, once again, we see him play this shot. It's an outrageous shot. He picks a ball that was wide outside off and sends it over to the leg side.
There's something to think about for the fielding side.
Yeah, not sure what's going on here with the umpires having some discussions here. I wonder if they've picked an error or something in the field. but there's a lot of discussion here. I'm not sure what this is about.
Yeah, me neither. They're all coming together. I mean, don't know if it's a question of whether it's 4 or 6. I mean, I think it was called pretty quickly on the field. Gives us a chance to say hello to Suruchiadov, though. Hello to you, saying hello to us. And Neil saying he's loving the beard, Rico. He's assuming you're keeping it. Well, we've got you to go end of the season. I still think January 30. It'd be nice to see kind of what we're dealing with. It's the key. Well, similar play from Always. He gets the length he wants and he puts it away. Another one banging off the fence, and Always starts with back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, well, he's fetching them up from outside off and he's sending them to the leg side boundary. That's 4 more. And still plenty of discussion from the 2 umpires here.
I mean, I thought maybe it might be 3 behind square, but it's certainly not that.
No.
It did seem like it was something to do with the field, some discussion. But anyway, I think we're good to go. And you can see right now, Waka Khan having some stern words with Saqib. Thing is, if Weiss is going to play these kind of strokes, you've got to get full and straight to him. You've got to get that Yorker on the stumps. You're a big chance to pick him up early.
Yeah.
And that's 2 balls that bounced just, not short, but short enough that he was able to play that glancing shot.
Yeah. And it also goes back to what I'm saying. If the batter's moving that much outside, well, you know what? Go there. I mean, all right, this is different because he moves down the leg side.
Yeah, he's basically playing mind games now because he backs away and barely reaches that, but he will get a couple.
Yeah, but my point is there, okay, if Aways is going to take 2 steps outside the off stump, well, then you bowl two steps wider off him because it won't be called a wide because the batter's moved in that position already. So don't bowl where we want you to bowl. And Aways wants you to, either way here, Aways is wanting you to bowl at the stumps. So don't bowl at the stumps.
Yeah, for me, but I would, as long as I get the length right.
Yeah.
You know? It's a better length, but that time the line's off.
Well, yes. Well, it's no ball being called here. Is this a no ball?
I don't know.
I don't think this goes off the pitch. I see the chalk here.
I think it's off the pitch because it's hit the chalk, but the off the pitch chalk.
Okay.
So I think it's a good call. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You can always go wider. That's one option.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think early in his innings, I'd be going full in at the stumps, as in Yorker length at the stumps. And I think you're a good chance to knock him over and you solve the problem that way. Anyway, free hit.
See, for me, I'm going to disagree with that.
But that's a no ball off the pitch. If it's bounced off the pitch, it's off the pitch.
But look at the step here. Look at the step. That line has to move just as much.
No, yeah, but it's not a wide. It's not called a wide. It's called a no ball because it bounced off the pitch.
Yeah.
So that's.
But if the pitch is wider, normal pitch, it stays on the. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Thing is, you got to hit.
I know it's the same for both teams, but I don't like it.
Ooh. It's off the pad on the reverse. Is this going to travel all the way? It might. It does. It'll be 4-leg bars, I think. He's giving it runs. Maybe it hits the gloves here. Yeah, no, it flicks the gloves. So, yeah, that one gets straight through the keeper. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying with that previous one, but where the bowler went wrong, he was too short. So with that angle, the ball actually pitches off the pitch, which is a rule that I don't even like to start with. Don't get me started on it. Yeah. So I think the bowler already is getting penalised enough, and he can't even get on the pitch, and you're like rubbing it in by saying you can't get a wicket next ball either. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up as we're 95 for 3 after 7, and we will start on the 30th of January after our 7-week break. It'll be 4 weeks here in Barcelona before we head to Khartoum for the ECL, and we just saw the ECL draw a moment ago.
Yeah, last 2 overs been productive, though. They did pick up the wicket of Shahrazad Iqbal. Still seeing 23 and 16 of the last 2. So
clock watch. We've got 7.5 minutes to bowl 2 overs here. So you're just kind of on the cusp. Got to be careful. Smash down the pitch. And watch out up in the tower because that's coming your way. Maximo. What a shot. Mustafa has been a bit quiet. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, but certainly knew what to do with that one.
Absolutely walloped. That's his shot, isn't it? I mean, he hits this so hard. The ball travels so quickly. So, well, they go with Mohammed Nazim to come back into the attack. His first over just went for 9. Well, the next ball, the first of his second, goes for 6. That's a big hit from the monster. So Mustafa Iqbal. Can't be bowling there to him. He'll take the wide. So effectively, that's 7 of 1 ball.
And smart batting to get inside that one because he can get that one again. Entertaining innings, this one. on track for about 140. Yeah, a lot of that depends about how long these two stick around. Short, pounded. And that's out of here as well. Maximo Mustanza moves to 49. He is in a mood here on day 26.
Yeah, he certainly is. And that's only ball number 19 to him as well. Well, Mohamed Nazim doesn't really know where he wants to be bowling this. Well, short is not the answer. Pitching it up isn't either. I think you got to look to try and get him cutting. Coming round the wicket as well, so he's always bowling into the swinging, and the swinging Mustanza, and the swinging monster puts another one to the boundary. That's the third boundary in this over, and it also brings up his half century. Well batted board, Badania Mustanza Igmanu apni half century puri kalli, and just in 20 deliveries as well. Well, Shaba, and well, another batter that brings up half century here. It's a day of runs, isn't it?
That's such a good innings from Mustanza. He brought him in for this very, very reason. And yeah, he's only faced 20 balls out of the 45 while he's there, so he hasn't had a lot of strike. He's always looked good when he's had it, and this is no exception. He just clubs this away over mid-wicket. It's 6 more. Maximo Mustanza on the loose. He's past 50, and guess what, Rico? With about quarter of the innings left, he ain't finished yet.
He ain't finished yet, indeed. And this is what, this is what the Catalonia Tigers have. This is what they possess. They possess batters and a multitude of them that can do just this. So you think that it's going to be, they're going to contain them, and somebody comes out and does this. And, well, he's still going strong. This one will have to be handled. It can't be handled. The fielder, he gets this one a little bit hot and spicy, and it's another one that goes to the boundary. It's 4 more. And just not bowling right into his. I don't know why he's coming around the wicket. He's coming around the wicket and he's bowling right into the areas where he wants. Well, there.
They're taking cover over there.
Yeah, we'll just lie down and watch this. They're thinking, yeah, let's lie down and watch Mustanza Iqbal turn on the star. 63 he's raced onto here.
12th man looks pretty good to me. Get me on some of that. Well, let's just stop bowling on the pads because you're going to get clipped away like you're nothing. Maximo Nazim goes for 42 off his 2 overs. And I said the 140 a second ago. Well, they might be 140 with an over or so remaining at the moment because it's 128 for 3 after 8. And Mustanza moved to 69.
Yeah, well, that was supersonic. And if my maths is correct, Vinny, that's 33 of that over. I mean, you're bowling around the wicket. You're bowling the wrong lines. You're bowling into his hitting zone. And every ball that's there, Mustanza knows he can't be LBW. He's going to just step inside and wallop it. That's exactly what he does.
Crazy over. Every single one of the balls, okay, except for the wide, that doesn't count. Every single ball went to the boundary or over. And, well, hello up there. How's things going? Oh, nice. How do they operate the camera with a mitten on? Yeah, hello. Well, you want us to come out of the cube? Forget it. I don't even know who's... I'm assuming that's Valentine's up there. Is that right? Give me a thumbs up if I'm right. Okay, good. Hello, Valentines. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, this is crazy. His partnership's 49 off 12. But yeah, my biggest problem there, okay, you can talk about the line and the angles and all this. It's the length. You're giving him stuff that he can get under. Yeah. I haven't seen a Yorker. Yeah. All right, here's Karamjit Singh and over number 9. Switches on. So this won't be a wide because he basically gives up his leg side. This will be a bye.
Karamjit bowled. I think he was the pick of the bowlers in the first match. He came in at the right time. He was tidy. And but then the captain, he's only given himself, just going to get this one over at the 9th over. So, bit of a strange move. This is well bowled. It's in the slot. Look, the last, well, he decides not to have a go. Last 2 overs, the last 3 overs went for 72 runs.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
72 runs.
Yeah, 23, 16 and 33. Neil's got an interesting one. He said we're talking about cricket records. 2 the other day by England in the Test match. That's true. Oh, it's the slower ball. Again, it's something different, isn't it? So
yeah.
A rare miss. This might be another bye. And yeah, about most centuries in a day, most runs ever in a day, most runs by one side in a Test match. All I will say, Test cricket's always copying us, aren't they? We're the ones that were setting records for runs in a day and things like that. And then next minute, everyone's playing copycat. Oh, this would be a wide. Tell you what, he's having a rough over, as in Matt Bull behind the stumps. He's 0 for 3 on stops.
I don't think he should be standing up. He might as well go back. because everything that's coming, I think he
Well,
wants
he's
to go
had 3 different ones that were all different in nature, and he hasn't touched either.
back. Well, he goes back now, so he might as well move the backstop.
Goes back a little
You
bit.
don't need the backstop there. That's a wasted fielding position now
Hey,
that he goes
look
back.
at the length, though. I mean, look at the length of this ball. I know it's frustrating to watch sometimes. Karamjit is just put that, something's going to bounce on the crease or bounce on the guy's sneaker.
Yeah.
That's where you're finding it a bit more difficult to just hit on this pitch through the line, through the length. This one he just misses, and when you just miss, you find you get hurt. And this is launched out of the ground. Maximo always moves to 20 in quick time.
Yeah, big hit. This sounded beautiful, doesn't it? I mean, look, he gets the elevation, and well, this hits, smacks, there you go, smacks the side of the fence, and the ball comes back clean as a whistle. Good hit.
Close up.
Going to be, well, the backstop gets this one wrong. Yeah, it's
2
going to be
wides.
another wide. So, look, still, though, when you think of the overs we've seen so far, that's frustrating that he's bowled a couple of wides in this one because Lees is doing the right thing. And I keep saying, it's something different. This is what Ripple Warriors haven't been doing, something different. All the bowlers are bowled the same. This will be worked away. Should be stopped and will be.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, people are always copying us, the crossing on a catch thing. Suddenly, everyone thinks it's a good idea. We're full of good ideas here at ECN. And we get to the end of the 9th over. The score is 142 for 3. So I talked about the 140 as the pace they were going a couple of overs ago. Well, that pace has increased dramatically. How's this for an over? By dot, by 2 wides, 1, 6, 2 wides, 1. So there were 6 plus 2 singles off the over, but 6 extras as well. So 14 total. I mean, par for the course at the moment. And now Prince is going to bowl over number 10. And the way things are looking, they might be chasing something similar, maybe even more than the 155 they were chasing for victory in the first game this morning.
Yeah, this will be the plan. I mean, Mustanta Iqbal has batted so well.
This is over the offside, and I don't see this getting stopped. It bounces, but it bounces over the fielder. That's the old trampoline Tortuga. Mustanta Iqbal moves to 75, and a good start to the 10th over for the Tigers.
Yeah, certainly is. A good hit from him. We saw that in the contest between these two in the first time round. It was that man there, the man doing the bowling, that got into the 70s. 76 or 28. He kept their team's hopes alive. But now we see another 70 score. And Iqbal, he's looking to score a few more. He's hit this too well. This ain't going to be stopped by Khan either. What a delightful shot. You know, the thing about him is I know he's powerful, and he's shown that already when he's hitting the ball down the ground. He hit it big, but he's got the classy shots as well. That was a beaut.
Yeah, and this is frustrating. Again, it's not a bad ball, but he just misses his spot. And this is more like ECC cricket or ECL cricket, isn't it? Where we see when bowlers make little mistakes, the batters pounce.
Yeah.
See, that's better from Prince. That's a genuine kind of Yorker that has to be dug out. But if you're just short of that, it becomes a half volley. Good play. Oh, now. Always has got, thinking about a second. Yeah, but if you just miss your spot, then you're going to get punished by good batters and good teams because the pitch, is normally pretty batter friendly, and that's really what we see when we're at Khartoum, isn't it? Where bowlers miss that Yorker just short. Batters are so confident hitting with their technique to hit and elevate down the ground and hit sixes. Stanza is going to be gone here. And again, it's a better length to him. You see it's fuller. Again, not quite the block hole, but almost. And so, very, very entertaining knock from a stanza of 80 off just 31 balls. 8 Maximo, 6 fours in there, but he does fall. The score has passed 150, though. It's 152 for 4.
Yeah, catch taken there by Zimpa. What a good knock this is. And there's another guy who's going to get a very warm reception when he goes back. It's a good innings. It's good to see, especially if you're a Catalonia Tiger supporter or player. Good to see that to the big man, the monster, has found his form again. So you got the likes of him going well. You got Yasser Ali performing. You saw there Shiraz Iqbal also batted well. Awais Ahmed is looking good. They're looking formidable, aren't they? They really are looking strong. And with a ball to go here, they're looking to see if they can go past the 154 that they put on the board in the last match. Last ball from the Prince.
Yep, strap yourselves in. Slight miss here. Ilias will get 1.
They'll go 2 here, surely.
Yeah, you might get 2 here. Good throw to the keeper will do him. They don't. They go to neither end.
Maybe 3.
Yeah,
There
might
is
as
3.
well.
They're going to get 3.
Well, hold the phone. Might have more than 3.
Maybe 4. No, 3 it will be. So they do go past.
Oh, Ilias has just turned a strike rate of 100 into 300, just like that, because he'll finish 3 off 1 in the end. Let me just carry the 4. They're going to finish on 155, so they get 1 run more than they got last time. Again, Prince held him in the game, you know, throughout the first 3 quarters innings last time, but he's going to have to play a knock of a lifetime, really, to knock these runs over. 156 the target. And the Warriors, they had some good moments in there. Again, the monster, he was in a mood, wasn't he? Along with Always, carried them to a very healthy total.
Yeah, I mean, they lost Wasim Abbas the very first ball he faces, but it just again shows you the strength of this side. Even though you lose wickets early, I mean, the last time we know they lost the likes of Always Ahmed pretty early, Wasim Abbas, and also Mustanta Iqbal, but they managed to get the 150 on the board, and they've done the same thing again. But this time, though they did lose Wasim Abbas, and they lost Yasir Ali on 16 as well. I mean, Mustanta Iqbal, he just batted beautifully, and I like the way he paced himself as well. He didn't go after every ball, he wasn't slogging, he was playing proper cricket shots. So this was the wicket to get rid of Yasir. That was important, and Waqar Khan was the man who took the catch. Well, Awais Ahmed came out and he wanted to do some funky stuff, and he tried to bring a bit of showbiz to his innings, but well, Mustanta, he said, forget all of that fancy stuff, just stand tall and hit it big, and he did. And well, we saw another supersonic over as well, and that was Mohammad Nazim. He went for 33 in the 8th over, and well, it was just a bit of carnage out there, but the Catalonia Tigers, they get the runs on the board again. The River Warriors, can they do what they did in the last one and stay in the hunt until the last, or can they do even better? Can somebody like Prince Demand go even bigger and even better, and maybe get another century to his name and pull off what would be quite a remarkable run chase? Have a look at the scorecard. So once again, not the openers that were doing the damage. It was number 3 batter Mustanta Iqbal, the monster, went big, 80 of 31 deliveries. Shahriz Iqbal provided a good bit of support and a good partnership, and then there right at the end we saw some good hitting once more from Awais, and well, some of the balls that he plays from outside off stump are quite remarkable, really. On the bowling front, it was successful. Waqar Khan 1 for 20. I think he bowled really well. I'd like to see Karamjit Singh bowl more. I think he's got the variations that I'm asking to see from the Ripple Warriors. Not too much success though. Once again, for the Prince Demand, he does pick up a wicket, but he goes for 28. Khan this time, he's normally one of their key bowlers. He went for plenty, 34. He went for, and also I don't think it was a bad over there from Sahid Javid. I think again, he just does something different. He didn't bowl with too much pace, just kept the ball off it. And of course, he picked up the key wicket of Shahriz Iqbal in doing so. So we're at the halfway point in match number 102. It's the second encounter between the Catalonia Tigers and the Ripple Warriors. The Tigers once again have roared to 155. So this time around, the Ripple Warriors will need 156 for victory. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are in Barcelona at this beautiful Olympic Mount Juicy ground. And join us in 10 minutes time when we come back for the run chase to see if the Ripple Warriors can get to the 156 record for victory. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hola, muy buenas y bienvenido de Campo de Montjuïc aquí en Barcelona. Ese partido es contra de Catalunya Tigers con de Ripple Warriors y de Tigres gana de primero. Es de segundo partido. Y otra vez la Catalunya Tigres está muy fuerte con la bateadores y pone 155 carreras. Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the second time. We see the Ripple Warriors reply to a big score from the Catalunya Tigers. It was 154 in the first match and the Ripple Warriors fell 37 short. But this time it's one more, 155. So 156 is the target. Prince Diman, he was the man that kept him in it for a fair time in the last match. Well, he starts off the way that he started off match number 1. And that's with the boundary out on the offside. It just times his away, doesn't try and hit it too hard, finds the gap. And 4 runs. Diman is off and running. Mohamed Asif is the bowler. He had a very good first match. Not only was he the man who eventually got the breakthrough and got the wicket off Prince Diman, but 2 sensational runouts in that first match as well. Let's see what he can do with this one. Good delivery, nice areas. Doesn't give Diman the width that he wants. Let's see the Tigers very tight on the offside. Got a ring of fielders in the circle. Six and 3 field from them. This will be called wide. Everybody in the ring on the offside. In fact, it's a 4 to 5 field. I just noticed there's a fielder on the boundary that's camouflaged at the moment. See him here now. So they have got a square leg back. It's a square leg and long on back. 2 men inside the circle. And this is not going to be anywhere near that man, though. This is played far too fine. A good shot. Just rocks back on this. Well, does this the MJ style. Gets a little, and the swivel as it goes to the boundary. 4 runs. So Prince is up and going again. But look, the rate they're requiring is around about 15. So you're looking at least a minimum of 3 boundaries and over to stay up with the rate. Well, he's got 2 of them. 3 balls still to come in the over. But it's a big ask. As if better reply. This time Prince manages to block it out and take the single at the same time. So Nazim will go on strike. Nazim, he supported Prince Diman very well in the last match, and he himself played some good shots early on to get him going. But then I think he got a bit bogged down. I think he made the classic mistake of just, they was giving the strike to Prince. He was, well, forgot how to hit the ball himself. And when the Prince went, he wasn't able to take over. So he needs to stay positive all the way through. It's a nice shot. Gulam Sawa back into the side. The normal captain does the fielding. Just wonder whether Gulam will have a bowl. I think if he does, it'll be much later on, and maybe when the danger is over, because otherwise, well, he can bowl a few runs. Gulam does get that, I'm sure probably will. Maybe we'll bowl the 4th over. Good delivery from Asif. This one gets punched down the ground. And another single taken. Will also be the end of the over. So 12 off the first. So don't quite get to the 15 that they require. So falling 3 short in this one. And that's how difficult a task this is. It's every time you don't get that 3rd boundary in an over, it just means that rate will just go up a notch. You see, it moves up to 16. Another thing that moves up is the number of matches without a golden ball. 38 it stands at now. Sawa, quite word into the air of the new bowler. Be somebody who bowled very well, I think. Miraj in the air and gets enough of this to get over the fielder. Be a couple of bounces and we go to the boundary. It does intrigue me really that captains are reluctant to set this field to Prince Demand and have a man out there on the boundary or at point or backward point. He plays so many shots down there, and that's another one. If you're brave enough to do it, well, that's a chance. It's an opportunity. And now he goes the other side and he hits this beautifully. Well, this one is another ball that will go downtown Barcelona as this one gets cracked out of the ground. Oh, what a shot that is. Eso es muy bien, muy grande. Que golpe. Eso golpe muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de Navidad. What a lovely shot. Yep, that's right. That is sweeter than, well, a bit of Christmas cake. What a lovely shot that was. The powerful, yet also a great timer of the ball on placer. Prince Dibani moves pretty quickly onto 20. Raj will go the same way, but this time it's just a little chip, if you like, over the infielders. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. It's all about timing. Goes down on one knee. And this one goes sort of in between Yasir Ali and Ghulam Sawa. There's another boundary. So, Mirage under attack. Slower delivery. So well played, actually, by the Prince. He doesn't try and hit this too hard. I mean, he doesn't get excited by the fact that it's a full toss on the legs and miss out on it. He waits for it and places it away. Takes a single. I'm not sure what's happened to the very bright pads that Nazim had earlier. Oh, this is a no ball. Gandhi delivery. Great work by Awais Ahmed. Takes a very good look where Awais is there. He does really well to get there. So will be a free hit. Mirage just feeling a bit of the pressure. I think this is an effort to get the ball outside the off stump, but well, it goes too big, and well done by Awais Ahmed. Free hit. License go to full Monty. But he won't. And good fielding. Ouch. Well, where does he wear this one? As the throw comes back. Well, no sign of any discomfort from the batter. Nazim plays it. And when he gets back, well, when does this hit? Hit something. Don't see it from that angle. Well, it hits his bat, actually. Well, there you go. Back of the bat. See, I can hit the ball without even looking. Oh, well, it was there for the shot, but I think he beats him with a bit of the flight, slightly slower once. So Mirage, he does finish the over well. They do get 16 from it, so that's better. That's where they need to be. 28 without loss. The Warriors looking to leapfrog the other young stars if they can get a victory. The young stars, of course, though, will have matches in hand. The Catalonia Tigers looking to make it a perfect 12 from 12. They've got the runs on the ball to do it, and they've got the bowlers to defend it as well. Asif will bowl, he's out. So not holding him back this time. Well, he starts with a bad one down the leg side. It's a bit of a Gandhi ball, and it's been whipped away nicely by Prince Demand. This is an area where the last time I was watching him bat, he looked slightly weak on. He was getting a few deliveries on the leg side and he wasn't able to put them away. But no such problems today. It's another one. He's whipped off his legs quite beautifully. 4 more. Short, hit hard. And, well, this is a difficult one for the fielder. He's had a few problems out there at times, has Ilyas. And this one, well, it was always going to be. It's one of those where I think you've got to be brave as a fielder and say, you know what, this is going to hit me, it's going to hurt me, but I need to do it for my team. Ilyas decides, nah, I'm not going to. I'll let this one go. I'm not being damaged by that Kookaburra. It's 4 more. Bowler's none too pleased. Asif, though, has got to get the ball pitched up. It's too short. Better line, but a better shot. That is a beautifully timed hit. That's 6 more. And the Prince is going berserk again. What a lovely shot this is. This is all about timing. We've seen, as I said before about him, there's power, but there's timing as well. Timing and placement. This was an absolute beaut Well, this over so far is boundary, boundary, and boundary. Mohamed Asif goes short, inside edge, and this will be another, will it? Yes, well, 4 boundaries on the spin. This is not quite where it was intended to be. It's the slower short delivery. The Prince, well, he gets himself into the wrong position for it, but gets fortunate. Gets a bit of an inside edge, gets past Awais Ahmed, diving to his left. It's going to be 4 more. Well, the onslaught is on. $18 off the over. Here you see it, 4-4, 6-4. And this will be another one that will go to the boundary. The question is how far. I suspect all the way. Normally when he hits this, well, no, just one bounce. Well, let's see how short it does land. Oh, that's really close. Oh, really, really close. But I think you can see from those rubber pellets that bounce off the ground just before the rope. So 4 runs. 50 on the board. And then, well, he's happy to dig this one out and take the single, take him back on strike. And Prince Dimon, he has moved to 48 of 15 deliveries. It's quite remarkable. 51 it is then after 3. And the option to use a sift straight away doesn't work. And it's a very, very good power play. They are way ahead now. I mean, they started off being a little bit behind, but with that over, they are 51, and in comparison to the Tigers, who are at this point on 30. Looks like they are going to go to some spin here now. And they're going to try and Wasim Abbas. Didn't bowl in the first match. And so basically going with Abbas here as opposed to Ghulam Dastagir. So interesting. The Prince waits. 48 of 15. Abbas needs to get it right straight away. The field has been spread. Cut away. Fielder's got to get down. Does. Gets a bit on it. Stops the boundary and keeps it to 1. Good bit of fielding. This time just relying on his timing. Look, opens the face of the bat, but nicely stopped. And that was Dastagir. Nazim comes down, goes for the big shot. That's only his 5th delivery. So we're going to start off this, the 4th over. That's just the 5th delivery that Nazim has faced. He's got 1 to his name. Did a bit shorter, gets pulled away, across the line. Batter's quite happy, quite content just to take the single. Prince 1 away for back-to-back half-centuries in the day. Comes down, hits it on the up, and hits it straight to Ghulam Sawa. He won't get to that half-century, he'll fall. And going for that timed lofted drive or cover drive of his, but this time he doesn't get it over. Well, he picks the shortest man, Ghulam Sawa, but he may be little, but he's able to hang on to it. And yeah, you see, he just doesn't get the elevation. And he'll be thinking he should have gone the full Monty. And gives his wicket away and has to go. It's been a fine knock. A fine performance from Prince Dimon. And if you didn't know who Prince Dimon was before the start of the day, you do now. 76 of 28 off the first. And then 49 of just 17 deliveries. But he goes, and the captain of the Tigers, Sawa, takes the catch. And, well, he made the call to go with Abbas as opposed to Ghulam Dastagir. And it works for him. Using Mohamed Asif in the third didn't, but this time he's able to say, well, okay, fine, hands up. Maybe I shouldn't have used Asif so early to bowl himself out, but I went with Abbas, and we get the prize wicket of the Prince Demand. Now, the question is, can anybody keep this going? They weren't able to in the first when the Prince went, but they've got him a lot earlier here now. Masood comes out. He's got to keep, he's got to be brave, got to play shots, and he goes for it, and he's going to get it. 6 runs, and that's exactly what they need. And Masood, well, we know that he's one man that he can. He hits this one beautifully timed, gets enough on it, and despite the efforts on the field there, and that's Mohamed Asif. He's not able to get anything on it, so Abbas goes for his first boundary. A ball to go in this one. Masood has just got to keep going. They've got to believe. Oh, this is all pad. He's got to go. If this, well, it must have been. It's got to be some bat on this. Otherwise, he's got to be not out. Let's have a look. Must have got a bit of bat on this, because otherwise this is knocking him over. Let's see. He goes all the way back, and oh well, I don't see anything, if I'm honest. But the umpire decides that is not out, so he survives. Does Masood, and that's right. Could go down as a huge let up. Let's see if we do see anything on this scene again. No, I mean that's all pad, and I reckon he's very lucky, Masood, to still be there. Abbas bowls a tidy over and gets a wicket, the key wicket. Only 8 come off it, 59 for 1, and that rate is approaching the 17 mark here. Nazim is still there. We know he's got the shots. Now's the time for him to click. It's 2 of 6. He's on so far, and it will be the continued attack of spin. Ghulam Dastgir now comes on, and very clever bowler. Gets this one to tweak the other way. Swing and a miss. And this will just be a single. I think Catalonia Tigers showing also what the Ripple Warriors are missing. They haven't got any spin in their attack. And even when, I mean, they haven't got spin bowler, they've got Karamjit Singh, the captain, and when he comes on to bowl, even he makes a difference because he's so different to the other bowlers, but didn't back himself, or doesn't back himself to bowl often enough. So it gets played away. They'll take the single, but singles are not good enough. Singles hurt them here. And Catalonia Tigers are getting into the comfort zone of knowing they're looking like they're going to make it 12 from 12 here, as that rate will pretty soon get to around the 20 mark. Every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary, slight misfield here, and the batters will take 2, and they're going to have to scurry to get there. Awais Ahmed does well, has to go to the throw, and then as he's diving, gets the ball onto the stumps, but the umpire seems to be quite happy with that one. See, he takes it here well, and yeah, the bat is down, so no issues with that at all. And acrobatic work though from Awais Ahmed. That's very well. We'll see that here again. Yeah, he's pretty alert to it. Takes the glove off. He knows he's going to have a shot at the stumps. And nice to see that he's wearing the helmet, because it looks like he does go into headbutt the wickets. Now this one has been blasted, and it is out of here. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es una 6 for Masood. Well, he might be lucky to be still there, but he's saying, I'm going to make the most of it, as he smacks this to the boundary. Dastgir goes for a Maximo. But once again, even with that shot, and even if this one goes to the boundary, which I think it will, it does indeed. That's 4 more, so 6 and 4. He certainly is hungry for more, and but still is not enough. It's not anywhere near what they need in the over. So even though they do finish with those 2 big hits, the score does move on to 73. 73 for 1. But at the moment, it's all about the Tigers. As Maximo, you come back from your nap. Nice to see you.
Yep, just waking up. Yeah, hi everybody. It's great to be back. And yeah, look at the Warriors. It's so hard. I don't ever like trying to focus on one player too much in a team, but it's very difficult not to do that with the Ripple Warriors. I mean, it just seems completely different. It feels like there's it's impossible for them to lose if he's at the crease the whole time, and if he's not, it's almost impossible for them to win. It just seems that way. Anyway, this is a little bit short, and maybe I should eat my words because Masood, he's a guy that can hit a long ball. So, I mean, they're certainly on target or close to being on target in this chase. Maybe someone like a Masood can step up, and I think that's the key for the Warriors to have sustained success. They need more people contributing.
Yeah, they do. It's nice to see that you're wearing sort of kind of the Spanish colours.
Yeah,
Spanish colours. It is a big day here in Spain.
It sure is.
It's a Constitution Day. This one's up in the air. It's hovering, and it's going to beat the fielder, who's going to have to try and stop it from getting to the boundary. He does pretty well. He finds it, so they'll get 2.
I thought that'd be a good choice of colour scheme today. I mean, I do like wearing the Spanish colours anyway, the yellow shoes as well. So, yeah, big, happy Constitutional Day here in Spain to all our Spanish viewers as well. I'm sure we've got quite a few of them.
Up in the air, chance, and it will get taken. That's a good catch taken. He's going to come in from the boundary. It's starving on him, isn't it, Shoraz Iqbal, as he comes in. But Abbas, although he did get pumped for a big hit, he does take another wicket. And that is very difficult, though, isn't it, for the Warriors? Because even when they're hitting 1 boundary, 2 boundaries, they know they need more. This one, he's playing it off the back foot. It's not really going to get any power in it to take it to the boundary. So Masood, he comes, and, well, he goes. A quick fire 15. That was the 6th delivery that he faces, and it is Abbas who picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, fortunately the Warriors, a little bit of a mini run, princeless, but yeah, nice catching by the Tigers. Look, Tigers, if they keep winning, they can't lose top spot. I mean, they're 11 in a row. If they win this one, it'll be 12. Tricky games coming up, though. I can't wait to see them face off with Raval Sporting. I think that'll be a really good one to watch.
Well, that'll be the key, because at the moment, let's say Raval, we're going to see them later, aren't they, against the Tigers. This one gets played away, no run. They should be taking the run, but decide not to. But yeah, just going back to that, if Raval have lost 1 game, but if they now from here on in go on and winning all their matches, it could come down to that battle between them.
Yeah, that will. See, Raval actually have a fair. They've played 4 less matches, including this one here. We'll see them coming up this afternoon, and they've got 2 games against the Ada Tigers. They'll be hoping to put them away. The Ada Tigers are improving, though, no doubt about that. End of the 6th over here. It's 81 for 2 after 6. Yeah, but looking at the Catalunya Tigers, okay, after this we don't see them again till Friday, where they play Raval Sporting. So in that time, between now, the Tigers game now, and the Tigers next game, Raval Sporting would have played 4 matches.
Yeah.
2 of them against the Tigers. You expect they win those. 2 of them against Gracia. Maybe a toss-up. Maybe Gracia, the form they're in, slightly favourites. But, yeah, it should be a really interesting battle. And for me, they look like the top 3 teams. And one team will get to go straight through to Sunday. The others will have to fight for it. Anyway, next over coming up, Gulam Daskia, a little bit short, elevated away, but it is caught eventually. Well, he has to hug it to himself in the end, and it's a bit of a funny one, but it was effective, and Gulam Daskia comes up with a wicket. It's 81 for 3.
Yeah, Daskia gets a wicket, and once again, it's a spin, isn't it? Spin to win, maybe, because it's Gulam Daskia and Wasim Abbas that seem to be doing all the damage here at the moment. Gulam Sarwar, he's the little sort of man behind it all.
Watch Ilias here, sorry. He drops it, but luckily it doesn't get too far away, and as he's falling, he's able to clutch it. So he gets a bit of luck there. Well, quite often you see Tahir Ilias with the gloves, but he can also do a job on the boundary. 81 for 3 now.
Yeah, he makes sure he gets it cuddled in. So, yeah, I was just saying that Gulam Sarwar, that's what he's so good at. He's the little motivator, isn't he? He's always there talking to the bowlers. He's always there talking to the fielders. He keeps them G'd up. He pulls the strings, and, well, maybe now with the score as it is, the rate is coming up to about 20. We might even see him have a bowl as well. But you probably hope to see Daskia maybe pick up a wicket or 2 first. It's who'll come out. No run there.
Yeah, it's a funny one for the Warriors. I mean, they're still odds on to make Saturday. And they'll be a bit of a danger team, I think, for anyone that plays them on Saturday. When you think about some of the potential they've got. just think about what Hira Sabadell did in Group A. They were able to come win 3 matches in a row and beat 2 higher ranked opponents. So I think it's another reason that the teams above them will want to avoid meeting them. He's just gear. It's well bowled. It's right off the end of the pad. I might get a run here.
Yeah, I think also with the Ripper Warriors, I know that all the talk, of course, is always going to be about Prince Diman. Of course it is. He's such a star player. But I think today, having Mohammed Nazim coming in the side, he's somebody who looks like he's useful. Only played just a couple of times today, so he'll get better with the bat. And he bowled pretty well as well. So already they've picked up one more player, and I'm assuming that he'll be available to play for them for the rest of the series. If he is, he gives them a little bit more strength. We know that Masood is somebody also that can perform. And these two out here, they played important parts. Just that the other batters haven't quite clicked. Maybe, you're absolutely right. They all click at the right time. Anything can happen, but at the moment, this is another opportunity. Sawa just can't get to it. So it just dropped short of Sawa coming through. They'll get a single. And Dustgear, as he always does, finishes a fine spell. Picks up 1 for 16. And he leaves the Ripple Warriors now way behind that rate as they go to 83. 3 down. That rate is, approaching the 25 mark. And when we mentioned Raval Sporting, well, there they are. Raval Sporting will be playing the Higa Tigers. That is the next match up. Those two teams will battle it out. The last 2 matches today. And remember, the Tigers themselves, they'll be boosted after getting their first win.
Exactly. They were able to beat Fateh. They beat Fateh in the last doubleheader they played. I mean, they had a chance to actually win both games. They won one of them. Here is Shiraz Iqbal, bowling number 8. He's a bit short, and Hussain can't deal with it.
Iqbal, he's been good today. And certainly has shown, certainly in the first match when he was batting, showed signs of exactly what he's capable of.
Come on, your Tigers, though. Just keep winning. Winners win. That's what one of my teammates used to say to me.
Yeah.
Winners win. That's what we do. And it's a habit, isn't it? And even though they've been tested at times, they just seem to always have the answers. And they really brought a strong top 6 with the bat today. And even if they didn't all fire, that 1 or 2 would. And that's what's driven them to 150 plus totals in both games.
Yeah.
And lucky they got that many, because I think the way that the Warriors challenged in the last game and even this game, something like 120 or something like that could have been quite achievable.
Yeah, I still, though, Vinny, I still believe that the Warriors, they missed the opportunity. I think you win the toss, you bat.
Yeah.
You know, that was a surprise for me.
Yeah, true. In the air, and this is a potential catch. It is caught. Nicely taken out there by Mohammed Asif. I mentioned before, I like his work, whatever he does. He's a normally really reliable customer. So a 4th wicket falls down. It's 84 for 4. Well, just going back to what you were saying there, trying to work out the strategy behind bowling again. I mean, they'd already conceded 150 when that toss was done. So they knew that it didn't go well in the first game.
Yeah.
Maybe all I'm thinking is it allows Prince to know exactly what he has to do and how many risks he has to take. Also, yeah, maybe they can adjust their batting order based on how many they're chasing. So I guess sometimes that is information to know how many you need to chase. And maybe Prince bats differently if they're chasing 100 versus 150. And it has to be a bit more aggressive and can be a bit more selective if it's less. That's all I can think. But I tend to agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that I probably would have liked to bat first just to change the rhythm of the game after what happened in the first.
Change the rhythm, and also you're taking away something from the Tigers. You're not allowing them to do what they want to do. Catalonia Tigers, they win the toss, they're going to bat every time, all the time. You know, they're that sort of team. Good delivery there, well played out.
That's another reason to win the toss and bat, because sometimes if you're not sure, but you know what the other team wants to do, you do the opposite.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, yeah, if you do the opposite and it's okay, well, I know you want this, so I'm not going to do it. That's what I call the juvenile school of captaincy, where it's like, well, if you want that, I want to do it now. Not that I really want it, I just want it because you want to do it. Anyway, hello to everyone in the chat, by the way. This is not a bad delivery. It's full straight. We don't have a run out here. Sakib's gone way too far. Is he going to make it back? Well... not just that. We might have 4 overthrows here. Unfortunately, it's one of the longest dot balls. I don't think a ball has ever travelled that far around the ground. without a run being scored. Because I reckon, I'm going to calculate this. Okay, that's gone, I'm going to say it's gone 25 metres, and then 25 metres back is 50, and then he's thrown it to the boundary, I'm going to say 45, 95. I reckon that's got 150 metres and they couldn't get a run. And now it's going to be, well, it might not be out. Always is after it. He won't get there. I like the way he runs after most of that and then points to the outfielder like, hey, what are you doing? He said, what are you doing? It's right there.
Yeah.
I might have to get out the measuring tape here in a minute to work out who this is closer to. Bit of entertainment, though, at the end of this one.
Yeah, well, he's probably just forgotten where the fielder is and said, oi, I forgot you were there. And he's saying, what are you doing here? You should be behind the stumps. Okay, so is the end of the over, and you can see that Catalonia Tigers, they're all over Ripple Warriors here, and they sense that this is another victory in the bag for them. They continue the good work that they've been doing. It's 86 for 4 for Warriors, and you can see the way that Manhattan is looking, where it's all gone wrong. It started well, didn't it, in the power play? In fact, the power play was 51. 50 came off the first 3, and then well, it started to go downhill pretty quickly. Yes, it comes on. It floats that one right up there. So Hussein, can he get some valuable runs here? Maybe, I mean, just valuable runs, just to try and get into some sort of form. That's what the other important thing is for this mid-order batters. Get into form, getting ready for playing in that Group B finals day. Well, he doesn't really make good contact here. He'll take a single. The 2 batters just a little jolly to get themselves in. Well, they've made these mistakes before where they haven't run hard and they've been caught out by the outfielder, Frank. Well, it was Mohamed Asif that got 2 batters out last time doing that. And Makbul was one of them, and Khan was the other. Ali, once more.
He tried this leg spinner sometimes. I wouldn't say it seems that natural to Yassir, to be honest, but I think he's trying to use it as a bit of a variation. You can normally see it coming. It's just a matter of whether he can pitch it.
Yeah, wide ball called that time.
Most times a little bit short at the moment. He's not really thinking that loop, which is what makes leg spinners really tough to deal with. You've got to get that up to kind of lure the batter forward, whereas this is one you know you can pretty much play from the crease. Let's just have a look. Is this close? Well, not really. If he had the ball, it would have been out. He didn't.
Just tiki-taka now. The runs have very much dried up. Yassir Ali continue. Nice to see that as well. That match officials back to an area where they are able to take the caps off the bowlers. So we're not gonna, don't have to see fielders wearing 2 or 3 caps. Should become a bit of a thing.
That's better. That's a better leg spinner. Yeah, I like to see. Yes, he's definitely trying something here. And if he could perfect this, it makes him even more of a versatile and dangerous player, doesn't it?
Yeah, we know all about his abilities anyway.
His last 2 are pretty decent. They're full art, but they're not full tossers. And they lure the batter forward. And the reason that's difficult is because if you do go forward, when it spins, you have less chance to actually react to the spin. Whereas when you go back, you can kind of see it spin and adjust your shot. When you go forward, you're kind of less in control of that. You're guessing a little bit. Yeah, see, that's a good length. He's right there from side on. So Hussein having a bit of a rough time of it. He's 4 off 13. And it does take us to the end of the 9th over. The score is 91 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled. Just trying out a few things here. You can afford to do so. Plenty of runs on the board. And Ghulam Sawa, the captain, he's quite happy just to lead the troops to victory here. It's not wanting to have a bowl himself. You see him do that a lot. He's such an unselfish guy as well. And he says to Wakas Miraj, go on, you have a bowl, Miraj. Well, he got clobbered a bit, didn't he? So this is an opportunity for him to maybe pick up a wicket and make it a better day for him. Yeah, Miraj, he was bowled the 2nd over. And wasn't a good one. Gets an opportunity to end his day on a better note. Nearly squeezes this through. The batters, well, they're at the point now where they're not even looking to take the singles. So it looks like it's going to be a score which is may even finish under 100. They're still 9 short of that with 4 balls to go. Now this has been hit up in the air and will just drop short of Glandasgear, who comes in and sees the ball drop in before him. He just gets the brakes on and gets it back. Hello to Keanu and Wayne and on the chat. Having plenty of conversation. Well, this is a very good slow delivery, which where the batter plays so early and he's almost finished playing the shot before he hits it. Good work there from the umpire. Well, a nice footwork. I think that's Safwan there, stopping the ball from hitting the stumps at his end.
Yeah, hello guys. Sorry, I've been a bit quiet in the chat today, but like I say, working really hard to try and come up with some plans for next year. It should be really exciting, and we're still looking forward to what happens this afternoon as Ruffle Sporting get back on the park. But yeah.
If Aways hits this, it would have been out.
Oh yeah.
We probably ain't got time to see it as we go back to the live action.
About knew he wasn't going to hit, so clever strategy. They'll get one here, and so the Warriors, they had their moments here at the start of the day, but they're just not able to put together a winning chase. They were chasing a bunch, weren't they? Over 150 both times. In this one, match 102, it finishes up. Catalonia Tigers 155, Ripple Warriors 94. And in the end, I think the Tigers, they're pretty happy with their morning's work. Well, what's better than 10 out of 10? Well, that's hard to say, but 12 out of 12, and they are still undefeated in this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, still undefeated, and the reigning champions, the defending champions, once again, sending out a message, sending out a signal to the other teams, and also the teams, of course, that were victorious in getting into the final from Group A. And of course, that's Barcelona, Shaheen, and Hero Sabadell, just letting them know what they're all about. They're not here to let that championship of theirs go away. They want to win it again. They want to be crowned the champions again. And at the moment, they seem to be performing like champions. And the squad are playing well. They're being led well by the captain. And with the bat, a multitude of batters are coming in and scoring big runs. And with the ball, they're able to contain. If the seamers aren't working, they deploy the spin. And the spinners come and do the damage for them. They certainly are a team that seems to be well balanced. They've got a good squad, and the players are performing, and they're hungry to perform. And that man there, well, Mohamed Asif, once again, another catch for him. It hasn't even been outstanding in the field. And the Ripple Warriors, you have to say, the highlight again, Prince Liman doesn't quite get his half century. 49 of 17 as we look at the scorecard. He was once again sensational, but he goes early, and as soon as he goes, that's it. The match is over. And as I said earlier, Torgan and Vinny, that I liked Mohamed Nazim that came into the side. He showed with ball and bat that he's capable. He could be big when they go into the Group B finals day on Saturday. And also Masood, we know he's a key player, but really at the moment they're just too reliant on with the bat, that is for sure. But Prince Liman, somebody else has to be able to show that if he doesn't perform, that they're still able to get to good scores. But Catalonia Tigers, you have to say, in both matches, just battered them out of the game. And there was good bowling there as well from Ghulam Dastgir once again. I think he's just so tidy. He's so difficult to get away. Wasim Abbas was given the call before him, and it proved vital because he was the one that did get the wicket of the Prince Liman. A good catch taken also by Ghulam Sawa. That was an important part that he played in the match. So victory to the Tigers. They make it 2 out of 2. Ripple Warriors, they weren't able to get any points on the board, so they'll be hoping that maybe a result or two involving Fateh go their way. Next up, though, in just over 20 minutes' time, we welcome back Raval Sporting and the new team, the Aida Tigers, that made their debut in this European Cricket Series, and also a team that registered their first victory as well when they were victorious against the Fateh side. And maybe they're looking to cause another upset if they're able to get take some points away from Raval Sporting. That really would be an upset, and that will also make the Catalonia Tigers file some more. So join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, when we return in just over 20 minutes' time for match number 103.
Hello, welcome back to Montjuic Olympic Ground here in Barcelona. We're halfway up a mountain and overlooking the beautiful city of Barcelona on a very special day in Spain as well. Constitutional Day here as we head into match number 103. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. And yeah, we're halfway through the day here on a Tuesday. And yeah, at the moment weather pretty good watching Raval Sporting taking on the Lleida Tigers. Rico, it's a little bit of a David versus Goliath, but one thing's for sure, Raval Sporting after a good start, they've been on the slide a bit, and the Lleida Tigers, they're a team on the rise. In fact, they got their first win the other day over Fate.
Absolutely, they are on a rise. And, well, I tell you one man who's really impressed, and he's got the ball here starting off. And it's, of course, going to be Navid Riaz. Took a hat-trick, of course, remember? Yeah. So he's got his name on the Hall of Fame. And you know what? I mean, Raval Sporting, the last 2 times we've seen him, they did struggle with the bat. So this is an opportunity for Lleida Tigers. I'll tell you why. Because one thing that they have done is they've bowled very well. They are good with the ball. And if they can support the bowlers and take the catches, they'll make it interesting. Raval are favourites to win this, 112 to 86. That's what the bat versus ball say. But you know what? I think there's an opportunity here for the Tigers.
For me, it's a couple of things. You see the news from the toss, by the way, that Raval Sporting, they won the toss. They've elected to bat first. That's why you're seeing them out there with the bat. But yeah, in the second half of this game, can the Tigers handle the spin of Raval Sporting? That's one thing, one real feature of the Raval Sporting attack. Anyway, here we go with match number 103. Navid Riaz starts with the ball. That's cut away pretty well. It's Ishan Patel, and he gets, wow. That's definitely 4 now. In fact, he almost pulled it back. He almost broke his ankle. And, well, this one always makes my eyes water. Let's have a look at this as he goes there. And I thought he might have pulled it back. Look at this. Whee! Oh, that should carry a warning because there's someone that has stepped on the ball and snapped my ankle. Always comes back to haunt me. Anyway, Usman Mohammed can't stop the boundary. It's 4 to Patel, first ball. Navid Riaz, can this be the game when he finally doesn't bowl a no ball in his 2 overs?
Why did you mention it?
Don't speak too soon. Hey, look, he's well behind now. I'm loving it. But also, Patel's loving it. He'll get another boundary, just guiding it away. And a very good start now for Raval Sporting, led by the captain.
Yeah, not for the first time. We've seen batters that just use the pace of the ball and just finding the gaps on the offside and getting the boundary. Liking the look of Karen Datta out there. I think this is something that Raval tried last time when they were chasing and they got the victory. I think Karen Datta coming in and using Chayat Patel lower down seems to work, and I think it gives the opportunity for someone like Karen Datta to find his form.
Patel, love a few runs here. Made a good start. This has worked away on the leg side. Always gives up the chase. A bit early there, but maybe fortunately for Ijaz Ul-Haq, it goes into the rope, because I tell you what, he gave up a little bit early there. Look at this, goes past him, and he says, all right.
You know what does it?
Yeah.
You know what does it? Let's see this again.
Oh, he thought he
thought that was the boundary. Yeah.
Oh,
look, he thinks, it's gone for 4. He said, oh, hang on a minute. That's not the boundary.
You're exactly right.
Oh,
but he was fielding just inside the circle. Did he think he was fielding on the boundary?
Watch this again. He says, okay, oh, that's not the boundary. I like the look back when he looked back.
I know sometimes we've had places with short boundaries. They've never been that short. Anyway, 12 after 3 balls. No ball called. Oh, now we might have a run out. We won't. Dart almost gets cleaned up. He just does well to back that one up. Yeah, that's the first one of the day. Yeah, just over. There's a big variation about where his front foot lands. I think it depends on how many steps he gets in his run up, I should say.
Yeah, he was well. I mean, you saw it earlier. He was well inside. Yeah. In fact, half of the foot was landing on the line.
Yeah, I think one was behind a lot. It was because he actually took an extra 2 steps in his run up that time. It got him closer. Free hit, missed out. So Riaz avoids that punishment. I want to say hello to everyone who's watching on the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a great day as we're heading into the final weekend of the season. We have back-to-back finals days, basically. We have the Group B finals day on Saturday. We have the final day of the season, which involves the top 2 teams from Group B, the top 2 teams from Group A. They're playing for the Ultimate Trophy on Sunday as well. Our biggest ECS of the season, 124 matches. Now we're past the 100 mark. Datta works it away carefully. Just gets one. Ishan Patel, yeah, he's a guy we saw playing for Gracia recently in the weekend tournament at Kartama, the ECT 10. Gracia were successful in that tournament. Very, very tight final. Last ball finish. They scrambled the winning run to break the tie on the last ball against Catalonia CC. But yeah, had a couple of Raval Sporting guys playing for Grathia in that, including Manwani. And we'll probably see batting in the 3 or 4 position. On the side, plus an extra one. So that'll be 2 to the total, turning into a bit of a long over. And this is the other thing the Ada Tigers need to watch out for, because yeah, the clock is ticking and you only get 40 minutes to get into the last over, basically, or to finish your first 9 overs.
Yeah, they've had issues before. I'm just having a look at Raval. The last 3 times they've batted, look, chasing 76 for victory against the Hawks. They got there only with 6 balls to go.
Yeah.
There was a struggle. More on that in a moment after this one.
Down the ground and 4. Yeah, he was pretty straight there. It was just well hit by Data. This is when he's on. He hits straight and hits well. Doesn't try and overhit this, but he realises straight's pretty safe, and he gets a boundary into the over as well. And it goes magical in the end for Raval Sporting. 21 without loss after the first. Just having a quick look at the top run scorers. Zishan Patel, despite not really clicking a lot of the time, he's still the leading run scorer for Raval, just ahead of Manish Manwani. For the Ada Tigers, though, I mean, Umar Mohammed played such a great innings the other day in their win, but they've been a bit short of runs. That's been their biggest issue. Looking at the bowling, Gurung Mayavanshi, the little maestro, he's been outstanding, hasn't he? As for the Tigers, you can see that Imdad Khan, a slinger, and Naveed Riaz, the serial no-ball offender, have actually been pretty good for them with 9 wickets apiece. Here's Harpreet Singh, who starts with a wide. Yeah, so tell us more about the Raval Sporting recently, because I know they haven't quite been at the same rate that they were going early in the tournament.
Yeah, they've not been firing. I mean, they've got a wealth of good batters there, and you've seen that there on that the stats, thanks to Ravi and Shazad for providing those. But yeah, so 76, they struggled, didn't they, against the Hawks. Then against the early young stars as well, there were struggles. Harpreet comes in again. Well, this has been clipped away beautifully. Line shot. Wasn't a bad delivery. A little bit leg side-ish. And this one is another that will beat the fielder to the boundary.
That's a good effort, though. That's a better effort from Ijaz. He's worked out which boundary is the boundary now. And, yeah, he really throws everything at this. So I like this commitment, even though he doesn't get the result. That's a good sign for the Tigers.
Yeah, look, he chases it hard, looks to get the flip back in, but just can't do it. Yeah, and against the early young stars, look, they posted 73. Batting first, the young stars knocked themselves with 5 balls to go. And then when they were chasing a low score of 78, they only got it with 8 balls to go, and that was the struggle. And they needed their captain Ishan to bat sort of all the way through the innings, 35 for 25. So they've had a few struggles with the bat. They're looking to put that right here now, and they're looking to go back to winning ways as well. They're the one team at the moment that can stay right up there with the Catalonia Tigers. And remember, they will have the Tigers to play still. This is up in the air. Fielder will do really, really well to try and get to that. Gets one hand to it, but it will be 6 runs. Great effort. And
it was a brilliant effort, really.
That was right in front of his ear. Sensational effort. Gets a hand to it. But look, he was always off balance, and unfortunately for him, he was always... Well, we got ready to take it, but once again, the cables below us.
Yeah, I gave him fairy clap because it was a very good effort.
Yeah.
He jumped from inside. And... Elvira put us on camera there just to make sure we were protecting the equipment. But we knew we weren't in any direct danger there. Got to say, your France, good effort from him, though.
Yeah.
But again, it just compounds the problems of this start for the Tigers. You can see that current run rate of 22 is concerning, to say the least.
Yeah, first time we're seeing Harpreet Singh. I mean, it's bowling. I mean, the only thing he's not doing, and once again, it goes back to what you're wanting the left arm over to be doing. You want him to get that ball darting right across the right-hander. So he's a little bit middle and leg stumpish for me, and good batters will whip that away. He just needs to go a bit wider, but he's getting good swing.
That's what I mean. I think that's what's actually taking the ball to that line. I think he's got good fundamentals, Harpreet. Again, I think still a window back into victory for the Tigers, but they've got to break this partnership and take consistent wickets throughout the first half of this innings. They've certainly lost the start of this game. As we get to the end of the second over, 36 now, I should say. 36 without loss after 2.
Yeah, that was about a delivery, you see. That's what I'm talking about. Getting it a bit wider, and then, well, you start to create problems with the batters. A bit unlucky there. Gets the inside edge. We'll go for a single. But a good start here for Raval Sporting, and that's what I'm talking about. They're the team that can still give issues to Catalonia Tigers. If they continue and they win all of their matches. And then it comes to the clash between them and the Catalonia Tigers. But of course, they still got Gracia to play as well.
That's true. Yeah, so they've got a tough draw. They've got 6 matches to go. They've got 2 against kind of a bottom side. I think you'd have to say that. And you've got 4 matches against top sides. So that's why if they keep winning, though, they win all the way. They do get that top spot. That's guaranteed. Ifraz comes out after doing an admirable job of trying to prevent a 6 last over. Starts with a big wide down the leg side. Look, Yada Tigers, though, there's a lot to like about them. I think the key thing that we've noticed is that probably their batting isn't quite where their bowling is yet, which is pretty common for teams new to the format. You know, I think they have held teams pretty well. They've struggled to score runs. That's when. That's why it's important if their batting top order does get in, they stay in, and that's how they won the game. Umar Mohammed batted a really good innings opening up for them against Fateh. But yeah, this is the concern with them. And again, it's something that whether the answer lies outside the current squad to bring a couple of batters, or whether it's about just developing the current squad or trying to upskill people in there. I certainly like the way they've gone about their cricket. But yeah, we're just seeing probably a few, I suppose, fundamental errors, just like that, extras, these kinds of things, which are just the difference between them being maybe a table that a team we see in the middle of the table versus obviously right now they're at the bottom.
Yeah, but they will. We know this. We've seen this so many times on our travels, not just here in Spain, but all around Europe. So we've seen teams like this before, and they will get better. And at the moment, it's Ifraz that's having a few difficulties just getting the ball on the pitch, a couple of wide down the leg side. Now he overcompensates, and well, that's going to be a no ball and a free hit now coming. And of course, this is where they also get themselves into trouble with the time.
Yeah, exactly. They end up bowling an extra couple of overs. Free hit coming up. Everyone mind the windows. Patel gets this away from Imdad. This is going to be 4. So he gets it just away from the infielder. And so there's going to be another boundary. So yeah, Yaga Tigers, their own worst enemy at the moment to an extent. But that was a nice shot, clipped off the pads by Isham Patel.
Yeah, Yaga Tigers, remember their win against Fateh. It was sensational. Fateh 89 for 6. Yaga Tigers winning that bump by 10 wickets. And it was Umar Mohammed, as you said, 62 not out of 22. So we know they do possess the power to bat. Oh, this is a delightful shot. This is over us. 6 runs. You beauty. Well, that is Isham Patel. Well, he's got the little trigger movement. It's the kick and the hit. There he goes.
Yeah, that was pure from Isham Patel, wasn't it? Yeah, that little pre-movement. That's a very baseball-like kind of movement. It's almost saying, I'm not reacting to what's bowled at me. I've kind of got a pre-movement that's going to cover a lot of the lengths that I'll be bowled. 50 partnership up now in just 2.5 overs. Yeah, Rebel Sporting, very good start from them. Question in the chat, but a random question from Tarek. Who would be the celebrity we would invite for dinner? Good question. I'm going to go on a just first name that pops into my head that I'd love to meet. And this is going to be another boundary before we get to that. And Patel, this is clever batting because I think he deliberately hits this a bit inside out to get it away from the field. And right now he's got the ball on a string.
Yeah, lovely shot. Go on then.
Roger Federer.
Good.
Good answer. Don't you think that you'd just be best mates forever?
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Don't you think he's just one of the most down-to-earth celebrities you can imagine?
Yeah, I'd go with David Attenborough.
Oh, yeah.
I think, good.
He'd be telling you exactly what you're eating.
Yeah, it'd just be talking forever. But yeah, I love David Attenborough. Hey, listen, just to finish off with the Yaga Tigers, remember in that match, 2 matches against Fateh. In the second match, Fateh, again, were kept to 98. They almost got there, only falling short by a handful of runs. So they are a team that are getting better all the time. And, well, there we go. There's the footballing skills. That's how to beat the offside trap. And a better throw, and it could have been interesting.
Maybe. Yeah, you're exactly right. Beats his man. Bit of one-on-one contest here.
Watch this. Good footwork.
This is why I wouldn't ban foot fielding. How entertaining is it? Yeah, it's dangerous. It's not a very good way to field, but hey, yeah, just look at that. Bit of handball skills at the end. 57 without loss after 3. Very good power play for Raval Sporting. Okay, Shriyans has a good question as well. It's a random question. Which part of Europe is good for sightseeing? Eastern or Western? And that's one question. But I always love when Shriyans asks questions that he says, Rico, please be very honest with Vinny also. As if that you need to answer, but you have to be honest. As if he thinks that you're going to tell me a fib. Hey,
Paddle is a state of mind. Now, tell me about this. You were doing a bit of paddle last night, weren't you?
I did. I'm going to come back to you, Shreyans, there. Yeah, I played some paddle last night with Samir, who actually, we've seen Samir playing in the ECN sometimes. He's played for Costa del Sol, and also saw him playing in Gibraltar.
So you're responsible for why Samir is here. Samir Naik, that is.
After
Why he's here with a blanket and a cushion, and he's sitting on a cushion.
After
What's that
18
about?
minutes, well, there's a picture, but after 18 minutes, he was lying down in the X formation, and everyone asked when I showed them the picture, did I hit him with the ball? That's actually the question I got the most. But no, he was just tired.
Oh, you
He was
tired
a-
about?
He was a good player, though.
Oh, bless.
I think it's just missing.
Yeah, outside the line.
I think it hits him in line. I think it's just missing. We'll see it from
I
front.
think it might just be pitching on the leg as well. Just watch with his pitches. Yeah, pitches outside.
But look at it, breaks a little bit down leg side.
Yeah.
Good call. Okay, good for sightseeing. I'd say underrated places. There's some in Eastern Europe that are very good and they're different. So I can't really pick a place. This is going to be picked up. Throw comes in. That might have been close.
Good throw. Yeah, look, I'm going to go for somebody that maybe a lot of people wouldn't think about, Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. I was thinking that Bulgaria. It's very different.
Sofia, it's beautiful. The mountains there as well. The hot spas. Yeah, so there you go, Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, Hungary, Prague. I'm just going to keep listing places. Everywhere's beautiful in its own right. I think even you go north like Sweden in the middle of summer with the long days. That's beautiful. Spain, obviously, you know how much I love Spain. We spent a lot of time here. Oh, popped up, but gets lucky. And just be a single. Takes the score to 60. Yeah, so I know it's hard to narrow down one place because it almost I feel like people from the other places will be offended I'm not saying their places. Because I can't think of too many places I've gone that I haven't enjoyed, to be honest. But I'd say Shreyans, if you're looking somewhere affordable, Eastern Europe, it's probably a bit cheaper and lots of places are very beautiful there. Yeah, Bulgaria is a good one. That was on my mind as well. So, yeah, thanks for the question. Enrico, were you being honest with me there?
Of course I'm being honest.
Are you being honest?
I'm always honest with you.
I love Shreyans' questions.
Why does Shreyans think I'm not being honest with you?
He says you have to be honest, like, as if you're a serial fibber.
Oh.
Anyway, this is going to be just kicked away into the leg side. Little drop kick shot for one. And well, Shreyans is asking about the YouTube chat, but I got to say, Shreyans, you got to understand we've got different roles here. Rico's got to keep his eyes on the game more than I do. So, yeah, if you want to ask questions of Rico, normally it's easier to go through me. So I'm probably a bit more of the multitasker. But thankfully, Rico, we've got you keeping your eyes on the game more than me sometimes.
I've got to say, folks, look, I mean, Srinath, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm one of those, Vinny will back me up. I mean, I get into the cricket, I'm standing. So though we've got loads of screens in front of us, I mean, I'm looking at the game and I'm looking at the screen where the replays come on. I'm not the best with the YouTube chat. Apologies, but I'm getting better.
I think you're very good with the YouTube chat. I just think probably, people might not understand kind of how our setup is here. And it's also very good how you just get on your feet and you keep moving around. You kind of have got me in the habit of getting up and walking around as well in a day. That's a lot of steps. 65 for 0 here after 4 overs. And you can see right now, Nishan Patel, 36 off 15, and Data 19 off 11. Looking very good. Chet Patel's listed at 3. I think they might go for Manwani, just considering how good he's been in this series. He's a bit off the other day, though. Maybe likes another chance. And Shreyan saying, Rico, I know, and the fans know personally about you. You are a legend, Rico.
Thank you very much. And, like I say, though, and I always say this, we're here because you're there. And we love your interaction. And we always take the opportunity to thank all of you for staying in touch with us via the, lots of ways, of course, Instagram and also via Facebook. And we can't personally say and reply to you all, so this is our mode to say thank you very much to everyone. I really love the interaction with you guys and love your support for the European Cricket Network and cricket in Europe in general.
Julian saying, Rico is great with the chat. Well, I think you've been elevated to legend status in this series, and there's only one reason.
My beard, go on, say
it's the beard.
It's the beard.
The beard's taken Rico to scary new heights of popularity. All hail the beard. Long may it live. Anyway, this could be gone. Should be gone. It is gone. I'm not sure it's exactly the way I would have taken it, but Umar Mohammed, he's got his own way he does things. And he takes that. That was headed for 6 instead. It's Data that's headed back to the dugout. He goes for 19. 65 for 1. Good catch.
Yeah.
And Harpreet gets a wicket.
Yeah, good catch. Data, well, did this in the last one as well. I think I still do like him at the top of the order. I think he seems to be a bit more settled here. Maybe he's one of those that likes to go in and there's some batters like that, say I'm an opening bat, and when they go 3 or 4, it doesn't quite work. And I think, once again, the foundation has been laid, 65 on the board. A good time for someone like Manish Mawani to be coming out.
Yeah, I picked this, and it was listed at 4, but I thought they've gotten through to pretty much the halfway point. The thing with Manish Manwani is he kind of slipped and injured his knee earlier in the tournament, like really early in the tournament. And he was batting on instinct. He wasn't thinking too much. He wasn't really worried about getting out. And he was whacking them.
Yeah.
Now, ever since he started thinking about, making runs and all these things, he's just seemed a bit tentative.
He's become a dabber.
Yeah.
The last few times we saw him, he's trying to dab the ball to third man, etc., rather than smack it over the boundary for 6, which is what we saw him doing early on. So I hope he goes back to that aggressive way. But certainly, this is the setting to be that way. Plenty of batting to come. Go out there and smack it, son. Harpreet, well done to him, though. Picks up his first European Cricket Series wicket. And he takes another right on the money. Jagadev Bhatte style. I'm not sure that he's followed through. Should be where he should be. But he gets another, and he gets the aggressive and the informed Manish Manwani out for a golden. And that's an absolute beauty. Well, Manish Manwani is going to be a for you. But for Harpreet Singh, it's Jagadev Bhatte Dande Jagadev.
Well, bowlers end up, I probably didn't see him get bowled, but he would have heard him get bowled. And yeah, Manwani, this is the thing that's put him a bit into his shell because, all right, you can't accuse him of being too conservative there. So yeah, he does go for it. But when you have a very leg side dominant game, then those are the kind of shots that get you in trouble. So again, you can be aggressive without trying to hack everything across the line. I think that's the difference. We've also seen pretty good through point at times.
It's shot selection, isn't it? A young man that wants to go for the big shot, really there. He should have been just looking to play it down the ground. You got Ishan Patel out there who's set. So really, I think to start off with, just about giving the strike to your captain. But here we go. Well,
what if I told you Naveed Riaz, he was the last hat-trick taker, number 40. Will it be another Yader Tiger at 41? Here's Harpreet on a hat-trick. And it won't be a hat-trick unless Ishan Patel was allowed to catch the ball because it pretty much went straight past him. And Chet Patel has come in now at number 4. But yeah, well bowled by Harpreet. Yeah, you mentioned the line he was bowling maybe wasn't quite right early, but I think that was because he was swinging the ball.
Yeah.
I think that he was actually, he's a very competent bowler. And of course, left armour.
I'm liking what he's doing. He's got a good run up, nice and smooth. Good. Yeah, I mean, that's good action. Could have another. Oh, should have had another. It's it hits the hands hard of the fielder, and that is Mahmood. And now he checks his fingers, and then he says, "Yeah, I should have gone this way. This is a chance. You've got to take this." He rushes into it.
And that's one that, it's basically how Umar Mohammed tried to take his catch as well, which he did take. Into the 5th over, by the way, 67 for 2. Let's have a look at the schedule. And, of course, we're finishing this Sunday. The 11th of December is the last day of the year. We have a 7-week end of season break. We'll be back in 2023. After those 7 weeks, we'll start right here in Barcelona. We'll have 4 weeks here, then we'll have 4 weeks at the ECL, the 3rd edition of that tournament, starting on the 27th of February. For more, you can go out to europeancricket.com as it comes to hand. But yeah, Pete's asking. He says he always likes Trian's questions because they're unique, kind of unique questions. And do we have any special fans that we think of? Well, this is a pretty special shot from Ishan Patel, and he's just going to continue on his merry way. I mean, this is what he can do when he's on, and he hasn't always been on this tournament, but he's still their leading run scorer, and to be honest, he's building something quite special here. Yeah, he hits the ball very well. It's a very good timer of the ball. They go back to Naveed Riaz here, pardon me, and that's all to try and get this wicket, and because they don't believe that another wicket here, and that's all of the main renowned batters out of the way. So that's the belief here. But again, you see, there's little things where the Tigers let themselves down in, and it's with the field. And I said before, bowlers will bowl well, fielders have to support them. If that catch is taken, it's a different ball game. Yeah. Ishan was the man that they could have had back in the shed. Yeah, he's playing smart here because that's pitched up and he doesn't overcommit to the cut. He just drives it out for 1. Firstly, just going back to the catch. That's one you can probably catch fingers pointing up. So kind of, fingers pointing to the sky. It's an easier catch. if you misjudge it and it goes a bit higher, then you think you can adjust your hands. I think because he committed to catching it, fingers pointed down, if you like. Once it got higher, he just got in a real mess. Tala Mahmood. Here's Naveed. This is pretty well bowled. Remember when he took his hat trick, it was bowled, LBW. Well, Pista's asking, do we have any favourite fans from India? Well, I don't think I have favourite fans. It's a bit like trying to choose places. We like all of our fans, but what I will say is if you ask creative questions and different questions, we really love those questions. So, yeah, some of these questions right now, they're a little bit different. And so, yeah, we really appreciate you, Pista, and everyone else that's taking the time. And speaking of time, it's time that's over for Isham Patel and Naveed Riaz. I know he's a bit of a polarising character, but he does come out in the big moments. And to get Isham Patel on 42, again, he'll be upset, I think, that he doesn't stick around longer. He departs in the 6th over.
Great delivery. And this is where he's been good. I mean, we've said this when he took his hat-trick. He gets them pure. He knocks them over, and he is absolutely pumped. Well, he's kicking, but, he may be kicking with the leg, but he's misses it with the bat. The stumps go down. It's jaga de patte from Naveed. Both achi bowling, jabardasti. And he knocks them over. Dande chak de de. The castle gets broken. And that is the end of Isham Patel. Now, he's been the one who's been driving this innings. 42 of that, the 19th ball that he faces. And now, really, we're going to see what Raval can do in sort of the last, 20-odd deliveries of this match. Can they get to a big score here, or are things going to slow down here?
Yeah, that's the question. Hit a bit of a fork in the road, haven't we? But Kish Patel, well, he's a guy that can certainly whack the ball around as well. So replace one Patel with another to join another Patel. And so a couple of balls to go. Naveed Riaz, he's going to stick around the wicket.
He bowled very well. Remember the LBW worst to the left-hander. He bowls good ball to the lefty.
Hit him on the boot in front of leg stump. That's probably what I'll try and do here. He does exactly that. He's a good bowler.
Yeah.
Just when he gets his foot behind the line. So Pista is asking you, I'm trying to get on this. And yeah, he wants to know, do you have any favourite viewers, I think, or anything? But you tell me.
It's a difficult favourite view. Look, I'm just thankful for all our viewers. I mean, there's no, I think the support. And what I like is that, let's put it a different way. I like the viewers that are not only just supporting us and interaction with us, but also telling other people about us. That's the important thing here. This one is a lovely shot, blazed away through the offside. A nice shot from Chayat Patel. He gets a boundary. Yeah, I mean, those of you that are spreading the word, so wherever you are, spreading the word about European cricket and telling other people to get involved in this, the most entertaining format of the game that exists. That's what I'm going to say.
Well said. Well said. Okay, I'm going to burn through a few of these. Tarek saying, doesn't Australia have fingers pointing up, but England fingers down? It's not so much, it's not exclusively Australian. It's more that Australians are known for those ones that are in between. They're more likely to catch some fingers up, I think. But there's ones you should always be catching fingers up, and there's ones you should always be catching fingers down. I think it's to do with the ones that are kind of in the middle. I know sometimes people talk about that as the Australian way of catching, but I mean, no matter where you are, you should be able to catch that way. And yeah, there's reasons that there's better techniques than others to catch cricket balls. What else have we got? David Smith saying, it's not a question but a comment, that we shouldn't be off for a whole month. Yeah, we're off for 7 weeks. I mean, it is funny that now we're looking at it that way. Here's Usman Mohammed in over number 7. That's a pretty good Yorker first up. Haven't seen enough balls bowled there on the whole in this tournament.
Good delivery.
So yeah, 7 weeks off. What I will say is that obviously the weather in Europe is not known for being hospitable. So we're pretty lucky to build a schedule that's actually 45 weeks out of 52 at the moment. Who knows? Maybe we can extend it at the margins at some point. But I'll also mention something else. It's a little bit short. Patel pushes this away. I think it is quite important we have at least a few weeks off for no other reason that it allows us to plan better for another season. So I think if it was 52 weeks a year, I think then almost like you wouldn't have something to look forward to. I know that it's tough being off, and I miss it. I miss the people. I miss the players. I miss the viewers. But I think it also is important because there's a lot of work going behind the scenes to make every season bigger and better than the last and to improve what we're doing. As this is up and it's over the leg side. Maximo! Well, Chet Patel has picked up where Ishan left off, and that is a powerful strike over the leg side. 6 runs.
Yeah, good hit. This is why I like Chet Patel here. We saw that last time that Ravel played, and I think it was him in the partnership with his captain, Ishan Patel, that got them to victory over the early young stars. It's a good time for him to be in. I like the swap between him and Karan Datta.
Yeah. Short, and he cuts it away, and this is going to travel as well.
I think this goes all the way.
Well, let's have a look. I think it might have been 4, but...
Didn't the fielder just signal? I thought the fielder there sort of signaled 6, or was he just frustrated?
Yeah, I felt it bounced a bit short of the wall. Let's see if we pick this up. Yeah, it's just 4. Yeah. Just 4, but not far away. Yeah, good camera work.
Yeah, but he puts his hands up there. That's Riaz, but anyway.
He's frustrated, that's why. Now this is a chance, or is it? It's not going to carry it to the fielder, Umar Mohammed. Yeah, think of 2. It's a bit of a crazy 2, to be honest. He just gets back, and lucky turned around.
Interesting phase of the match, because it was a good call from the captain, Mohamed Abu. He called back Riaz. He wanted the wicket of Ishan, and Riaz delivered. So now's an opportunity for them to contain, but Chet Patel's got other ideas. He's batting well, and he's taking the odd risk. And this is that last bit of action. He does get the bat slid in just in time.
But yeah, not by much. So yeah, I think that's important in life as well. Sometimes you need to break it up a little bit to just take a bit more of an objective look at things. Well, that's a proper Gundy ball, isn't it?
Yeah,
from
it is.
Usman Mohammed. Bowl that one again. Yeah, so that's partly what we do. Obviously, we'll rest and refresh ourselves a little bit, maybe for a week or 2, but then everyone's going to be working really hard. We've got the ECL to prepare for. We've got the whole of season 2023 to prepare for. And yeah, we're planning some things that are pretty cool next year as well. This is hit down the ground. This will just be the end of the over as well, as Kish Patel moves to 3. And at the end of 7 overs, the score 92 for 3. Think about that crazy run out that almost happened there with Kish Patel. I think that was unselfish because he was trying to get Chet Patel back on strike. But yeah, it wasn't worth the risk. This is basically how Sunday is looking, and we'll be able to fill in the other 2 kind of tabs there once we know who leads Group B. So we'll be able to add somebody in on Friday night, and we'll also add in on Saturday night whoever wins the Group B playoff, which is the qualifying final on Saturday. So it's all coming together, and then we'll have the final 4 taking part in the final day of 2022 on Sunday. So yeah, I think, who knows, maybe we'll get to the point we're doing 52 weeks a year. Even if we were doing that, I don't know if it's... I don't know if it'd be wise, but I'd be open to it. But I think it's important that you, rather than just keep doing what you're doing, it always is good to reevaluate and see what you're doing. So if there's a way we could do both those things together, maybe we could do 52 weeks a year. Who knows? Let's start with another over, and this is pounded out of the ground by Kish Patel. Maximo! Yeah, this is what he does quite well. He opens up that stance by basically clearing the front leg, gives him the ability to swing away, but he doesn't kind of hack across it. He still hits pretty through the line, and that's 6 runs.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Straight through the line, as you said, Vinny. Good hit. And this one is sliced up, and where's this going to land? Well, straight into the hands of the bowler. It goes a long way up, so well done to Ifraz. Ifraz Ahmed, he's a good catch of the ball, we know that. And, well, he takes his role as the vice captain very seriously as he takes another wicket. Good time to get a wicket.
Yeah, it's always a good time to get a wicket. And this is where it goes slightly wrong. The ball's leaving him, so with that more open stance, it's just sometimes a strange angle to meet the ball. So the one before he timed well, that one he didn't. And that's the downside of that kind of a technique. But Kish Patel, he's able to put together a little mini contribution of 9 as he departs. It's 98 for 4. So Julian saying absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yeah, that's normally true. Julian saying incredible to have so much cricket in a year. Yes. Keanu saying ECN crew do a sensational job. Well, thank you on behalf of the crew, but the crew behind the scenes, you don't see them. They're working super hard all the time. What else? Keanu saying all the ECN crew deserve a good holiday. Well, that's the other thing about balancing who works and how much. That's also a separate debate if we're planning to have more and more and more, which is what we want to do. That's what the people want. Ifraz gets another one. Well, 2 in 2, and once again a hat-trick opportunity. And Unat Patel, he just kind of punches this straight back at Ifraz, who takes his follow-through. And, well, the Yada Tigers, They're the 2-in-2 specialists, Rico. And Ravel Sporting just losing their way a little bit now. It's 98 for 5. And I think with that, we're almost out of Patels. It's just Chet Patel which is holding the fort.
Yeah, well, that's well done. I don't think I've quite actually seen before. I'm trying to think if I've seen 2 cordon bowls on the spin, and that's what we've seen here from Ifraz Ahmed. And I think he's a bit surprised that's coming his way. Well, now he's got a chance to put his name in lights in our Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And we've already seen one man from their team do it, and that, of course, was Naveed Riaz.
There he is, match 94.
Here's an opportunity for you. That's nicely done. It's a duck, though, for Unat Patel. He'll go for it. And the man who's in now will hope he doesn't. Hat-trick ball, 98 for 5. Good fight back here from the Tigers.
Yeah. Fantasy point builder, the back-to-back Corton bowls. Hat-trick ball, and kept out by Amit Das.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep trying to plug through these questions. I'm loving the interaction, though. And so here comes Ahmed again. This is whacked away and gets through the field. It's going to be 4. Well, how did that split the gap?
Yeah, Imdad, I think, needs to get something on this. It's disappointing. Yeah, doesn't bend, doesn't get down. And on this surface, there's no excuses. And that's a bit of a let-off, and that helps the 100 come on the board. Once again, it's little things like that, which over time, the Ada Tigers will improve on. And that lets them down slightly. So once again, the bowler being let down by the field. And then he fires this one down the leg side, and the wicketkeeper sparked an appeal, which was an outrageous one. It's never could this be LBW. But Das probably does what he doesn't want to do here, gets a leg by. So they get another run, but it means that Chet Patel will stay off strike.
So 8 overs down, 103 for 5. So where was I? I was talking about how much cricket we're doing. That's true, and we were talking a little bit about what the season we've had as well. I think Dave Smith saying, "Wish us best of luck for next season." Has to say this one was really awesome. The coverage and the commentary and the drama. Thank you so much, David. That really means a lot to us, and we care deeply about what we're doing here. It's just a matter of trying to work out how we can keep scaling it up, because to be honest, the demand is huge. Demand's huge for the cricket content we're delivering, and obviously we don't have the resources of some big organisations that televise cricket, but I think we do a very good job. People that are organising doing a very good job as well. Anyway, this is going to be stopped. Well, Diana almost gets a close-up that she wasn't banking on, but I think they do stop the boundary here.
Incoming Diana, watch out. When she normally gets a tap by the ball, but this time she gets a tap by more than one.
Oh, and have a look at this. She does have a policy of not moving. It was tested to an extreme that time.
Not out.
Yeah, hits him outside the line. This has been an entertaining innings, hasn't it? And I think that's probably the thing about not just cricket but life. You need to step back occasionally and look at what you're doing and how you can improve it. What's practical. And that's what we're trying to do here at ECN. Up in the air, and it's dropped. Well, it was a proper spread fingers job, really, from Ifraz. He knocked it up, and he had a second opportunity, but he couldn't catch that one either.
Well, this is Magarmach style. There's no jalebi about this at all, because it doesn't stick, it comes out. And Ifraz Ahmed, who is normally a very good catcher of the ball, lets down Imdad Khan. He won't be too happy about this, but once again, it's those little errors that cost him.
Oh, well, have another one.
Yes, that's
Caught.
more like it.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. Well, Sporting heading with something around the 120 mark, I fancy. Maybe something in the 120s. But, yeah, always on his back. But Imdad Khan, of course, takes the wicket. Again, he's been a good death bowling option, hasn't he? And Chet Patel, who was there for a while, didn't have a lot of the strike, though, but he goes for 17. The score 106 for 6. Hey, I like this from David Smith saying commentator of the season for him is Rico. Do you know who my commentator of the season is?
Who's that?
Dan Weston. Commentated the ECT 10 final with me.
Didn't he do
Also,
well?
our boss, So he just did one game. He was so
There's
good.
a name for people like you. You know
He was so
There's a
good.
name.
that he wasn't. He couldn't never do it again, even though I've asked him. No. But this is the thing. We really enjoy what we're doing. We love each other's company as well, which I think is part of the key to it. Otherwise, it's pretty rare to have two commentators do. And what's this? We do normally 2 weeks together, sometimes longer, but it's a good 60 hours a week we spend together. So we haven't been fighting that much this year. I've noticed that. We're just tending to agree on everything now.
You get used to it.
Remember
Like
the
a
old
married
days?
couple, you know, you just say it's better not to say anything.
The old days, we'd have like one a month where we would look at a ball and we just couldn't agree on it. At the end of the ninth over, it's 108 for 6. To be honest, the one of those I had this year was with Corey in the ECC when,
I remember
when the
it.
ball hit the umpire, bounced back to the bowler, and the non-striker got run out. And he said he wouldn't have appealed. And I said, well, that's just bad luck. He said, no, it's bad sportsmanship. I said, no, it's bad luck. And then approximately like 2 hours later, it was still going on. But this is what makes it fun. It's very real, and that's what I like about this. It's something I think that people can relate to.
Okay, where are we at here now? So with 6 balls to go, another good over there from Imad. He's got better, hasn't he, Imad Khan? He's bowled very well. Again, unlucky. Could have had more wickets, but he only 12 come off his 2. 108 here. So they were looking at around about the 130 mark at the halfway point. So they're going to be nowhere near that here. Maybe at a push they can get to 115, 120. But there's just 5 balls to come here now. A good start. Once again from the new bowler, keeping it nice and tight. So, Das, he's got to do a little bit of razz and dazzle.
Oh, this is too
no
high.
Ball.
It's annoying. Well, Das almost wears this one. And then they get through. Mohamed Rizwan will face the free hit. I mean, even though he's charging, that's not coming down. Peace is asking about Corey and Shreyans. I don't know about that issue. Corey says he did not block Shreyans on Instagram. That's the soap opera side of things. I'm not getting involved in that. Okay. Here's a free hit. And it is hit. They got a bit of protection there.
Should be looking for 2
They
here.
should be. They should actually get it.
Poor running.
Amit Das puts up the big stop sign and says, no, thank you. Look, we talked about the way back into this game. I mean, it was a horrendous power play for the Tigers. They conceded 57. They haven't even conceded 57 in the next 6 overs, right? This is up in the air. This will be a pressure-leaving boundary, I think, and it is. So Amit Das, well, he didn't want to give the strike back, did he? He said, I wanted a strike, and this is what I'm going to do with it. And
This
to be
is
honest,
why-
pretty good shot.
This is why I wanted it. Yeah, plays it away. Look, he got lucky. And then, dropped by Ifraz. It was a setup. Then Ifraz took the single, took the wicket to Chai Patel. Ifraz would say, look, he planned it. He'd rather send Chai back because he's a hard hitter. Well, he may regret it now because, look, like Daz is trying to get them to that 120.
So here's the thing. The first 57 runs take 18 balls. The next 57 runs take 39. It's a very different pace. Anyway, once again, Amit Das is turning it on. That one's going to go over the fence. And, well, I think this has gone for 4. But it's the old ground rule double back-to-back boundaries. Amit Das, well, not often he gets a decent bat because he's batting behind some pretty good players. This one just pitches inside. Great camera work once again from our crew at Spring Productions.
Yeah, well
That's
done.
4 runs.
Yeah, good camera work, but the ball takes a bounce, goes over the fence. Good hitting from Das, so 119, so they are going to get, well, you would imagine, to that 120 sort of score. Well, maybe not. Well, and he's out. Well, the chase was on. Das is probably thinking, oi, because he's going to end up at the wrong end.
Yeah.
He doesn't look. He reacts to the non-striker, but I don't know why.
It's a nice little red inker for Amit Das because he avoids getting run out and he'll probably sit pretty on his 16 not out. Nice little average booster. Because let me tell you something. These guys, some of these guys, not all of them.
Yeah.
Cricketers I played with anyway, they always knew their stats. They knew what they averaged. They knew all these things. And so, you know, when you do get a chance to boost your average a little bit, you
Tell you, who gets a chance is Goran. I think you told me last time in all the knocks he's had, he's only made 10 runs.
I think he's only made, I think it's even less.
Is it less? Nah. Anyway, last ball to come. Well,
I've got this. I've got his career stats here.
Gorang
is
got to be quick.
He's made 10 career runs, top score of 3, and he's never hit a boundary. The little maestro.
Come on,
Here we go.
To do it.
Last ball. Oh, well, he gets it further than anything he's ever hit before. It's going to leave the circle. Now he's probably going to get run out, and that'll kill his average even more. And he will be run out. So it'll be a golden one for Gorang.
Well, he's going to get one. The question is, does he get there for two? I don't think he does.
I don't think he does. The ball does pop out, but I think it pops out maybe after the stumps are broken. So there's a couple of things to look at here. We'll probably get a look at the keeper having the ball here. Yeah, I think from there he has the ball.
Probably closer than we think, you know.
Not really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's out. And a good bit of explosive action, dynamite stuff. And look at him, he gets tangled in the stumps.
Yeah.
But then
He got attacked by the stumps.
The stumps has claimed another victim, and this time it's the wicketkeeper, not the batter. Well, Ashan Raza says, let me go, let me out, let me out. Call the fire brigade, somebody. Call the fire brigade. Good bit of action.
Well, even 120, look, it's something that the Tigers, if they bat out of their skins, it's on the cards. But how will they handle the spin options in particular, and some of the pace options of Raval Sporting, who are a team that love to defend, and they do have 120. Look, looking at this series, it's 120 is a pass score. Well, there's a bit of wildlife for you, Rico. I know you're a big fan, and when you have dinner with David Attenborough, he'll tell you exactly what kind of birds those were. I'm not a doctor. That would have been a broken ankle if that had gone wrong, but it was all about the power play, wasn't it? It was Raval Sporting off to a flyer. 57, although they do get pegged back a bit in the end by the Tigers.
They were off to a flyer, just like those ring-neck parrots. I know what they are. Anyway, there were some lovely shots. And Ishan Patel, he was back to his best, and you can always tell when he is because he plays those shots down the ground beautifully. Well, one man who wasn't so happy was Karan Datta, though he did make 19 of 14. I think opening the batting better for him. Somebody who was even less happier was Manish Mawani. He went first ball, bowled beautifully by Harpreet Singh. Harpreet Singh is a good addition. But one man that keeps impressing us is this bowler, Naveed Riaz. He's a hat-trick man. And, well, that was an absolute beauty. And I love the passion. He gets absolutely pumped. Well, we saw this was a time for Ifraz to take 2 in 2 himself. And 2 catches of his own bowling. No problems at all. But unfortunately, he did have a few problems at the time. So Diana, she had a few problems there as well. Whereas he normally does the lurking. And sometimes when you're lurking, you can lurk into trouble. And, well, the fielder just manages to get the brakes on in time. Ifraz, well, I said he dropped one. Well, he did. He dropped the dolly. But he did make amends and got Tyat Patel. Good time to get Tyat Patel. He was starting to look dangerous. Then Daz came out, dazzled us a little before being called for a run by the Rizwan and ends up being run out. That brought Gurang Mavanchi out there. We know that he hasn't got the best of average. The wicketkeeper got tangled by the stunts, but still was able to get the run out, which got the little maestro out for 1. But he does and did get them to a 120 score. As we have a look at the scorecard, once again, it's a very today has been a day of power plays, isn't it? It really has. We've seen, well, let's just go through. We've seen 47, 60, 30, 51, and now here 57. So certainly a day of power plays. Ishan Patel, he was the main contributor, 42 of 19, well supported by Karan Datta at the top. And Tyat Patel, a fine 17 from him towards the end as well. And we saw that it was important 16 not out from Das. The bowling figures, 2 bowlers picked up 2 wickets. Harpreet Singh, like an east addition to the side. Afraz Ahmed, a little bit expensive, but did pick up 2. And, well, I'm liking also the bowling there from Naveed as always. Naveed Riaz, he really does impress. And this time, I believe, only just the 1 foot fault, no ball, so he's getting better with that as well. But the one thing that still lets them down slightly is the fielding. And once again, a few runs that they gave away there, and also a couple of catches which went down, which helped Raval get to this 120 score. I mean, otherwise it could have kept them to around about a 105, I'm thinking top of my head. But we do know that they have batting power, and we've seen that before. We saw a great knock from Umar Mohammed. He's going to be key here. If he can get going and he scores at the rate that he did against Buddy last time around when he got 62 of 22, well, they're in this match. So 121 required. Join me, Rico Foro, Mr. Maximo, when we come back for the conclusion of match number 103. Volvemos in 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Time for the second half of this match. Is match number 103 in the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona. Group B action. It is concluding on Friday. Then we'll have our automatic qualifier for the final day on Sunday. We'll also have our 4 playoff teams for Saturday. As we are rolling through the last week of the season, Manish Manwani is going to open the bowling for Ravel Sporting in the first half of this game. They won the toss, they batted, and we're off to a great start. In fact, they scored 57 without losing a wicket in the power play. 57 off 3 overs. But the whole rest of the innings, it's kind of lost their way. They ended up scoring another 63 runs in the last 7. So 120 for 8's their final score. 121, the Tigers to win. Manwani starts, and well, we almost have a run out, but it's not picked up in the infield. That could have been a disastrous start for the Tigers. It's Umar Mohammed who's out there. Now, he was the hero the other day against Fateh in the only win the Tigers have on ECN to date. But he was almost run out first ball. He's out there with Mohammed Abu, the captain. Slip in place for Manwani. This will really extend the Tigers. Edged and caught. Well, 2 fielders try and catch it. One's the keeper, one's Patel. And you wouldn't read about it. It's a genuine slips catch. And Umar Mohammed, he was almost run out first ball. He'll be caught off the second. Have a look at this. That's a great catch from Patel, because Kish Patel certainly goes for it. And Ishan, maybe he knew the keeper wasn't going to get there, but he was partially unsighted, I'm sure. And a crippling blow early in this innings. The Tigers lose their playmaker, none for 1. And well bowled by Manwani. Certainly moved that one off the straight a little bit, just left Umar Mohammed. He was only able to get an edge. Just have a look at this. You see the curve, the swing on the ball. But that's a remarkable catch from Ishan Patel, given the distraction that he had. Couldn't really blame Kish Patel either. If he thought he could reach it, it's probably worth going for. He didn't know exactly what the slip was capable of. And of course, you don't normally have a slip in this form of the game anyway. But what a way to start the innings. What I will say about that is that if Umar Mohammed is going to make a duck, at least he's made a quick one, and someone else has time to maybe try and turn things around. This is Asan Raza coming out at number 3. Asan does a pretty good job behind the stumps for the Tigers. He's got a key spot in the batting order today, up at 3. Again, he looks like he's got a lot of potential. Hello to Tim Reedman. Well, if Rico was here, I know what he would say. I might give it a go in a second. Oh, another good outswinger. Mohammed, he had to go for it. I think that was a pretty good effort. That's Rico's chewing on his lunch, asking what was that. It was just a duck, because it's a duck that smokes 30 a day. This is going to be one into the leg side as Ali Raza gets off the mark, and the Tigers get off the mark. Eventually it's backed up. I think that's in the top 2 duck noises on ECN. Rico's just found carrots in his lunch, and that's a pet peeve of him, so quite enjoying watching him try and take them off the plate. Eat your carrots, it's good for your eyesight. That's a fact. Down leg side. And when he loses this one. How is everyone today? Again, thanks for the interaction. We've enjoyed it so far. Well into the second half of the day. So if you didn't realise, we don't just have cricket till Saturday this week. We have cricket till Sunday, because it is the last week of the season. We have a special final day on the 11th of December, this Sunday. It'll be the top 4 teams from this tournament competing for the trophy. Manwani just not swinging the last couple, and that's why they've been lost down the leg side. It's a bit of a tough one when you're a swing bowler, because yeah, you're trying to account for the swing, but not every ball does swing, and things can change kind of in a very short period of time. So the first 2 or 3 balls did go, the last couple haven't, so now he's got a decision to make That one does swing. Stewed up in the air. It'll be a tough one for the fielder. Oh, he almost gets there, just can't organise his steps in time. This will be 4. That's Unat Patel, who's normally a pretty good fielder here. He gets there, but he's basically on the wrong foot, and he can't organise for his hand to get down to ground level. 7 off this first over so far. Well, that's probably a wide. That is very short. Kish Patel thinks there's an edge. Up went the periscope. No, going by that, that's gone miles over his head. Like the optimism though, that'll be rebowled. That had to be quite a long over from Manwani. 3 extra deliveries. Oh, this hurts him, I think. We're at the end of the over though. 7 for 1. Where's this hit Abu? I'm worried. Well, I reckon it's him in the kneecap. Look. Oh. Ow. Ow. To give him credit, this is why I think cricketers are tough. 39 matches without a golden ball. It's about a week and a half in ECN time. Wonder if we'll get another one before the end of the year. Well, I guess we're at the point where we might not see some of these things again. Got to talk about that one for Abu though. I mean, nothing against football. You know, I've been enjoying the World Cup. If they had been in the World Cup, you'd lose about 17 minutes of game time. The first 6 would be rolling around on the floor. But Abu just kind of walks it off and says, yeah, I'm going to get on with it. And credit to him. This is driven. No run here. This will be the issue for the Tigers. Can they be brave enough? Will they go at this target and risk it all going wrong in the hope that they might pull off this victory? I mean, yeah, they could make it to, say, a respectable 80 or something and bat a bit more carefully. But, I mean, I'd like to see them at least trying to make it happen. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong. This is Ranveer Singh, who's had a good series. Oh, well, Abu knows how this feels, because this probably bangs into the leg of his partner, Nasan Raza. Tim in the chat saying, don't forget you can subscribe to the tier system and get a lovely coloured crown. Like, share and subscribe. Well, I might actually put the link in there right now if you'd like to. Get some of the crowns are changing colour because past the 1 month mark now. Wow, this one hits the line and really jumps. Good keeping by Patel. Kish Patel, that is. Look at this. Hits the line. That really jumps. This is why if you're up to the stumps, that's going to hit you between the eyes because you've literally got no reaction time. But yeah, we've seen that. Those lines on the pitch at least are slightly raised. Another full delivery from Ranveer. Bowling pretty well. It's a pretty good stop in the end, I think, from Gorang Mayavanshi down there. You can see, just make sure he stays inside the boundary. Yep, no problem there. Good fielding by Gorang. Still chasing his first boundary on ECN. It'll come one day, Gorang. You're a young man. Swing and a miss this time. So Ranveer keeping things quiet. This is what you're always worried about. Too many dot balls being used up here. This has been the struggle for the Tigers. I'll go back and look some of their stats. Gets some bat on this. Takes off with the run. Gets there. And that will be the end of the over. It's 11 for 1 after 2. Yeah, look at the Yada Tigers. They chased down 90 and did it pretty easily, to be honest, against Fateh. That was back in match number 93 on Saturday morning. But yeah, apart from that, they've had 9 losses. And so, yeah, they're not going to make the top 5, which they need to survive. But they still have plenty to play for. They keep improving their cricket. One thing that I have noticed about them, and I said it before, their batting just isn't where their bowling is at this point. So going into this afternoon, they were averaging 76 per 10 overs. having said that, Rival Sporting are averaging 110. So scores haven't been as high in Group B as they were in Group A. Anish Manwani bowls a no ball off the pitch. Again, good swing. Swings from the hand this time. So how do you make more runs? Well, I don't know. As a specialist keeper, I spent about 15 years trying to work out myself, so I don't think I have all the answers, but I suppose you either go internal, you try and upskill players in the team, or you improve specialist bats, or you try and turn bowlers into all-rounders, or you look outside and maybe you can recruit a couple of players that are kind of ready-made solutions. Because I do think, yeah, if they had a couple more, I suppose, genuine bats, the Tigers, and they balance their team would be a little bit more competitive. See, at the moment, when you can't hit the ball, it's tough to score. Run a ball, two a ball. Raza, 4 off 11 now. Okay, I'll be fair to him. The ball before, he gets credit with the dot, but it was no ball off the pitch, but still 4 off 10. Struggling to deal with the moving ball. This one's a cutter, and once again beats the bat. So Manwani, good variation from him. That's what outswing bowlers will do. Outswing, what we're talking about there, it's when you can curve the ball right to left as a right-hander. So it moves right to left, and the alternative is the off-cutter, which you spin out of the hand left to right. This time Hassan Raza almost gets a run but doesn't, so he'll be frustrated. It was good fielding. Rafael Sporting, one of the most improved teams, I think, in Barcelona over the last couple of years. Saw them make a run, top their group back in 2021, even though it contained the then national champions, Minaj. Well, I hope he's all right here. This is Zayn Aberdeen, who's another good young player, and they're just going to him right now. Yeah, I mean, he went to ground, I think might have hit him in the ribs. And so, yeah, taking his time getting up. He's been in and out of the 11. Yeah, well, when I say the ribs, I mean the really low down ribs. Yeah, so there you go. Maybe it was the ribs. He's rubbing an area which, you know, we can show. Yeah, hit him just above the belt. Yeah, I like that we got this replay. Yeah. No comment. How many ribs you got? Is it 12? How many ribs do you have, Rico? Do you have 12 ribs? I'd hit him in the 15th rib. Just there in time. Not the best bat slide you've ever seen. Question from Keanu, will Minaj be in the ECS next year? Well, we don't know. I think it depends on the availability of their players. Of course, some do travel and visit family in other parts of the world. So, can't tell you yet, Keanu, but certainly hopeful. High. All right, who's after this? Poor Aberdeen just looks around and says, am I really chasing this? But anyway, he will stop the boundary, he won't stop two. That was funny because normally your eyes go to the ball when it goes over your head like that, but he went to try and find other fielders around it that he could make a case would have to go get the ball. Anyway, 15 for 1. Abu gets a nice piece of that one. But yeah, not a lot happening on the scoreboard through the first 3. Hello to Andrew Smith, who says hi everyone in the chat, to Vincenzo and Rico, the beard goat full. Yeah, Rico will be back shortly, don't worry about that. Tim Reedman saying, let Vinny and Rico know your favourite moment of the series so far. Yeah, good question. I mean, the series, European Cricket Series really is the whole year. So you let us know your favourite moment of the whole year. We don't mind. Yeah, so as far as teams sometimes not playing in series, you got to realise if they've got a regular playing group of, say, 13 to 15 players that will play regularly. Here's Ishan Patel coming on. The third, not a bad shot. Should be cut off though, just a single. Yeah, so if you have a situation that you know for either work reasons or visiting family in other parts of the world reasons or something like that, if you know you're going to be 5 or 6 down, then I think some clubs will decline the invitation rather than try and put together a squad that really isn't reflective of who they are as a club. In the air and straight through the hands of the fielder. This is going to be 4. It was almost taken. He was always curving away from the fielder. Made good ground to get there, but just could not hold on. That's the way it goes. Hopefully that answers the question. Sarucci. That's why. It's a really revolutionary type competition. It's a groundbreaking competition, the European Cricket Series, to show on a global level, because there's no other sport that has as big of a divide between known and unknown in the world as cricket, I think. It's the second most watched sport on the planet, but in 90% of the countries, it's hardly known at all in the mainstream. So that's what makes it so exciting. So any other questions you got, throw them in. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me back in the commentary box after what looks like a nice lunch. Once he got rid of the carrots, is Rico full, and Rico might have a wicket first up, almost. Gorang, I think he does get there on the full, but just slips through his fingers. Tough one, but yeah, tough start this for the Ada Tigers.
Yeah, good to be back, everyone. Yeah, thank you to the Federation here for providing us with a lovely lunch. Bit of meatballs today. It's a Catalonian favourite. Meatballs with a twist was very nice. And well, Ishan, he comes on to bowl. And his fielders, including a little maestro, just letting him down slightly. Could have quite easily have picked up a couple of wickets. We know that spin has been very effective here today. The Catalonia Tigers deployed spin to see off the fight from the Ripple Warriors. Now you can see that it's spin that Ravel Sporting would go to. I'm pretty sure the little maestro wasn't able to hang on to the catch. Will probably want to hang on to the ball here and have a bowl himself.
Yeah, these are the spin overs. It's like, yeah, the spin period, 3 to 6. That's what you're going to get, barring something unusual or something going wrong for Ravel Sporting. They'll go Patel Mayavanshi, and see how you're shaping up after that. And a lot of the batters have really lost their way in the spin period. Saruchi Yadav saying, do I know his brother? And yes, Bajendra, of course, I know Bajendra from the chat. And also watch these, yes, T10. Saruchi saying he plays cricket too. Well, that's great. And what part of the world are you watching from, Saruchi?
Yeah, watch out, Mayavanshi. You know, when he comes on, the number of times he got a wicket off his first ball was quite amazing. So here we go.
I'm on amber alert for a wicket. He's not afraid to slow it down. That's what makes him an exciting play to watch.
Yeah, well bowled. There's that flight again, right on the money straight away. It's a sign of a good bowler. He doesn't need a loosener.
Abu can't make too much of this. Gorang, pretty good fielder off his own bowling. Yeah, so by bowling like this, he forces the batter to make all the pace. But even when he slows it down, it means his margin for error is less. But he's so accurate that's how he gets away with it. This time, Abu goes for it, is travelling straight down the throat of Ishan Patel. So I was on amber alert for a wicket. Didn't take long for the little maestro to come to the party. He has a wicket, third ball, and the captain, Abu, has to go for a dozen to score 23 for 2.
Yeah, well, they take him on, and this is a problem. Look, there's no pace on this ball at all, so you got to hit it hard, time it well to clear the fielder. Ishan Patel, well, he's a class act, isn't he? Takes a really good catch, and that's the way he likes to take it. Gets himself in a beautiful low position, and the ball falls kindly into his hands. So he gets his man. And Abu, the captain, he will have to depart. Gets 12 on the board, but slowly took him 10 balls to do it. And he also picked up 2 boundaries. So you can see that well, he didn't do an awful lot more with the other deliveries. Mavanshi once more, and it's a big swing and a miss. And get the feeling here that Kashit Patel is getting ready to maybe take another. Mavanshi 16 wickets now in this series. This one's just a little bit too wide. Didn't really have to play at this. I think this would have been called a wide. So he's on his way to being in the 20s once more. Remember last time we saw him, he was the MVP, most valuable player. Picked up 22 wickets. Ooh, this one is a slightly quicker one. And doesn't quite get through. Just manages to get a bit of bat onto it. So a nice tidy over, and almost gets the wicket maiden, but a run comes of it at the very last delivery. And 1 for 1. We've seen 3 maidens in this group, Group B. Yeah, Ivanchi, big smile on his face after getting a nice tidy over in, and the spin will continue. And well, the Tigers, no answer to it so far. 24 for 2 at the halfway point, way behind in this match. That rate now, just touching on the 20 required per over as the captain, Ishan Patel, continues. And this has just been gingerly fired back to him. Patel once more. Angles it across in the air, should be taken, should be gobbled up by Chait Patel. Bowled Patel, caught Patel, Chait Patel in the action, and Ishan takes another. They just make it look easy, don't they? Dil Raval. And well, this is Ifraz Ahmed. We know he can hit the big ball hard. He comes in at number 4, but it's not to be for him, as he'll go for 1. And that was the 5th delivery that he got. No problem at all for Chait Patel. And Ishan adds another to his figures, as it is Naveed Riaz, better known for his bowling, that comes out. I mean, Naveed, we've seen him come in lower than this. I think we saw him come in at number 8 once and score a 17 not out, which was on that day and ended up being the highest score for his team. So he can handle himself. He will attack though, and I don't think he's going to hold back. So there's more opportunities for wickets here for Patel, who's unlucky in his first over. Could have picked up a couple. Gaurang himself put him down once. And this is a nice little shot. Well, how about that? Thank you very much. That's 4 runs. Beautifully clipped away. Well, Manish Mavani, no point running after that, son, especially when you've got a bad knee. It's gone for 4. Just take your time. It's a nice little shot. It's it's his own version of a sweep. Just delightfully plays it away. Gets 4 off his first delivery. So we are saying, yep, Rico, I can bat. It's a nice shot. Nicely done.
Patel spinning a web as per usual. This is another one which is going to take the fielder on and wins. Well, he just had about an extra metre to work with there, didn't he? So in that Patel, and it might have made all the difference. This ends up going over him. Maximo or Naveed. He's certainly had a few highlights, but you look where that ball bounces.
Yeah.
If he was able to get back and get set, maybe he's got to play on that ball.
Yeah, I think he did. I think what he did here is it's an instinct, isn't it? You come in first and then try and go back. And by him coming in a couple of metres, he takes him out, himself out of the catching department. And sees it going over. Well, this one will be close. I think closer than close. I got the feeling he may have his man here. And this is a great pick-up and throw, attacking this up. A really good throw. Comes out of the hand really quick.
That's direct, I think.
The little maestro has probably got his man here.
Keeper's got his gloves around the stumps here, but the stumps do get knocked over. No, that's just straight out. That has just bounced off the leg stump. There it is. Going, and gone. Yeah. So Gaurang Mayavanshi, well, he's not just a weapon with the ball. We've seen him do some very good things in the field as well. And that is a brilliant piece of fielding. Pick up, throw, and look how quickly he gets rid of the ball as well. Yeah. And he doesn't miss. Great work from Gaurang.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Well, Gaurang, I know he had one highlight. He doesn't want to look at it again, and that was a catching chance. But, well, when he gets a sniff at this, he absolutely fires it in. And unfortunately, that will be the end of Ashan Raza. Well, he ends up down. He ends up dirty. Well, he's going to have to dust himself off and take a stroll. And he'll get the word.
He's just checking this ball's hit the stumps, but he can clearly see it hits the stumps before it comes back.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at it here, and look, that's it. Stump going backwards, you see, goes
stump
backwards,
goes back,
and then comes forward. So I think it's on the rebound that come forward, but yeah, I think that is, they'll look at that again and give the correct decision, I'm sure. And Gaurang is just waiting to receive the congrats from his teammates.
It's taking a long time on this, but I think it's a pretty clear one. That's a direct hit. There, see, look, there. There. The ball's hit the stumps there, and that's before That's before the gloves have come in and knocked the stumps forward. So I mean, Rico, am I missing something here? What are they looking at?
No, I mean, you can see quite clearly. The only thing you'd have to look at is the gloves. I think the ball goes on and hits the stumps first because you see the stump go backwards, and then later on you think the ball. Then you see what they're looking at is this part here.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye. If we keep it running here, so that's when he's out. Glove's not in play. The stump goes backwards. The bail has come off. And what they're looking at is why the stumps have fallen forward. Well, that all happened afterwards.
Yeah, exactly right.
Just there,
and then, I mean, if you were to look at that real time, normal speed, you'd probably say, yeah, has he just knocked the stumps over with his gloves? But I mean, Kish knows that ball's hit the stumps before anything else has happened. So look, they take their time, but they get the right decision. So I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a long wait before the batter has to depart. Yeah, so direct hit, run out from Goreng Mayavanshi, 34 for 4. Does leave Naveed Riaz there. The other end. Ishan puts a bit of pace on this one. Just get a single though into the over. Scores 35 for 4.
Yeah, Mohsin Raza gets off the mark with his first ball, I should say, and will go back on strike again, only to face more spin. I'm sure that's a little maestro. Nurang will come back on, so they really are struggling here. 35 for 5. And once again, it's the spin, which is what many teams have found difficult. And here the Tigers, well, if they haven't come across a Ravo before, they're learning all about them here now. There's a little maestro, looks set to pick up a few more. 16 scouts from him so far.
I'm going to start a campaign. It's called #GetGoreng_a-Boundary. Because now I realise he's been playing ECN cricket for 2 years and he hasn't got a boundary with the bat. Well, this is out. It's pitching in line, it's hitting in line, and that is hitting middle stump. Goreng, once again, does it with the first ball of an over. He's got 2 now, the score 35 for 5.
Yeah, he keeps on going, doesn't he? Well, started with 15, he's on 17, and with 5 deliveries to go, I'm sure he's picking up more. Yeah, the key thing is with his pitches, look, that for me, pitch is okay. It's about middle and leg, then comes in, and he's hitting the batter right on the roll. He's right on front of middle. And, well, the umpire has no option but to put the finger up here. That is plump.
Yeah, doesn't pitch outside leg stump. Yeah, it was probably more middle and leg than I read it live. Probably thought it was more like middle, but you can see it certainly wasn't pitching outside leg stump. And it hits him highish on the leg, but I think he's right in his crease. He's not forward. I think it's a pretty easy decision. Yeah, Goreng has played 43 matches, now 44. Never hit a boundary. Let's get him a boundary before the end of the tournament. You know who won't like that campaign? Ravel Sporting, because if Goreng's batting, they're normally in trouble. But he's not the worst bat. I just think he's not really built for power with the bat. But no, he's certainly one of our favourites to watch.
Well, maybe you should have had a chat with Ishan when you were out there, the coin toss, and say, hey, look, come on, what's it worth to get him up the top of the order?
Yeah, this is probably in the gap, though. So it won't be a catching opportunity. Lily Panda's in the chat. Hello, Lily.
Hi,
Hopefully
Lily.
you're well. I'm always happy to see Lily in the chat. Also want to say a big thank you to Tim. He thinks the ECN's by far the best competition he's ever watched. And he thinks it's excellent. So thanks so much, Tim. And I'll pass that on to all the crew. Saruchi's watching from Nepal. This one's just a little bit over pitch from Goreng. It's pretty accurate. So Lily's question. Well, we were talking about carrots before, that you didn't want to eat your carrots. Cricket question for Vinny and Rico. Have you ever been hitting a carrot?
Oh, yeah, I see this again, yeah. I think everyone who's played cricket...
I think, is she referring to what I think she's referring to?
Yeah, she is.
Really? You mean on the late night brandies tonight or something? What's the time in New Zealand? Past midnight. It's a very past midnight question. Yeah, I think so. I'll tell you the funniest time I was hitting the unmentionables.
Nothing funny about it.
Funny for everyone else
Okay,
was, you know, so wait for this ball from Mayavanshi. Tosses this up once again. Once again, it's a miss hit. And once again, it's a single, 39 for 5 with the ball to go in this over. I was playing, so I've got twin younger brothers that we used to play in the backyard or improvise games, right? So, pardon me, it's 40 for 5 after 7. Come back to that in a second. Why don't we have a quick look at what's coming up next? And Ravel Sporting, looks like they'll go 8-1 after this. I want to make it 9-1 in the last game of the day against the Yada Tigers. So, yeah, the Tigers certainly got their work cut out from them. They have won the toss, elected to bat, so I don't mind that. I think that's a good, confident move that they can maybe put a score on the board and defend it. And their bowling is certainly serviceable at this level. The question is, can somebody like a Umar Mahabad stand up and play an innings that gets them to that 100 plus to put some sort of pressure on Ravel Sporting? Yes, I'll tell you the funniest one that I can think of. As well, around the house, we're always improvising games of cricket. It wasn't just like a set in one part of the backyard type of rules. And also we moved around a little bit when I was young. We had 6 to 7 different houses when I was growing up, so not at once. So we would then have to modify the game. So we didn't really have a backyard in this particular house, so we were using the kind of garage, and it was very short. And, okay, the kids, my younger brothers were 8 years younger than me, so, I was bigger than them and better. So we devised a game where they would get to bowl at me from really close. So, and I'm talking 5 metres. So I think this is when I was about, I reckon I would have been about 16, 17. They were probably about 8 or 9. So it's a pretty big age gap, right? I said, okay. Oh, well, attempted ramp. It's gone straight down to third man and it's caught. Well, how's your luck? Naveed Riaz tries to get creative. Ends up coming off more or less a leading edge. Somehow finds its way down to, I think that's Zain Aberdeen down there. It takes the catch, and so the Tigers lose a 6 wicket, 41 for 6.
Well, we're talking about carrots. Well, there's the carrot man. He knows all about it. Ask him how it feels like. But anyway, he holds on to his nerve and takes a really good catch. And Naveed Riaz, well, he'll be thinking, what have I done? And if you talk, look at him. He's gutted. He said, I didn't see him there.
There's no fielder there. It's a boundary. No problem at all. But he gets unlucky because that could have gone absolutely anywhere. Happened to go down to the man on the boundary. Naveed, though, not the worst from him. He ended up going for 12. Nice catch by Zain Aberdeen. Anyway, I'll cut this story short. So now they're bowling at me from on the bounds of what's like humanly possible. They're bowling me from like a 4-metre pitch.
Right.
And so I said, look, let's make it fair because I'm smashing you. You can bowl from 4 metres. It's a tennis ball.
Yeah.
And the first ball, I'll tell you what happened. It was also the last ball of this game. Here's Rizwan as it goes up in the air and spins away from the field. Oh, it's got him with the doosra. And Mayavanchi, well, we know that he likes handing out the spin sometimes. This time he gets diddled by it. Watch this.
Well, the little maestro gets in a spinner's nightmare himself. Well, there you go. Well, I'll tell you what happened to Aberdeen, because Aberdeen was out there, he did really well.
Aberdeen's still on the other side. So Aberdeen's at third man, Gorang's at
finish your story. Everybody wants to know.
Firstly, before I finish it, I'm going to clip that and send that straight to Corey Rutgers, Gorang, if you're watching this back. Hit, high, fielder comes in, won't get there. Karen Dutta has to eat it. It's a single. Yeah, so the first ball is basically a full toss that hit me directly in the nether regions before I had time to react. It'd be like point blank range. So I was sitting there going, okay, this is going to test me. They're bowling pretty close. And so obviously the bowling's so close. It was too full, right? And the first ball just went directly into, where. It should be caught. It is caught. And he's caught it.
He's caught it with the carrot.
Oh, no, it's gone through his legs.
He hasn't, has he?
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh. How does this happen?
I thought that he's just had this in the pouch like a kangaroo looks after a baby Joey. I saw the ball disappear and I thought around here he's got it. But yeah, it turns out he was laying an egg, Kish Patel.
Oh, he's struggling laying the egg.
There
you go.
From front on, which is our view, I thought he grabs that and someone was going to have to go and find it. 46 for 6 after 8. Yeah, so Tim saying ouch. Yeah, so the other thing about that is as soon as I got hit, there was about a 1 second pause, and then both of my twin brothers were rolling around laughing. And I mean, and even I was crying, but I was laughing because it was so funny. I think we laughed for about 2 minutes as I was trying to compose myself. Here's Zain Aberdeen getting a bowl in the 9th. Good one. Don't know how that misses the stumps. It'll be a dot ball. Yeah, so just imagine, because I think they were wondering if I would just get up and basically smash them. but I was, the laughter was infectious, and so that's probably my funniest story about getting hit in that region.
Nice to see Zain Aberdeen having a bowl. It's a good young bowler. We saw him pick up a player of the match performance the other day when he picked up a 3-foot.
Yeah, well, there's your carrot story, Lily. unusual question for you, a little bit risque. There's another one for you though, if you like that kind of thing. I didn't see the article Keanu's talking about maybe limiting Test cricket to 8 countries. Yeah, interesting.
Swing a miss again, but this time gets through the keeper as well, Patel.
Apparently Ian Chappell's come out and said they should limit Test cricket to 8 countries. I wouldn't say that's kind of already been done informally already, because even countries that have Test status aren't playing a lot of Test matches. So maybe if you did that in a formal way, where teams can qualify it from below, but then what's the criteria for qualifying? Because there's only really limited over cricket being played below that. Interesting. I'll have to read more into that.
Yeah, just going back to Zain Aberdeen, it was against Hawks when he took 3 for 13. Player of the match performance. I'm quite surprised, looking at the match situation here, that it didn't go to him earlier.
I would have thought he'd get a couple, for sure. No Newman Ali in the side today yet. This is in the air, and Aberdeen should get a wicket. He does. So that's the wall of Patel out there, guarding long off, long on, and deep into wicket. And it's Unat Kumar Patel that takes the catch. So the Tigers, like we thought, if the top order doesn't fire, it's going to be a tough 10 overs for them. That's 7 wickets down now. 47 for 7, and a nice moment once again for Zain Aberdeen.
Yeah, I love this. It's good to see the youngster. I mean, he does get a ball. He's only going to get just the 1 over, but he picks up another wicket, so another one to notch up to his stats. And well bowled indeed. He's been unlucky. He's beaten the batter a number of times. What I like about him is bowling wicket to wicket. He's not trying to do anything else. Wicket to wicket. And yeah, okay, there's going to be times, especially when you're younger, that 1 or 2 batters are going to get hold of you. But if you stick to your line, stick to your plan, you pick up wickets as well, and he gets one. 1 for 1 so far.
Left the end of the bat. This should just be a single. Hey, it just made me realise, you know how I'm always all for giving the batter the benefit of those high full tosses. I think I just realised in real time, like a psychiatrist would, why I feel that way. I think I'm still scarred from what happened 25 years ago in that carport. Anything that's full and anything in the mid-region, I'm screaming for a no ball. Almost left with no ball. Anyway, Lily is asking, Rico, did you ever get a cricket ball to the nose?
To the nose?
Yeah, one in the nose?
No, never to the nose.
Found one in the smush. Wasn't fun. I was on my way to my under-12s game, and they were already warming up, hitting catches, and I wasn't watching and got through. Everyone smushed me in the face.
Yeah, it's a mess, the nose. And this one, that's a good hit. That's going to go out the ground. Well, adios, pelota. Eso pelota no va. Here's pelota va por la playa. Big hit. Well, that's a nice moment for the batter. And Harpreet Singh, well, look, he's made a good introduction to the side. I think he was really good with the ball. I liked what he did. And then with the bat, he shows the lefty that he can give the ball a good clout as well.
Get that man up the order. I mean, he's new into the side today in ECN cricket at least. And I think just on the basis of that shot alone, plus he's a left-hander, which kind of throws off the plans a little bit. So 55 for 7 after 9. That gets them above run and ball pace. Hello to Royalson Solomon, who's in the chat. And just a reminder, we'll be back in around about 25 minutes. Take you into the last game of the day. Mohammad Rizwan is going to finish things off here. Match 103. And he's bowling. And he might get a wicket. And he's going to go himself. And he won't get there. Never really committed fully. I think he's a little bit worried about his teammate coming the other way. It probably was an easier catch.
Yeah, I'm glad here. I'm glad that it's Ranveer Singh that stops. I think he knows the bowler wants it. I don't know if there's a call on it, but it was his catch. But he sees the bowler coming, he stops. Otherwise, that could have been nasty.
You've got to respect the call, even though I don't think it was a good call from the bowler to go for it. But if you then start overruling and not telling the bowler, well, you're heading for lights out territory. Thanks for the article, Keanu. I will give that a read in the break and tell you what I think. This is going to be a one bouncer. Well, now, after all of this, I now know what Lily was talking about with one comment. She said, we are not in sync on where carrots go on a snowman. So she was talking about the nose all along. Did you ever get hit in the carrot? And she was talking.
Lily.
Well, Lily, I didn't think it was like you. Oh, this time.
I like the way she took her time telling us that. She let us go through.
I mean,
she let you spend 5 overs
It
telling
was
a story about him being hit in your carrot.
It's the kind of innings where you can kind of spend a good 3, 4, 5 overs on one anecdote. And I'm sorry for drawing it out. And now I realised she was talking about the nose all along.
Good one. I like that. Okay.
My face is red, like it was on that day. Might be above the shoulder, but I think it's above the head. A dot ball.
At least after that day, you never made a mistake of going out without wearing a box.
Yeah, but it was a tennis ball. Like, it's a tennis ball, so you don't...
A good job it was.
Yeah. I mean, I've been keeping up to the stumps in indoor cricket, which is quite a hard ball.
Otherwise, you would never have become a commentator. You just wouldn't have had the voice.
I would have been a good soprano. One to come.
Risky. Chance. Missed.
Oh, if you're not going to go now, you might as well never go, because there's only one ball to go, so that's worth it. 58 now. I have been keeping up to the stumps when I've heard people hit there without wearing any protection, and they make a kind of grunt that's kind of hard to describe. I couldn't reproduce it. But yeah, that's when you feel, I mean, you're only basically a metre behind somebody.
I thought you were going to talk about the noise that they make when they get
That's
hit.
what I meant. That's what I meant.
Grunt.
They make a grunt.
Oh, they make a grunt too.
They make a grunt. Not me. All right, who wants to catch this? Now, yeah, fielder comes in and takes it. Well, that's a nice bit of work, and that's Unat Patel, who finishes things off in style. The Tigers don't quite crack the 60, don't quite crack the halfway point of this chase. In the end, they will be 58 for 8. Harpreet goes off the last ball of the innings, but I did like his contribution of 13. Maybe he can bat a bit higher. Yeah, but really, Ravel Sporting put on a show in match 103, and they'll be hoping to double down in the last match of the day, which is starting in around 25 minutes. Take us through the highlights, Rico.
Yeah, well, they were short and sweet, mainly. It started well, didn't it? Well, this was an unbelievable catch, wasn't it? Well, you've got to be tall to take these sort of catches, and that's what Ishan Patel fortunately is. A really good grab. He doesn't have too much time to see that. Well, the fielder chasing that had loads of time to see it, but couldn't stop it. So nice work done there. The field there from Gurang, and we're going to see some nice work from him as well, but not this. This was when the catch went down, and it wasn't a good one because it was from his captain that it went down. And there's his captain. His captain says, well, you might drop him. Well, off your bowling, I'm not going to drop him. And nor does Chait Patel. So Raval, they did go back to what they do best in the end. This one, well, was a nice shot from Naveed Riaz, but the way he gets himself out, you won't like it very much, and you won't like this one out either, because that was Ashan Raza. Ashan Raza, we know, can be pretty key. And this one was absolutely plumb. We know Mohsin Raza's least favourite fruit. And then this, when he tried to get funky, but, well, it wasn't show time. It was get me out of here time, because he gives his wicket away. And this one, well, not a good look for the little maestro. And he's the spinner, but this time he's the one who gets spun out of contention. And this was one that Patel just couldn't take. But no errors for Unat Patel. He takes some really good catches, but this one could have gone nasty. It was Rizwan wanting to take the corner bowl himself, but he doesn't have to leave it to the fielders, Rizwan, especially if it's Unat Patel. He took some really good catches, and it's a comfortable victory here for Raval Sporting after getting 120 on the board. They were, well, always in top of this match, and the Tigers never got going, and when that wicket off Umair Mohammed went, we know that he's got to be key for them. He goes, and then nobody really was able to get going. I liked the little response there from Naveed Riaz. He'll be filthy with the way that he got himself out. And then also, there was a good little knock there from Harpreet Singh. I think he's a good inclusion in their side, and let's hope we're going to see a little bit more of him. A good match for him, 2 for 17, and he gets 13 for them as well. But you can see, though, the match summary just tells you that Raval Sporting just a little bit too strong for the Eden Tigers. The two teams, they will do it all over again. And that match coming up in around about just under 20 minutes time. And it'll be the last match of the day, match number 4. And so join me, Rika Fall and Mr. Maximo, when we return for the start of match number 104. We'll be back in around 20 minutes time. Join us then.
Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Sun's coming out as usual and it's time for some more cricket. So in the last match of the day, it will be match 104 and once again we'll see Rebel Sporting taking on the Yada Tigers. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the two captains.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. Batting first.
Mohamed Abu has won the toss for the Yada Tigers and he's decided he wants to bat first. Look, it's a fairly brave move from him because we know their batting hasn't really clicked across the board in this tournament, but I don't mind it. I think it's a confident move that their batting is improving. Of course, they do have some success behind them as well now. And let's not forget at the beginning of the last game when they were fielding first, they were always chasing the game after that 57-run power play for Ravel Sporting. So it gives them an opportunity to kind of set the pace and maybe they can just catch Ravel Sporting a little bit unawares in the second half and build some scoreboard pressure. So I don't mind it. I quite like it actually. Rico 4, I'm sure he likes it as well as we get ready for the start of match 104. The Yada Tigers have won the toss. They're going to have a bat this time around. It's over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for another cricket match right here in Barcelona.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. For the final time today, it's time for match number 104. And once more for the final time, we'll leave you with that view of where we are, the Montjuic Olympic ground here. See the Olympic Stadium in the far background. It's an absolute beautiful place to be. And the sports here and the sports culture is amazing. Not only are we talking about baseball, but there's tennis as well, five-a-side football. And it just, well, it is basically the Olympic theme continues. It's all about sport and all about getting the community playing sport as well. Rebel Sporting, well, they were victorious by 62 runs against the Yada Tigers. The Tigers, we've only seen them roar once, really, when they got the victory over Fateh. Can they roar again here? They've decided that they will have a bat first. And I think a lot, really, you have to say, it's got to depend on the openers. And, well, talk about being promoted when Naveed Riaz is going to come up the order. This is what bat versus ball is saying, that 114 to 87 in favour of Raval Sporting. But yeah, I'm liking this. Naveed Riaz, I think, look, he's shown that he can bat. And I think he's probably be looking to stay there a bit longer this time around, not throw his wicket away. And Ifraz is a guy that we know can, but he's got to stick around a little bit longer though, isn't he? It will be Ifraz that will be on strike. And hope he can get a better start than last time around when he was disappointed to get out. Got out for one of just 5 deliveries, and it was the spin that got him. So maybe I think this could be a little tactical ploy. I think get the likes of Ifraz out there when he knows that the spinners aren't going to be there. I think that's something that other teams will look at when it comes to playing Ravel Sporting. So if you've got batters, can go after the seamers. Well, get them in early because that's your opportunity to try and get quick runs on the board. And Manish Mawani will get the go-ahead to bowl the first ball here. And he's asking the question straight away. Everybody goes up, but I don't think there's anything on this. Kish Patel goes up, and alongside him will be the man at slip. And that probably will be, like in the first match, Ishan Patel. Well, they're interested, but not out on the umpire. Correct call. Remember, it was Ishan Patel that took an outstanding catch at slip in the last match off the bowling of Manish. This one's been pushed through the gap between the man at slip and point. We'll get a single. Wild throw comes in from the fielder. Kish Patel. Well, he has to get some height to stop this one. Listen, big day today for all of you following the football, especially for me and well, a lot of people out here. It's time for Spain to see if they can qualify through to the next round. They've got a tough match against Morocco, so mucha suerte por equipo de España, equipo rojo. And another one that beats the outside bat of this time is Naveed. Yeah, good luck to Spain in the World Cup. I think that match is not that far off from starting. I think that's down for a 4 o'clock kickoff our time here. Manish Mawani. Bit of a gentle full toss, but Naveed can't do anything with it. Yeah, so hopefully I'll be in a good mood tomorrow. The match goes well, but no, it's been an interesting World Cup. We've seen some strange results, but looking at the big teams though, it's starting to come good. Argentina looked good the other day. Brazil, well, they look unstoppable at the moment, don't they? England had a good victory as well, of course, against Senegal. And let's see if Spain can also join the big boys right up there. It's a new-look Spanish team, of course. A lot of young players playing. That's what we like to see. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from Raval. And I think that really probably is the success of Raval Sporting. Manish Mawani, a youngster, came onto the scene. Well, I saw him about 4 years ago, I think, up in Cartama, funny enough, where Barcelona bought a young team to play in a T20 junior cricket tournament. And he played really well, along with another youngster that we saw, and we've seen playing for Badalon Shaheen. That's Mati ur Rahman and his brother Sami. And nice to see that they really have made good progress in the game and stuck with the game as well. A number of ways that you can get in touch with us, and myself at Rico Full and Mr. Maximo. And once again, thank you for all your comments and all your support for Cricket in Europe and the European Cricket Network. And of course, you can remain in touch with us by going onto the website europeancricket.com and find out about the matches coming up tomorrow. And also, what I find particularly useful, looking at the player stats as well. And if you want to check back to see how teams did and performed in Group B and Group A, all the information is there. This is good delivery. The in-swinging Yorker. And Ranveer Singh. It's another, talking about youngsters, there's another young man, Ranveer. You've got him in the side. I've already mentioned Manish Mawani. Mawani, of course, has been on show before. But this youngster is pretty new. And I know, well, that one's just down the leg side. And of course, we saw in the last match, you also had the youngster Zain Aberdeen. He's not listed in this one. So a lot of good young talent coming through. Not only is it good for Raval, but good for cricket in Spain in general and cricket in Europe. This is nicely played. Leans onto this. Bit of miscommunication. The throw probably would have been more challenging if it went through to the non-striker's end, because it's a little bit slow to go. Hesitation. You don't see it there on the shot, but it hesitated in the middle of the pitch. Nice throw. Good work once again from Spring Productions. You see the batter, well, only just had to make sure the bat was down and slid, and it was. But close, but he'll be in. And also, look, a big shout out to everybody that's been involved in the YouTube chat today. I mean, it's not just about us and the crew that are here and the teams playing, and of course the match officials, as this one's up in the air and it will get past the fielder and bounces just before the boundary line. 4 runs, nice positive hit down the ground, liking that. And Ifraz Ahmed, we know that if he gets going, if he starts swinging, that he can hit the ball pretty well. But yeah, to everybody on the chat as well, you're all part of a big part of the team as well. And a lot of great work being done by the moderators as well. You guys are the stars behind the scenes, as this one's been whipped away as well. So back-to-back boundaries. And Ifraz Ahmed, he is up and running. So 4 more for him. So Ranveer just a little bit short this time round, and giving it too close to the stumps. Just needs to go a little bit wider, just to get the ball outside of that arc, the swing arc of the batter. Let's see if he can adjust. Sticking with the slip though. So keeping the pressure on. And I just think, just have a think, what do you think the score they'll be looking for to try and get here? As this one's been clipped away. Is there a bit of bat on this? The umpire decides no, leg by. Yeah, knowing that the frailties that Raval can have, even though that they won the last one quite convincingly, batting first, we've seen them have hiccups when they chase. I just think if you can get to an 85-90 score here, then you can push Raval, especially if you get those earlier wickets. This one's down the ground. It will be another one that will just bounce before it goes to the boundary. And Patel does really well. I think this will be out. They're going to go upstairs And look, Unet Patel does ever so well. We saw him take some really good catches in the last match. But look, this one, it bounces kindly for him. It's sort of one that almost spins back. He takes it and releases the throw straight away. And let's keep an eye on this. Oh, it's so close. Question is, does the back cat pass the line when the bells come off? Keep an eye on it. And I think he's gone. I don't think the bat is down just there. Let's see. Let's see the next frame and see the bat hit the ground. Yeah, that's when it makes hits the ground. So bat in the air, it will be out. Then look at it a few times because it's very close. But I think on examining that frame there, you're going to have to say he's got to go. And I think he's walking already. I think he's perhaps already got the message. And great work, though, from Unet Patel. You see, just that slight hesitation from Naveed. Just watch this once more. Look when he gets to the other end. First of all, we see the fielding here. It's a really good pickup. Pick up and throw. And Naveed here, look, just hesitated when he got to the other end. He didn't go straight away. And then, well, he dives in. It's a bit of a crash landing, but it's all in vain. And Naveed, well, we know he's got talent, but he also finds a way to get himself out on a number of occasions. And, well, he'll get himself out there for 3 of the 7 deliveries that he faces. Run out thanks to a good bit of fielding once again from Unet Patel. Raval closing the gap, aren't they, on the Catalonia Tigers? But remember, they've lost 1 game. The Tigers haven't. And if they keep going, well, it could come down to the matches when Raval Sporting and Catalonia Tigers play each other to see which one of the 2 will get the automatic spot in the final on the Sunday. That's the 11th of December. This one gets worked away and it'll take a single. So Ifraz has been joined now by Umar Mohammed. Now this guy, we know, if he gets going, can certainly make things happen for his side. He's one of the batters that has got a half century for his side, 62. He made against Fateh, and what a knock it was. Well, looking to go big, and no ball has been called here, and I think that's because the stumps have been broken. Yeah, Ishan Patel comes on to bowl, and, well, he clips the bails. So, no ball called. Let's watch this again. I think is it his foot? Yeah, I think the right foot just gets a bit of the stumps, and then the next shot is up in the air, and we'll go all the way. Balle, 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 kinda zona, shaka, lagya. Well, that's the way to deal with the free hit. He gets right under this and belts it over the boundary. 6 runs. And, no, he needed a gift to get going. Well, it is that time of year, isn't it? And, well, he receives the gift and he puts it away, and maybe that will kickstart his innings. And now he gets a wide one. Been hit hard, but straight to the fielder. Good stop from Manish. Ishan Patel. Spin, as we know, in the 3rd. Floats it up there, and, well, this one is pretty close. No appeal from Patel. I tell you what, many would have gone up. Makes an adjustment in the field, so he sees what the batter's trying to do. So mid-wicket now deployed, and the man who was on the boundary at long off comes inside. Quicker delivery, and it's been hit beautifully. Well, this is beautifully executed. What a lovely shot. 1 bounce, and over the fence it goes. Well, who's that over there? Well, they knew it was coming. What a nice shot. I like the way he holds his pose, and he says, "Oh, kitte shoti ladki photo kitnali meri photo we kit today." Small piece. Well, that's one for Don Oroz as that one goes over the fence. Lovely shot. Looked absolutely superb. The timing was fantastic. Mohammed showing what he can do here. Ishan wants to see the back of him. Bowls it wider. And, well, that's where to be, he's thinking. No doubt he'll be homing on to that area to Mohammed if he gets another chance at him. 28 for 1. A much better start for the Yeda Tigers. Remember, they only got to 15 in the power play last time round. This time they've moved on to 28. Let's see who they go with. So they are going to stick with the spin. So it's going to be Gurang will come onto bowl here. So Mavanchi. Power play complete. That's a signal there from the umpires. The umpires, Demil Khan and Asif Mughal, have been fantastic once again. They're led brilliantly by Sir Rob Kemin, the tournament referee. And umpire Safwan is the third umpire in this one. Here we go. Little maestro time. And ask the question. He's quite excited, but I think this is probably going to go on to miss leg stick. Yeah, I think that's a good call. It's a little bit of an interesting appeal. It was a yelp appeal. Yelp, yelp, yelp. It's like a little Yorkshire Terrier. It does come back a little bit. I can understand him getting excited, but I think the umpire is saying it pitches outside leg. Single taken. Next ball. Always going to be there, always going to be at you, is Gurang. And he doesn't change, he doesn't get deterred. That's the thing about him. He's so cool. He showed those signs when he was a young player 3 years ago, that no matter how much he gets attacked, he doesn't let it bother him. And that's one of the reasons why he's so successful, I think. 17 wickets in this series so far. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be adding to those. And this time really gets the movement in. Clever, isn't he? Just the teasing Mohammed with that line. And he's probably already seen from how Mohammed played Ishan Patel where he wants it to be. I wonder if he's going to make a little step across. He does. Think about it. And he hits this pretty well, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, nicely done. Good pick up and throw into the glove of Kishit Patel. And that was Unit Patel out there. Isn't he being good in the field? 30 comes up. Ball to go in this one. And this one is up in the air. I think Kishit Patel is asking for the LB, but I think there may have been a fair bit of bat on this. I think there needed to be because he goes right across. Yeah, bat onto pad and goes up in the air and drops safely. So only 2 from the over, a nice tidy one. And the score stays on 30, so 30 for 1. Wickets in hand could be the key here. Keep those wickets in hand and they can make things happen. Patel to continue. Ishan Patel, that is. Cut this to come in. This is a nicely played shot. Manish Mawani is after it. They'll get 2. There's a bit of a what? Well, they could be looking for 3. They should. And nobody behind the stump. So, well, he has to be a direct. Well, this could keep going on forever. And they think about another. And the keeper does finally get back into home territory. Well, that's 3 taken here. Manish chases after it. It was always going to be 2. A wild throw from him. Has the wicketkeeper running after it. So they take the 3rd. And then another throw came back the other way. Thankfully, somebody was there to back it up. So that's 3. To think about it, but decide not to. So, Ahmed now back on strike. These two just getting a little partnership going. Very important. Shorter delivery. Quicker. Gets past the infield. I'll take the single. Yeah, partnerships are so important. Once again, I think they've just got to be thinking to themselves, 85 to 90. I mean, if they can go beyond that, all the better. But 85 to 90 will be the score that they'll be looking for. Hello to Lily Panda saying good morning to everyone. Hello to Marcus as well. This one gets played away against another single. So it looks like both the batters have decided, well, look, if the big shot is not on, that's fine. But let's just take something. Let's get something from every ball. And even if it's a single, 2 balls that come from the spell from Ishan Patel. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. That's not the norm. Normally gets something. He and Gurang, the spinners, they make things happen. But it almost looks like that maybe that's the plan here. Right, okay, look, let's not throw our wicket away to these guys. We know that Gurang will bowl the 5th, or the 6th, I should say. And then we can maybe get the attack onto some of the other bowlers that come on later. Quicker one. And they do see out Ishan Patel. He'll go for 21 off his 2 overs. And the score, though not motoring along, it moves along to 37. So 37 for 1. And Raval, of course, themselves will be quite happy with the rate that this is going at the moment. The Gurang wastes no time in getting up to the bowler's end, get to his mark, and we can see here these are the teams, and that we've seen in Group A and Group B as well, all leading up to Group B finals day, Saturday 10th of December. Remember, the team that finishes top will go automatically through into the finals day, and they get the double chance of getting into the final. Then the next 4 will play off on Saturday. So you've got to be looking to finish in the top 5. Avanchi floats it up there, and this has been hit pretty well, but oh, that's a tremendous catch from Ishan Patel. Well, what a formidable partnership these two are. The young little maestro does the bowling, and his captain, Ishan Patel, does the catching. Tremendous catch. You've seen him take a few where he hasn't had to move. This one, he's got a bit of work to do. He's dropping in front of him and gets the dive in and takes this so low on the ground. But what a good catch. This is all about Ishan Patel making it happen. And the little maestro, just as I said, does pick up another. They're having a look at this. Yeah, they're looking to see if he takes it cleanly. I don't know how much of this you can see, but look, you can see it clearly going into the hands just here. Into the hands. And yeah, I mean, you cannot see any reason not to give this. I think he gets his hands wrapped around this pretty well. And it stays in. I think when they look at this a few times, they will give it out. They do. There's the umpire's giving us the signal. A really good catch and excellent work once again from our production partner, Spring Productions. Great work to Elvira and Chris Stamps and also Ballantyne, who have been absolutely fantastic throughout our time here in Barcelona. And, well, Lily Panda, she's on it straight away. Excellent catch. You're absolutely right, Lily. It was a great catch. And it's a partnership, really, Gaurang and his captain, Ishan. And I like to see the percentage of times that it has actually been the captain, Ishan Patel, that has taken the catch off the bowling of Gaurang. I mean, he's taken a lot of wickets. How many times has it been Ishan that's taken the catch? I'm pretty sure it'll be round about probably the 60 to 70%. Okay, so they break the partnership, and the captain now has to come in. Nabu is quite happy just to play this away, take the single. The throw gets fired in, but they do complete the single. Gaurang once again always has the knack, doesn't he? Takes the wicket off the first ball of his over. This one's just been nudged away. They're testing the fielders here, and bearing in mind there have been a few run-outs in the innings. They're playing a little dangerously, but look, I suppose if you're on the same wavelength, then I think 9 times out of 10 you will make it. Glorious sunshine here. This for this last match of the day. Temperatures getting up to around about 15 degrees here now in the sunshine. Turned out being quite pleasant. Seems to be the pattern. It's always a cold, chilly start to the morning. But once the sun breaks through, things certainly start to warm up. Gaurang flights this up a long way. Once again, it gets a lot of movement. And if you're not prepared to use your feet and get to the pitch of these, well, that's what's going to happen. You're going to get off balance. And you're not going to get anywhere near it because the spin takes it away. Mohamed Abu This time gives themselves a bit of room. This will be smashed straight into the stumps. The stump starts the fielding. End of, well, once again, a very economic spell from Gurung Bhavanchi. Just goes for 4 runs of the 12 deliveries that he's bowls, and he's picked up the wicket as well. Now, 6 overs complete. 39 for 2. The batters that have already come and gone. You've seen Naveed Riaz, he went for 3 of 7. Run out, unfortunately. And then we saw that the dangerous Umar Mohammed, he was the last man to go. 18 of 13 balls, and it was Ishan who took the all-important catch. Bowling of Gurung. So that's what's brought the captain out there to join Ifraz, who plays a nice little shot here. It's a dangerous one because he placed it right in front of his stumps, and now he's running dangerously. A better throw would have had him in trouble. I mean, it's thrown from a long way, the fielder. That has to be a very good arm. Numan Ali. Liking Numan Ali, you know. He's a fiery little character. And he gives 110% for his team. He gets the opportunity to play this one instead of Zain Abedin. And once again, running hard, but so far getting there. I suppose that's the way to do it. If you know you're not going to be able to hit the boundaries, and then you've got to take the singles and take the field on. Keeping it pretty tight. I mean, on the offside, you've got the one man in close to sort of cut out that single. This one swung across the line, trying to get it in the gap between the 2 fielders. He won't do. It's a one-hand pickup. And a good throw. And there's Patel once more. It's like a homing in device on this Kookaburra. Any time he goes anywhere near him, he's picking it up. Ali. Flicked away once more on the leg side. Not a clean contact. Keeper should take this on the bounce. Kishit Patel, he does. So it's all tiki-taka at the moment. The boundaries just not happening, just not coming. Up in the air. Chance. And taken nicely. And that's a good catch from the little maestro. The Gurung Bhavanchi. I'll tell you why it's a good catch. I mean, after the first match, we saw him receiving a bit of attention to his right hand. So it's not his bowling hand, but we know that he went for a catch in the earlier match, which was one that was pretty low down, and the ball and the hand hit the surface at the same time, and it left him with a nasty little scar. Took a bit of his skin away as well. So he was getting some treatment on that. So when you've got an injury like that and the ball goes up in the air and you've got to be involved in the catch, you've always got that playing in your mind. So he does well and gets the catch. Abu, the captain, he has to depart. Just tries to get the acceleration in, looking to try and get that boundary. But they can't find a way to get it at the moment. And that's nice from Ali. Picks up a wicket. And he's ready to go again. Ifraz is starting to run out of partners now. That's the 3rd wicket that goes down. But I'm liking Harpreet Singh coming in. He's somebody who certainly did entertain us, and that's what he's going to do this time as well. Well, talk about boundaries. Send in Harpreet Singh. He gets the boundary. He hits this all the way over cow corner. It's a good shot. Well, he's not shy to have a go. And he hits this lovely jubbly. 6 runs. Not wasting any time. And Numan Ali, it was looking like a good over until that one. And that one takes it to double figures. 11 come off it. Score moves on to 50 at the 7 over mark. And this is matches. And, well, this is not tomorrow. This is, we've already had these. I'm sure that we'll get the correct graphic up for you. And in a moment's time, and we can talk about that a bit more. But we know that Raval, they will be playing a part. Well, here we go. Yeah, Raval are taking on Gracia. They're going to be 2 cracking matches tomorrow. And the 2 top teams. And if this match goes Raval's way. We're going to see two teams that, well, Raval only lost one of their matches, and Gracia, well, they've made it 6 on the spin. So that's going to be interesting. Then we're going to see one between maybe two teams that perhaps are not going to be seen in the Group B finals day, but teams that will be looking to add some more victories under their belt. The Hawks taking on the Aida Tigers that we're seeing here with the bat at the moment. Swing and a miss. Mohamed Rizwan is the bowler. And Rizwan looking to use him to bowl this and the last over. Probably will go back to Numan Ali to bowl the 9th. Harpreet does break the long period of time without a boundary, and he wants another, but this goes high up in the air and it's going to go to the boundary. So they do bring up the man who was at the sort of cover boundary to the left-hander to allow another player to go back on the leg side. They packed the leg side pretty well. Got long on, mid-wicket, and square leg on it for that shot from Harpreet. But Harpreet, well, he says, you know what, I'll go the other way this time. So 6 and 4 for him. Hits this pretty hard as well. Fielder should get down to make the stop. No issues at all. It's Karandata. Tidies things up. Ahmed, been there a long time. Just above run a ball. Time for him to get going. And that's exactly what he tries, but unfortunately finds the fielder. Well fielded once again by Unet Patel. Seems to be manning that boundary single-handedly by himself. Firmly hit down the ground, but Ishan Patel will do the fielding. Lily Panda saying it's time for bed. Well, Lily, I hope you have a good night's sleep. And she's saying, protect your carrots to everybody. We will, Lily. And Emily Elizabeth is on the chat as well. She's saying good night to Lily as well. Over comes to an end. So not a bad one from Rizwan at all. Pretty tidy. Just 7 from it. And the score moves on to 58. So they haven't really been able to get. So whereas in this innings, they've kept the wickets intact, but the score seems very much the same. I mean, in the last match when they were chasing 121. Well, this one I think is a catching chance. I think it's hit the bowler pretty hard, and well, I think he's more. He goes down here like his hand is busted. I think this is all to do with not taking the chance, the opportunity, Newman. I think there's definitely a corner bowl chance, but the way he reacted was like he was in serious injury. But not to be, he's okay. Well, this was... Wow, he's got his man in the air. Well, he says, well, you hurt me and I'll hurt you back. And he knocks them over. Here's a boogie, oogie, oogie. Kookaburra fireball as he knocks them over. Jagdev Hutte style. And then Numan Ali, he checks his fingers now. They're all okay. So Ifraz, he's been there a long time, hasn't he? But hasn't really been able to get anything going. And he will go. And in the end, it's cleaned up by Ali. He'll go for 19 of exactly 19 deliveries. So run a ball 19. I'm just trying to get a bit of acceleration in towards the end of this innings, but not able to do so. Good bowling once again from Ali. And Raval, well, this will be, I mean, tomorrow it'll be a much stronger opposition that they face in those earlier matches against Gracia. This gets whipped away. Will be, once again, just a single. In comes the throw, straight into the gloves. But certainly they go into those matches in good form. But Gracia are a team that have just been getting better and better. And Hiro Mahe, their captain, has been in brilliant form. And you've got the likes of Vibha Yadav, Kuldeep Lal, and of course Simranjit Singh, who've been in fine form as well. This is a nice looking shot. I'm liking this. It will be another boundary to Harpreet Singh. So Singh, he does get elevated up the order, and at least he is still getting runs on the board and giving his team something to defend. He'll be hoping that Darshan Raza can provide something as well. Raza, we've seen him right at the top of the batting order. Up in the air, and will anybody get anywhere near this? And it's almost a sensational catch. Almost. He comes from a long way, and it's Gurang Babanshi. Got to say, I mean, full credit to him. He's got a lot of ground to make up, and then he's trying to take this away from his body, and finally spills it. So Harpreet gets a life as he moves to 17. He was the highest scorer in the last match with 13 for his side. And now, well, he's shown that he's quite energetic as well as he leapfrogs over this one to get himself, well, I was going to say back on strike, but unfortunately for him, he'll hear the umpire's call over. Well, there you go. That's a little skip. And he says, yeah, I'm back on strike again. But the umpire say over, so he's got to walk back to the other end. 9 overs down, 66 for 4. Yeah, I was telling you where they were at this point last time. I can tell you that now. They were at the end of the 5 overs. They were on 24 for 2, so much better this time around. At the end of 8 overs, here they were 58. Last time in the last match they were 46, and 66 to 55 this time around. So better, but with those wickets in hand, you would have expected maybe a few more. This one's been drilled pretty hard. They're running hard here. And will get the single, so Harpreet will go back on strike. There is one. But a very good first over, just 7 from it. Single there. Now it's Harpreet. It's maybe the man who can make a difference. Maybe a few blustery blows here could get them close to that 80 mark. Let's see. Well, it's not going to happen. Well, that is, well, a little bit of dynamite as the castle gets absolutely blown away. And Rizwan just gets the ball on the money and, well, knocks him over. Dundee tugged it there. Good bowling with a smile on the face of Mohammad Rizwan as he picks up his first wicket in this match. And, well, that's the era to bowl at this stage. Take nothing away from Harpreet Singh, and he had to have a go. Big swing from him. He's trying to send this one to the moon, but in the end, it's the stumps that get shattered. Good bowling, good areas from Rizwan. The good effort from Harpreet comes to an end. He'll go with a, well, an exciting 18 of 9 deliveries. The next ball from Rizwan is a wide, valuable extras. Yeah, once again, joint high scorer. Joins Umar Mohammed on 18. 1 6 and 2 4s from Harpreet Singh. Mohsin Raza will get another wide. Well, it looks like Rizwan obviously got his radar tuned in to the left-hander. Well, he's no longer there, and he's got to go the other side now. Walks back to his mark. So looking to get 70 on the board. Still 4 balls to go here. Hits this well, and he's going to get the boundary. This will go all the way. Bolle. Now that's what you're talking about. Well, we know he's got the ability. I mean, don't forget, early on, when the Tigers were showing us what they could do in the earlier matches, it was Darshan Raza and Mohsin Raza were the 2 batters that were performing for them. And here they are together here, 75. So can they get to that 80? Well, this will help because this is going to be another 4. So they will probably get to the 80. That takes them to 79. So 80 at the moment is looking to be the target. It will be 80 something. And just like that, well, Mohsin Raza says, hey, have you forgotten about me? Well, he comes out, and though he may have been out of favour with his captain, he's still showing us what he can do. So it's a good little flurry here towards the end. And this is a Gundy ball. It's a wide. Well, it doesn't get anything on it. Well, what's happening there? I tell you what, मेरा कल cameraman ने एक दो गिलासियां पीती होनियां. Now, you got to take more water with it. Who's up there now? Is that Tapsy? Was it Valentine's? Come on, Elvira, tell me. Who's on the snozzle? Maybe it was that bird of prey that was attacking him. It's with us now. We're back homed in. Still 2 balls to go. 80 is on the board. This one is a slower delivery. And, well, he doesn't want to run. I can understand it, I suppose. In Raza, 10 off. Well, that's the 3rd delivery you get. So, even though the non-striker is pretty keen, Ushan Raza, to get to the other end, he's saying, hey, you made 3 of 3. I made 10 of 3. I think I will face the last ball. And he hits this pretty well, but he could be caught here, and he will be caught. As Chai Patel will make no mistakes. So it's another wicket for Mohammad Rizwan, but he certainly had his troubles in that last over. It's a good productive over, though, for the Tigers, because they do put 80 on the board. It will finish 80 for 6 as, exciting little flurry for Mohsin Raza as he gets 10 off the 4 balls that he faced. Will get him and his side to that 80 score. He finishes and out on double figures. Well, this is how it started. They went with Naveed Riaz at the top of the order. We know that he's somebody that can make things happen with his side. And Ifras Ahmed was up there with it. Ifras, well, he was just going to run the ball, but this was the disappointing bit, the run out. And if he could only have just stayed there, you never know. And then, well, it was such a good pick-up and throw. And Riaz, well, he dived to try and get himself in, but the slight hesitation on the turn, well, that was what made all the difference. But at this point, they were still getting the boundaries. And Mohammed, we know how dangerous he can be. He played some nice shots, but, well, it was the little maestro that on this occasion who was able to hold on to the cat. That broke that little partnership. And but the ball, as you're seeing here, was still finding its way to the boundary. But Ifraz, well, sooner or later you knew he had to go for the big shot. He went for it, couldn't execute it. Numan Ali, nice to see him in the side. He sort of shares the role between him and Zain Aberdeen, both of them getting a match each. That's what we've seen so far, and both of them seem to perform. And, well, that was the big wicket, wasn't it, of Harpreet Singh. But I do like what Harpreet Singh has brought to the side, and I also liked the little flurry there towards the end from Mohsin Raza. And his 10 runs were very vital. He scored them quickly and he got his team to 80. And I was saying that, you know, a score 85 to 90 could be interesting. They don't quite get there, but it still makes it interesting because we do know that Raval Sporting, though they're a good talented side, and they got the likes of obviously Ishan Patel, who showed good form in the earlier game, and also they got Manwani. He didn't quite click. Watch out for him in this one. I'm sure he's looking to bounce back, and Chai Patel is there as well, coming down. Good batters, but they have struggled at times. Look at those bowling figures, and 2 wickets for Mohammad Rizwan. They're a little bit expensive in the last over. Numan Ali picks up 2 for him as well, and well, the little master Gurung Mavanshi just gets better and better as he picks up another and only concedes just 4 runs. So the final match of the day, match number 104, is very evenly poised. Yeah, the Tigers, they did better with the bat than they did last time round when they were chasing 120. They've got, and they posted 80 on the board. 81 it is that will be required by Raval Sporting. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maxwell, when we return in around about 10 minutes time to see if Raval can do the double over the Tigers. Hello and welcome back for the final time today for match number 104 as Revel Sporting look to knock off the runs here. 81 required. I know a lot of people are probably thinking that this should be pretty straightforward. I just get the feeling that with the likes of Harpreet Singh that's coming to the side, if he can get his line right straight away, the left arm over the bowler and the likes of Naveed Riaz, it's not going to be so straightforward. It's going to be Ishan Patel, the captain, opening up once more with Karan Datta. We've seen them do this now for the 4th time. It seems to be pretty successful, but a good start from Harpreet Singh. It's right on the money straight away. One thing that Harpreet Singh struggled with, I had a quick look at him in the first time I saw him bowl. He just tends to sometimes stray a little bit down the leg side, but also I think he goes right in front of the umpire. It makes it difficult for the umpires to make a decision. Look where he is here. No way, can't give it. You cannot give it, and that's right on cue for what I'm talking about, and I think this is exactly what the umpire is saying. The umpire is saying there is no way that I can give a decision here. And yeah, look, just right on cue what I was saying. As soon as the bowler says, look, there's no way an umpire can make a call, and I reckon that is probably is out. And that's what I'm going with. My gut reaction is that is out. An umpire cannot use a gut reaction. The umpire has to see it. He can't give what he can't see. And this is where the young bowler, Harpreet Singh, will learn very quickly. He's got to run off the stumps. So not out is the correct call. Umpire can't be guessing. And you see now here, he makes an effort to get off the pitch. And that's all, you know, me and Vinny were talking about this yesterday. And I think the umpires, you have to be strong. You have to call it straight away. You have to talk to the bowler. I would go as far as getting the captain involved as well, because really, don't forget, the captain is responsible for everything his team does out there. It takes a few seconds, get the captain, get the bowler and say, right, okay, look, this is the reason I'm not giving this. I can't see it. He's running in front of the stumps. If he does that, well, I can't give you any decision. And if he keeps doing that, well, then basically I'm going to start doing, well, whatever it is that the rules of that particular tournament. You can have your own rules. Myself and Vinny were saying that once 2 warnings have been given to a bowler, then that warning then carries across the whole innings. And once they do it over a couple of times, you start calling no balls. Something needs to be done. He is trying to make an effort to go off the pitch here now. And you see the difference it makes. Once the bowlers have been told, they react. And now he knows, this is Harpreet Singh that is, he knows that he should have had a wicket. His captain probably believes he should have had a wicket. They haven't. They could have got a very dangerous batter back already. But as a result of, well, bad discipline, they haven't. Anyway, Patel, though, still struggling. Oh, this is so lucky. He tries to get a little funky here and tries to create something. And it's another good delivery. Look at the ball here. And this could have been curtains for Ishan. And he's, very, very lucky indeed. Gets a bit of inside bat on it. This was what I was talking about. If Harpreet Singh bowls well and he's backed up well by Naveed Riaz, this could be, well, it's going to be a challenging 4 overs for Raval. This one has only wanted in just 1 run so far. This one's a little bit short, and right on cue, he latches onto it. This is the pressure, I think, that was building on Ishan Patel. He needed the big shot. He tried to create something of the last delivery, but wasn't able to because it was pretty full and straight. This one's a little bit shorter, and Patel, he rocks back, and he puts this away. So they get the boundary of the last ball of the over. But it was a good over, you have to say. I know he should have had a wicket, you have to say, and he would have had a wicket if he didn't run in front of the umpire, Harpreet Singh. But 40 matches without a golden ball. Well, we're in the grady 80s, just. Could this be a golden ball match? Well, it could be. We'll never know. 5 without loss. And a good start from Harpreet Singh. Can it be followed up by Naveed Riaz? Well, Harpreet Singh has issues running in front of the umpire. Just get the feeling here with Naveed coming around the wicket. Over the wicket, I said he could have the same issues. Yes, he does. Look, straight in front. And, well, this one has been given. And Karan Datta will go first delivery, caught behind by Ashan Raza. So the attack of the left arm over continues and is fruitful so far. Karan Datta will go. He'll go first ball. Going to be a golden duck. But once again, yeah, as I said, it's another man that has the same sort of issues. Look where he is here. I mean, the umpire, well, okay, he sees enough of it to give it. I mean, it's a big, thick edge. There's no doubt about it. But good delivery. That's the one that the left armers were looking to do, go right across the right-hander. And that's too hot and spicy for Kurandata. He's going to go Raza behind the stumps, takes the catch, makes no mistake. And Naveed gets the wicket. Kurandata would go with 0 first delivery. Yeah, the other issue, of course, we know that Naveed Riaz has had is with the foot fault, no ball. He overstretches with his front foot. Though in the last match, he only bowled just the one. That's good for him. He is getting better with that. But he is dangerous. Well, I did say that Ravala have to negotiate the attack from Harpreet Singh and Naveed. And it's Naveed that gets the wicket after a good tidy over from Harpreet. So pressure is on. And, well, they go with Kish Patel before Manwani. So Manwani's been off the ball slightly. He's been left. Oh, that's a good delivery. And right on the money straight away. Here's Naveed Riaz. Great delivery, good carry through, good pace, good start to the new batter. So liking the noise and the energy levels out there from the Hida Tigers as well. Oh, everybody all together. Well, there he is. There's our hot dog. We know he likes sitting in the sunshine, wearing the jacket of the owner and having a little bit of a snooze. Short, no ball called. Well, there's those issues with the front foot. I think this is the effort ball. You take the single, think about the second, decide against it. No ball called because of foot fault. Let's see how far he goes here. Yeah, a long way. It is the effort ball. It gets cut away by Kishit Patel. He only gets a single, so free hit. Field can be changed because new batter is on strike. Well, with Datta going early, it makes Ishan Patel's innings that more important. Free hit though. And well, it is an edge and it will go to the boundary. And well, Naveed, he's getting all excited because there's an edge, catch it. It would not have mattered because you bowl that foot fault, no ball again. He hasn't been able to get it right. And this flies past Ashan Raza for 4. And just had the license to go the full Monty, and he did get the edge on it, thick edge, but flies to the boundary. Riaz comes in somewhere. Well, Roberto is just taking time to have a little coffee, and he's done it again, 2 and 2, and this time they don't even chance taking the single, so no ball called again. So Riaz letting himself down. Of course, if he goes on and picks up a wicket towards the end of this over, i.e. if he gets a wicket in balls that he shouldn't be bowling, and he's only bowling them because they're extra deliveries, he'll say it worked out well, but if those last deliveries go for runs, it won't be too good. And this one goes through, but again, excitement. As well, one thing he does succeed in doing is not giving any extras away of this particular free hit. So this is it now. So these are the balls being bowled, which if he had completed the over without the no balls, it would have been called over already. So let's see if it works in his favour or against him. This is played away, chase is on. It'll definitely be one. Ishan will settle for that. So far, it's cost them 1 run. They do get Patel off strike. Kishit Patel, the wicketkeeper batter, now on strike. So he has to get the line right now to left-hander, batting a long way outside of his crease. See there, this is all about trying to see off the Yorker net delivery. Oh, misfield. So, but there's our answer. So those no balls, those extra deliveries, not only did they cost just the 2 runs for being no balls, but a further 2, because both resulted in singles. So that's like a boundary, that's 4 runs. And in a short format like this, and also when you've only got 81 that you're defending, or 80 they're defending, 81 is the target, it's expensive. There's the tables. Laval Sporting looking to move up to 18. Got 2 matches tomorrow against Gracia. It won't be easy matches, and if there can be victorious there, they'll be right up there with the Catalonia Tigers. And that'll make an exciting finish to the group stages when they take on Catalonia Tigers. It'll be gripping stuff. Harpreet Singh back into the action. This has been clipped away. That's a lovely time shot. Just strays onto the pads of the left-hander, Kish Patel, and he plays a delightful shot, clips this away. And yeah, this is a difference. Perfect line to the right-hander, but not the best one to the lefty. He needs to try and keep it outside the off, the same way that Naveed was able to. Sticking over the wicket though. Once again, it goes the wrong way, so I'm just wondering if it will change. Also ends up going right in front of the umpire once more time. See, this is where now, going back to what I was talking about, as the umpire, I would have once again, have a chat with the bowler, call the captain over and say, right, that's the second time, last and final. So any more times he does this, or anybody else in your team, it's straightforward, no ball. Still on the legs, but not as wide this time. He'll be happy, I think, now, because he'll be bowling back to Ishant Patel. He had Ishant Patel in all sorts of trouble. You have to say, it was only the last ball of that first over that was too short, and Ishant was able to put it away to the boundary. So Patel will be wary, to say the least. In comes Singh. And he knocks him over. Well, wary he should be, because we know that Harpreet Singh was after him, and he gets it right. That's a big wicket to get. The captain of Raval Sporting gets knocked over. Boogie, Oogie, Woogie, Kookaburra, 5 ball. Jug the fatte style, Zabardasti bowling. Both badiya bowling, both achi line, Yorker length, fatte jug dite, and this is what it's all about. Game on here now. Oh, Ishant Patel so often has been the man that's kept his team in the match, but this time he will play no further part. He gets his stumps ripped out of the ground by Harpreet. And Harpreet hasn't he looked the business, and he's coming to this side, and all of a sudden, well, he's made an average side look like a good side. He's done his business with the ball, and well, it took him an over really, didn't it, to get his line right in that first match, but since then he's been on the money all the time, and well, he's been pretty good with the bat as well. So what a find he's been. What a revelation as he comes in again now to Chayat Patel, who plays an aggressive shot down the ground. They look for 2, but decide against it as the good throw comes in to the keeper. Holding back with Manish at the moment. So Chayat Patel, he comes up before Manish Mawani. Manish Mawani, left-hander, been coming in around about number 3. But at the moment, they're just keeping him back. Good ball. So he does get it right to the left-hander this time, Singh. So nicely bowled. So ball to come in the over. 21 for 2. Takes his time. Kish Patel. Well, we'll just let this one go by. Extras, of course. I mean, they're not going too quickly here either. So, I mean, we're still looking to complete the power play. 1 ball to go in this one. Time against them. And how many extras is that? I'll just give you a count on the extras. We've had, that's 5 now. That's the 3rd wide. And we've had the 2 no balls as well. Slightly slower delivery. He feels it himself. Shaba. Yeah, it is. It's been a good spell. He's worked hard, hasn't he? Harpreet, he's had a few issues, a few wides in that one when he wasn't able to get it right to the left-hander. But he ripped out the stumps of the captain. Ishant Patel has a big wicket to get. And 22 is all the 2s. Well, I'll tell you what, if you In Spain, they say if you see all the twos, 2, 2, 2, make a wish very quickly. So do it quick because it won't stay that way too long. A lot of you are hoping that Spain win the football. So maybe your wish will come true. I don't think it will be an easy match, and I don't think this one will be an easy finish either. Raval. Power play complete, so chance now, an opportunity for the field to be moved. Okay, here, what would you do here? I would be inclined to still go back to Navid Riaz. It looks like they're going to go with Imad Khan, but I just think you know that another wicket or two, and you really have put the pressure on Raval. I wouldn't let them off the hook. And, well, talking about letting teams off the hook, and this is the sort of thing that the Ada Tigers have done far too often. Up until now, it's been the perfect performance, really, in terms of the way they've fielded. But then sloppiness like this, I mean, okay, it's an awkward bounce, but nobody backing up. Dad Khan, the slinger. Oh, this has been hit high up in the air, and where's this going to drop? Well, it drops in the middle of nowhere. I think everybody's looking, searching for it. You see a number of fielders looking up, and now both fielders having a chat with each other, and now they're having a bit of a swap. I think Navid is saying, hey, I don't see it at all. That was catchable. But, well, Navid Riaz, I think he loses this in the sun. And chance goes begging. That's out. Plum. Adios. Another wicket goes. It's full. It's straight. And Jayant Patel, he's going to go. It's a rash shot, really. I think he plays his shot no matter what. He just decides he's going for it. He gets it completely wrong. And, well, Imdad gets the LBW decision. So well bowled. Jayant Patel, not so well played. It's a little bit of a rash shot. And that was an easy decision for the umpire to make. So he'll go LBW for 5. And now Raval are 3 down, and surely Manish Momwani will have to come in now. A bit of a conversation happening between the batters. It is Manish that comes in. He joins his wicketkeeper and batting partner Kish Patel out there. So here we go. The last, if you like, of the recognised batters have come in. We know Amit Das, he can put a contribution in, but you don't want to be leaving too much to do. Still, there's a long way to go here. 55 of 39, the required rate is not huge, but it's about 8.5. Manwani, the last 3 times we've seen him, he hasn't been able to get going at all. Before then, he was a run machine. He couldn't do anything wrong. Let's see if he can find his form. Imdad. Good delivery to him. Right on the pegs. Once again, I'd like to see the umpires being just a little bit more stern and strict with where the bowlers are going. He wants to come round the wicket to the left-hander. But he's going into areas where he should not be. Yeah, look where he's standing here. Look, I mean, have a word, umps. Have a word. Tell him off. Can't be doing that. I'd like to see the umpire, and I'd like to see it as well. I'd like to see it so it's obvious to everybody. And that's one thing I'd like to see, and I hope that tournament referee Rob came in is having a look at this. Certainly something that you can certainly educate the umpires a bit more on, as this one is too wide, and this will be going towards the boundary, and he'll get the boundary. So Manish Momwani gets 4. It's a nice shot played. It was a little bit too wide, but it'll be 4 runs. And, that will make young Momwani feel a lot better. It's been a while, I don't think he's been able to hit a genuine boundary in his last 3 innings. He may have got the odd streaky one. So that'll give him a bit of confidence. It wasn't the best of deliveries from Imad Khan. He would like to finish the over with one right back on the money. 31 for 3. Ball to go in this, the 4th over. And, Manish Momwani comes down to play this one. He blocks it out. It will be the end of the over. And not a bad one. 9 come off it. So 31 for 3, so they get exactly what they require. Two batters come together, have a chat. Two left-handers as well. And I just wonder if Ishan Patel would have been tempted maybe to send Das up a little bit further up the order, or maybe even Unat Patel, just to try and break up the two left-handers. I think personally I probably would have. I like the idea of a left and right combination. Just throws the bowler's line out a little bit. Doesn't let them get too comfortable with what they're doing. Ahmed Ifraz. Come on to bowl now. Starts down the leg side. It's not a good delivery, but the fielder, he gets lucky as it hits more or less straight to him. Be disappointed. I think Kishjit Patel, it's the sort of delivery that he would like to put away. It's the sort of delivery that a man who's just adjusting his straps, sort of delivery that he was hitting downtown Barcelona last week. He's loving to find that form again. Ifraz needs to get the ball away from the legs to these left-handers. Nicely played away. Yes. It's a shot from Kish Patel. Gets back on strike. Attacks. He's going to get 4 here. Yeah, he does. Doesn't quite get the middle of the bat, but the placement was good. And with the man at long on pretty wide, he's got a long way to come here. Yeah, he sort of gets the toe end part of the bat, but on this outfield, well, the ball skids along. And despite the chase from Umar, Mohammed doesn't get there to 4 runs. So the partnership that Raval needs just starting to come together here. Once more, slower delivery, hit up in the air, is a chance. The fielder comes in, now it's a rock back and takes, oh, he drops it. Oh, well, this was hanging up there for an age. He comes in too much to start off with, doesn't he, Harpreet Singh? But then he gets back and it looks like he's recovered, still trying to take it above his head, and the catch goes down. Well, what a huge moment that could be. Harpreet Singh dropping Kish Patel. And Patel survives. He's dropped on 12. And Harpreet, for all the good that he's done in the day, could that be the decisive moment? That means that this match also slips away from them. So I was just talking about how these two are just starting to rebuild. And that catch goes down. He's got to get it out of his head pretty quickly. But a big opportunity gets built. He recovered really well after coming in too quick. Then gets back into position, but not able to hold on to the catch. This one is work more to be done for him, and he can't get there. He's pretty close to it. Maybe just shaves his fingertips, but another boundary down the ground. And Kishit Patel hits this dead straight. And Harpreet Singh was the man who's trying to get to it. He can't. It's 4 more valuable runs, so they get past the halfway mark in terms of the score. 43 at the halfway stage. As we welcome back Mr. Maximo back into the cube.
Back into the cube to finish the day. Yeah, we've got a game on here, don't we? Just an interesting one. A couple of boundaries just relieving the pressure. That be more or less at the rate required, but that certainly helps. Late afternoon sun coming in. Certainly is a very different story towards the end of the day in this position than in the beginning of the day when we come up before the sun even comes up. Well, I hope you're enjoying the action, though, so far today. And right now, I think Rafael won't be enjoying it if they drop this game to the Ada Tigers, because that will really kind of scuttle their plans of finishing top. And now for the Ada Tigers, real opportunity here. I mean, they're 1 or 2 wickets away from breaking this game wide open.
Yeah, I'm liking what they're doing, and they go for the wicket taker Naveed Riaz to try and break this partnership. Important over.
Got to admit, though, I've been lurking a bit, and I have to agree with you about the bowlers running in front of the umpire. I actually think, and we've actually thought about this for a while. I've thought about it silently for a while. I would actually make just a hard rule that if your foot crosses that middle stump, it's a no ball. I reckon that's your warning. The no ball is the warning. It's not a 5-run penalty. It's not, you can't bowl anymore. I just think it's just the right amount of punishment. As this is edged away, and this is going to be forced into the car park. Well, it is. Someone's got to chase. That's Ijazul Hark. And yeah, Kish just angling that one. Yep. Adios.
Bye-bye. Where'd it go? He says, where'd it go? To your
Bit
left.
to the left, yeah.
To the left, to the left, to the left, to the right. There's a song there.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, we can talk about warnings. We talk, you know, a no ball, it's not the end of the world. It's you've made a mistake. You know, you have to deal with a free hit and you get on with it. And I think that'll stop it, right? Because the whole point is, I mean, that LBW, which could well have been out, that was the first time it happened. So if you're just handing out warnings, okay, you can give it not out, sure. But, you know, you're forcing the umpire into essentially what's the wrong decision. So I just think that was actually the robot. As Keanu came up with that suggestion and the robot refined it, I kind of like that. Because then you've got a concrete point. You're saying if your feet cross that middle stump in your follow through, we're going to have to call it a no ball because it's not fair. But, yeah, having said that, yeah, Yada Tigers, there's a lot to like about them as well. I mean, I think they may come to rue some of their catching technique. I mean, they're new to ECN, right? So a lot of teams that have been on ECN before, you see they've worked really hard on their fielding. And I think that's obvious, the improvements of teams we've seen from one tournament to the next. But, yeah, just technically some of the fielding hasn't been correct. And got lucky sometimes, but I think they've just dropped too many catches in this series. Here's Naveed, though.
Marnie sort of carves this one away. You see Manwani's approach is very different to that of Krish Patel. Krish Patel is quite happy to rock back and look to play the ball behind point, sort of carve it away, if you like. Manwani likes to go right out to it and meet it on the full. So these two, but at the moment they're getting the partnership together. Krish Patel has played some nice shots. He gets promoted up the order, and so far, well, it's proven it to be a good call as the 50 comes up. Riaz. Outside the leg, can't be out.
Yeah, just looking at Julian, he's hanging out on a turf wicket, they'd be warned and then taken out of the attack. I mean, that could technically happen here as well. But the issue with these things is that on a turf wicket, if people are warned, it's because they're on the very tiny corner of that protected area. It's not that they won't even think about running all the way off the field. Oh, by the way, I got some news.
Yeah, news. Go on.
Mita going on the screen just reminded me. Congratulations to Mita, who's right there, project manager, and Stefan, who's one of our tournament referees and also does a lot of umpiring in Kartama. They got engaged over the weekend.
Yeah, big news, isn't it?
That's the first ECN engagement. Maybe not the last, who knows?
Yeah, congratulations to you both.
And I asked them if it's okay to mention. They said, yep, it's completely fine. We made it public now. So, yeah, congratulations to them. Isn't that exciting? An ECN wedding. Maybe in 2023, who knows? As we get to the end of the 6th over, 51 for 3.
Yeah, I did say that they can borrow the cube.
Yeah, rent out the cube. Maybe I can get some of the money back. Yeah, so anyway, congratulations. Big part of the ECN family, and they're really excited that they're taking that next step. And, of course, they met on the European Cricket Network Tour back in 2020. So, yeah, really exciting for them. I know both their families are thrilled. And Michael Daub, when he pops into the chat, maybe he'll have something to say about it. That's Meta's father. I think it'll be good things he'll have to say about it. Yeah, so going back to the... Izquierda, I know that means turn left. It's on the left, right? Anyway, let's go to Imdad Khan. It's been interesting over. He's got one suspend. He's got to get it on target, though, and that isn't on target. That'll be a wide. Yeah, so, yeah, again, the bowler running in front of the umpire thing. I'd never seen it before, the running off the wrong side of the wicket. Not just kind of not getting off the wicket quick enough, but running the complete other side of the wicket. It's a tough one. And all these warnings in what's written in the laws of cricket, it's more based around longer formats of the game where people might be bowling 20, 30 overs, right?
The thing is, though, you say that, as this one's played out for single. I mean, I've done, as you know, a lot of umpiring and continue that here in Spain. And in Spain, we play on artificial pitches. La Manga, you know about it.
Sure.
And also at Sporting Outfish, you know, and one or two others. Now, as umpires, we follow the laws of the game. The laws of the game is the bowler cannot run in the middle of the pitch. As this one is hit high up in the air, and a catch being taken. Well, a big moment. This really is, because Manish Manwani, well, he's patient, holds out as he hoiks out. A good catch taken by Umar Mohammed, and that's come at a vital time. So Imdad Khan gets the breakthrough, and, well, Manwani, these are the sort of balls he was hitting out of the park last week. This week, he can only find the hands. A big moment as he goes down. But look, just to recap.
Yeah, go on.
All we used to say is to the bowler, like I say, hey, you can't be there, get it right. And you know what? I would say 99% of the time, they change straight away because they've been watched, they've been observed. You've told them, you mentioned to the captain, it's done and dusted. There was one occasion, remember very well, a bowler got the warnings. In fact, 3 warnings were given. The captain knew about it, continued to do it. He came off. No argument.
Yeah.
Gets taken off. It's the way you deal with it.
Yeah, sure.
It's the way you deal with it.
I suppose there's slight, they're artificial pitches that you're talking about as well. So I guess that's that's similar. Look, my thing is not so much I'm worried about damage to the wicket. So I mean, I'm not even bothered if they're technically in the side of the protective area. Wait for this ball from Imdad. That will be single. Yeah, so, for me, my biggest thing is, like, these guys are being observed even more widely because they're on television around the world. Yeah. And the umpires are under more scrutiny probably because they're on television around the world. So I think the warnings are being handed out. They're just ignored. So they're not following through with the warnings or thinking that not getting a decision is just punishment enough. But the decisions go both ways. We see wides missed as well because of this. See, that's a wide. But see, even there, it's not... Technically, that'd be in the protected area of a perf pitch, but he doesn't really get right in front of the umpire. So with me, I'm like, okay, I can let this one go because at least the umpire can kind of see. Yeah, but for me, I don't know. This system hasn't worked so far. So whether it's either they're not following through on the warnings, because we always see that. We do see umpires talking to players about it.
They've got to follow through the warnings. It's simple as that. And we saw Harpreet Singh. He got a quick word, only because the LBW wasn't given. He queried why. The umpire said this is why.
There we go. There's the brains trust there.
What's going on
and congratulations, Muhammad Amgan Khan. You see there in the corner. He's welcomed a baby boy into the world, and he brought us a few little glove jumbos and things, didn't he?
Glove jumbos. Ajta Magan Nesana glove jambu Kalai Laddu. Yeah, congratulations.
They're still enjoying them down there, it looks like.
Yes, Glum is there with him as well. Well, that's Rof Zaman as well, as we know him. A very, very good cricketer as well. Stops the shot, and well, probably a good job he does because otherwise it may have gone to hand.
So, final word on the bowler thing before we move on. Right, we will move on because we've got a good finish here. It's that what I don't want to see is that in a 45-minute innings we have 10 minutes of warnings, and eventually nothing happens. Right, so I just think I am for the no ball thing because I reckon it's an immediate thing that suits our cricket. Says no, we don't want you off. We don't want to give you a second warning. We want to say now. And there's going to be an immediate consequence. I don't think the ball hits the stumps here.
No, it doesn't.
It'll be the end of the over, 61 for 4. So, I want to see something immediate done because we're an immediate form of cricket, right? We're not, have your warning before the game. This one, does it hit the stumps? No, I don't think so. It bounces off the keeper's pad. There was a deflection there. You might get a view of it here, but I think everyone's pretty confident that this ball doesn't hit the stumps. Hassan Raza. Let's have a look here. Yeah, he knocks the stumps over with his glove. You saw it there pretty clearly.
Okay, big moment.
All right, so look, okay.
Yeah, go on, finish it off.
No, we'll stop that for now.
Put it to bed.
No, that's it. That's my last word on it. I know what you're saying, Rico, and I'd love for that to happen. But then, let's say that every bowler's getting 2 warnings because they're all doing it.
It doesn't take long, though.
Yeah.
And I think I still maintain, and I think a lot of umpires out there would agree, I still maintain once you do it once and one bowler comes off, it won't happen again.
Yeah, I think they'd have to hand out a piece of paper because they'd be hoarse from giving warnings.
You just have to be strong enough to do it with the tournament referee to enforce it as well. And I think and I think that happened, I'm pretty sure the first time we were here in Barcelona, that happened a lot.
Yeah.
And once the word got out, everybody stopped doing it.
I'll give you one more thing on it, and I said I know we're going to wind this up. But I'll tell you my one reason I think that may be problematic. This is one that would have been a wide. I think it's going to spin away for 4, though, and it will. So you can see that the 2 Patels at the crease there, Kish Patel and Inat Patel, look like they want to finish this off, and they're not showing any signs of nerves.
Good shot.
Yeah, so my point is this. Yeah. Because in a longer game, not every ball is as important. So here, the umpire might give a warning, but they might miss a wide, that ball, they can't see. And it's easy to say, just give the wide and whatever. But they might miss a key event on that delivery. So I think if you no balled it instead of warning, then it takes that decision point away from them as a matter of kind of practicality. But we're both on the same side here. We've just probably got different ideas about what might work. Because in 2 years, it hasn't gotten any better. In fact, if anything, it's gotten worse, I think.
Hey, listen. Well, first of all, let's look at this tomorrow. Huge matches tomorrow. thinking that Ravel were going to win this. Still got a bit of work to do. They win this tomorrow, makes it amazingly massive matches for them.
Great games tomorrow. We've got Ravel Sporting versus Gratia. And then Hawks versus the Tigers. Well, two teams that badly need some wins. Well, they get the opportunity in the afternoon session. Join us at the same time tomorrow. Well, this one would have been a no ball off the pitch.
Wow.
But instead, Kirsch has somehow hit this to point. How's that happen, Rico?
This is just, I think it's one of those where if you're the batter, I mean, Kirsch Patel's batted so well, 29, and then all of a sudden he gets this one. And he thinks, well, I'm going to cream this to the boundary. And he just hits it straight. I mean, it would have been a big wide. Straight to Naveed Riaz. He says, thank you very much.
I actually think it would have been a no ball off the pitch. But it's only a no ball if it bounces off the pitch. And this ball never bounces. In fact, it doesn't bounce again as it sails into the hands of the fielder. So Kish is going to have to go. And he'll wonder how that was possible. But it makes a pretty good 29. Naveed Riaz takes the catch.
It opens the door, though, because now you're getting people in that, well, you got Numan Ali coming in. We know he's a little firecracker. But no, I don't think we're going to get a chance. Well, no, we will. Have a look at the pads here for Unet Patel. I mean...
Oh, boy, no.
Oh, no. Well, this one is out of here. It's another one that finds his way out. Well, here's a kookaburra on the loose, somebody.
Hasta luego.
Oh, this is huge. What valuable runs these are.
Swings a bit, and this is just the classic thought it would hit something from the keeper. He thinks it's either hitting the stumps, or if it doesn't hit the stumps, it's hitting the batter or the bat. And he becomes a spectator there.
Is valuable. Well, that takes it to what, 11 required. Now, I was looking at Unet Patel's pads.
Yeah.
You don't want two white things right in the middle of the pad because if the umpire sees them and not the ball, he's giving you out.
Oh, yeah.
Have a look with his batting.
Okay.
It's quite unique.
Oh, wow. Another big swing and a miss. Oh, that 4-byes hurts you. And look, Hassan Razi's not the worst keeper. He actually does a pretty good job, but that's just a concentration thing. That's not a technique thing. That's just a concentration thing.
That's the over. So have a look now. All right, the batters are going to cross now. So just keep an eye on Unet Patel's pads. I mean, we always say here, well, you don't want anything white because the umpires obviously are looking for the white kookaburra. Well, if you've got two white dots in your pads, well, if the umpire mistakes that for the ball, he's going to think you're right in front.
That's a good point, actually. It's weird how there hasn't been too many big partnerships in this game. Now, watch the clock as well, because it's a tight one as it is. But assuming this is an over that goes well, you don't want to then give up 5 runs. You've got 3.5 minutes to bowl it. If they do get a wicket, they'll get a minute allowance added onto that. Here's your phrase. It's assuming this will actually go the full over, and the way it's going, it may not, because Unet Patel smacks the first ball for 4.
Patel's been good.
Go. There's your little, little white circles, like multi-ball.
Yeah, I'll be saying, you know, the bowler, you said a bowler, where do you want me to bowl at those white dots? Just aim at those. But yeah, that's interesting. Never seen pads like that before. Good shot. Unet Patel, well, I'll tell you what, he's been positive, and he's almost got them home here. Hits another one pretty hard, and we'll get stopped.
This opens up Numan Ali, though, and he is a guy which could, so far he swung it to and he's missed both. So I think he's just concentrating on getting off strike here, or maybe smacking a 6 to win the game. Let's see. The first one, although he tries the second one, but gets the first one. It'll be a leg bye, I think.
Yeah, that's, I suppose, the right thing here. He gets Unet Patel back on strike. Leads to get off the mark, but at the moment, well, just one boundary will do it here.
I think he'll be looking to do it.
He goes for the big one. How much of this he gets? He gets all of it. He goes all the way. Balle, shaba, kinna zona shaka, lagya, and that is it. It's been done. And Unet Patel, well, he sees it home with a big Maximo down the ground, 82 for 5, and his victory for Raval Sporting. They do it the hard way. And they do it with, well, it's going to be with 8 balls to go. The Ada Tigers, once again, we saw good work from them. They're improving all the time. They're starting to cause even the big boys a bit of problems. But just a few little glares in their fields and a few chances that they should have taken. If they had taken them, could have made all the difference. But look, Naveed was great again. He's a little bit unlucky as well, though that one worse. Once again at 4, coming off a free hit because, again, he couldn't get the feet in the right place. And, well, this man, he really did impress. Harpreet Singh was sensational.
Yeah, it's the funny thing about the Gator Tigers, though. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I mean, I think that they on the improve, but they're still making some of those basic errors, and you can't expect for those things to change overnight. But once again, this afternoon, they're competitive in patches, aren't they? They have patches where they seem to be on top. And even here with these wickets, but then again, self-inflicted errors. That drop catch from Harpreet, the 4 byes down the stretch, and you need to be avoiding the avoidables if you can against good cricket teams. Otherwise, they're not going to let you back into the game. And Bravo Sporting, I think, just a bit more experienced, a bit more polished this afternoon.
Yeah, they were. But I mean, again, though, you have to give credit where credit due. I mean, this one, well, this was a loose one, and Kish Patel finally to go. But remember, I mean, the key moment was, remember, Harpreet Singh, he's done a lot of good things, but when he dropped that catch, Kish Patel was on 12. He then goes on to score 29. And when you look at the way this match went, I mean, that was key. That really was, because that was, getting that wicket then would have really have created a lot of pressure. I mean, he did go late on, but Unet Patel, well, credit to him, he finishes by holding his nerve and gets 18 very valuable runs for his side. Let's have a look at the scorecard. You can see this time the captain Patel wasn't able to do it. Karan Datta went very first ball, but it was Kichet Patel who got elevated up the order to number 3, and boy, didn't he make a difference. He batted really well. Chayat Patel, no luck for him. Minesh Momwani stuck around a little bit longer this time, but when he went for the big shot, he got himself out. Yeah. They really did need Unet Patel to score and put that partnership together with Kish Patel.
Yeah, poor Momwani's a bit out of sorts, isn't he? But I mean, Kish Patel's someone we have seen batting high last year. He's seen opening the batting. He's very, very capable. It's just a matter of how they approach their batting order, because we are getting to the business end of the tournament for them, and whether they qualify top or not. I mean, if they do, then they've got big games coming up on the weekend. If not, they've got big games coming up on the weekend anyway.
Yeah.
So someone like Manwani is a bit of a curious case for me. Do you persist with him there, or do you kind of say, look, drop down a couple of spots, and we'll get some other guys in there that are a bit more in form? Well, just want to say a big hello from the Cube and a goodbye after a wonderful Tuesday action. Great work by you as well, and I've been busy on a few other things today, and you took the commentary and you ran with it for the whole day. I think you did a great job. Also, well done to the players as well. I mean, it's getting into the tournament where there's a few sore bodies out there, and I think that's obvious. But also, it's great to see the improvement in real time. And again, a team like the Tigers, obviously they have a win under their belt now over the more experienced Fate. But again, for them, the consistency, and I just think a team like that will learn so much out of a tournament like this.
Yeah, they certainly will, and we're already starting to see, just with a few more different players in the frame. I mean, Harpreet Singh made such a big difference in both matches today, even though they weren't big runs, but he made good contributions. Highest run score in both those matches, but his bowling was really good. It's only the second time that he's bowled in the match, and he's somebody who will get better and better. I mean, he just bowled so well. And really, you know what? I know that Corey's always saying to us, well, tell me about some stars
Smokies,
in the making.
Yeah.
He certainly won. I'm telling you, he certainly won.
Yeah, for sure. And I suppose the Tigers, just a few moments they'd like back. Remember Muhammad getting run out, these kinds of things. And of course, he carried their batting the other day. Just before we go, I want to say a big thank you to all of you who've been watching on YouTube on a European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Also to everyone watching on FanCode, everyone that interacts with the chat. Big thank you to you guys. Hopefully you join us again tomorrow for more action. You can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out what is coming up. And over the break as well, there'll be more information about the Barcelona series in 2023 and the ECL. Also, if you haven't already, go to our social media. Make sure you look up some of the best bits of the day. If you haven't already, put a big thumbs up on the video, and obviously that just kind of shows more people about the European Cricket Network, which is what it's all about. Rico, we're going to take a break. Viva España! Equipo Rojo, the Spanish team are on, and they're probably starting 2 minutes ago, so we'll probably go start watching that. We'll leave you with some highlights today from everyone here at the ECN and the European Cricket Network family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Here's some highlights of the day.
Adiós. Hasta mañana, mi familia.